Preface of Border Raids and Reivers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. Preface. The object we have had in view in the following pages has been 1. To indicate briefly the causes which produced border reiving. 2. To show the extent to which the system was ultimately developed. 3. To describe the means adopted by both governments for its suppression. 4. To illustrate the way in which the rugging and riving, to use a well-known phrase, was carried on. 5. To explain how these abnormal conditions were in the end effectually removed, and 6. To set forth in brief outline some of the more prominent traits in the lives and characters of the men who were most closely identified with this extraordinary phase of border life. We have to acknowledge our indebtedness for much of the information conveyed in the following pages to Scott's Border Antiquities and Border Minstrelsy, Nicholson's Lege Marciarum, Pitcairn's Criminal Trials, Calendar of Border Papers, recently published, Carey's Memoirs, Froissart, Godscroft, Pitscotty, Pinkerton, and a host of other writers on border themes. It is in no spirit of mock modesty we acknowledge how inadequately the object we have had in view has been realized. The subject is so large and many-sided that we have found it difficult to compress within the compass of a single volume anything like an adequate outline of a theme which is at once so varied and interesting. In coming to the consideration of this subject, there is one fact which it is well the reader should carefully bear in mind, and that is, that from the peculiar circumstances in which borderers were placed in early times, the only alternative they had was either to starve or steal. The recognition of this fact will at least awaken our sympathy if it does not always command our approval when we come to consider the lives and characters of the border reivers. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Auld Enemy. Near a border frontier in the time of war, there's ne'er a man but he's a freebooter. Satchels. There are few more remarkable phenomena in the political or social life of Scotland than what is familiarly known as border reiving. In olden times it prevailed along the whole line of the borders from Berwick to the Solway, embracing the counties of Berwick, Roxburgh, Selkirk, Peebles, and Dumfries. During a period of some 300 or 400 years, these districts were chiefly inhabited by hordes of moss troopers, who made it the chief business of their lives to harry and despoil their English neighbours. On every convenient opportunity, the Scottish reivers crossed the border and carried off whatever came readiest to hand: horses, cows, sheep, inside and outside, nothing coming amiss to them unless it was either too heavy or too hot. Those on the English side who were thus despoiled were not slow to retaliate, and generally succeeded to some extent in making good the losses they sustained. This system of plunder and reprisal ultimately attained an extraordinary development. All classes, from the chief of the clan to the meanest serf over whom he ruled, were engaged in it. Indeed, it must be frankly admitted that the most notorious thieves were often those who had least excuse for indulging in such nefarious practices. Gentlemen in high positions, like the Scotts, Kerrs, Johnstons, and Maxwells, and who in many cases had been chosen by the government to repress the reiving propensities of their clans and followers. Some who have made a superficial acquaintance with this remarkable phase of border life have rushed to the conclusion that the great border chiefs and those over whom they exercised a kind of patriarchal authority must have been dowered with a double dose of original sin. In proof of this, it is pointed out that a widely different state of affairs prevailed in other parts of the country. For example, in Fife and the Lothians, and generally speaking throughout the whole of the west of Scotland, and consequently the only way in which they can account for the singular condition of the borders is by predicating an essentially lower moral type. We do not believe that this theory, plausible though it may appear, will bear a moment's serious consideration. No doubt, among the broken men of the debatable land and in some parts of Liddesdale, you will find a considerable number of disreputable characters whose only law was the length of their own swords. But it is a mistake to suppose that such individuals represent the general type of the inhabitants of the borderland. The very fact that these men had no chief to represent them shows that they had, so to speak, fallen out of the ranks. The solution of this problem must be sought in another direction. It will be found by a careful study of the history of the country that border reiving was, to a considerable extent, the result of a concatenation of circumstances over which the inhabitants of these districts had little or no control. They were the victims of an evil fate. It was not merely their proximity to the English border which occasioned their misdeeds. It is an interesting and significant fact that, till near the close of the 13th century, the border counties were as law-abiding as any other part of the realm. Petty skirmishes were, no doubt, of frequent occurrence, as might be expected, but the deep-rooted aversion to the English which characterizes the subsequent period of Scottish history had hardly at that time any real existence. How the change was brought about will become apparent as we bring under review some salient facts in Scottish history which have a direct and immediate bearing on the question before us. It must be borne in mind that for a period of more than 300 years Scotland was kept in a condition of political distraction by the insane desire on the part of the English government to reduce it to a state of vassalage. When this policy was first determined on, everything seemed favorable to its speedy realization. When Alexander III, a wise and gracious king, under whose reign the country had greatly prospered, was accidentally killed when hunting in the neighborhood of Kinghorn, the crown reverted to his granddaughter, the Maid of Norway, who was then a child of tender years. At this unfortunate juncture, Edward I of England resolved that the two countries should be united under one sovereign. At least this was the object of his ambition. He was fully convinced that so long as Scotland maintained her political independence, England would have to reckon with a powerful adversary. If he could only succeed, by fair means or foul, in gaining Scotland over as a fief of England, then the country as a whole would enjoy the immunities and benefits naturally accruing to its position as an island. England would thus be in an immensely more advantageous position to resist foreign invasion, and its influence and power as an aggressive force would be indefinitely increased. The object aimed at was an exceedingly desirable one. Unfortunately, it was a sane policy insanely pursued. Had the English king only been gifted with more self-restraint, had he but been prepared to wait patiently the natural development of events, and not to have struck the iron before it was hot, he might have succeeded in gaining his end, a result which would have changed the whole complexion and current of Scottish history. Whether this would have been better or worse, more to our own advantage and the advantage of Great Britain as a whole, is one of those points about which there may be considerable difference of opinion. Many have regretted that the union of the crowns was not effected in the 14th century rather than in the 17th, as such a consummation would have saved the country much both of bloodshed and treasure. It may be so. It cannot be denied that from a purely material point of view it might have been better had Scotland gracefully complied with the wishes of Edward. But man cannot live by bread alone. There are higher and better things in the life of a people than mere material well-being, and in view of these it was well that Scotland maintained her independence. The record of her achievements when contended against the most overwhelming odds, and the example of those heroic personalities which mark the progress of her history, have been a perennial fountain of inspiration to the Scottish people, have made them what they are. While therefore there may be some cause for regret on the ground of political expediency that the union of the two countries was so late in being effected, yet on other and higher grounds there is just reason for thankfulness that things took the course they did. What would Scotland have been without its Wallace or Bruce, or what would it have been apart from the long and arduous struggle through which it was destined to pass ere it gained an assured and thoroughly independent political position? The long years of struggle and desolating warfare constitute an important factor in the social and intellectual evolution of the nation. The best qualities of the Scottish character and intellect were developed in the seething maelstrom of political strife and internecine war. It may be that, quote, the course of Providence is also the orbit of wisdom. End quote. Edward, in trying to bring Scotland under his sway, pursued a twofold policy. He endeavored to prevent as far as possible all union among the most powerful Scottish barons. He arrayed their private and selfish ambition against the love of their country. He sowed dissension in their councils and richly rewarded their treachery. Those who dared to oppose his well-laid schemes were treated with unmitigated severity. His success in this respect was complete. He had the satisfaction of seeing the country torn to pieces by contending factions. His way was now open for applying more drastic measures. He raised a powerful army and invaded Scotland. The town of Berwick was then an important center of commerce, and he was determined at all hazards to make himself master of the city. Quote, he dispatched a large division with orders to assault the town, choosing a line of march which concealed them from the citizens, and he commanded his fleet to enter the river at the same moment that the great body of the army, led by himself, were ready to storm. The Scottish army fiercely assaulted the ships, burnt 3 of them, and compelled the rest to retire, but they in their turn were driven back by the fury of the land attack. Edward himself, mounted on horseback, was the first who leaped the dike, and the soldiers, animated by the example and presence of their king, carried everything before them. All the horrors of a rich and populous city sacked by an inflamed soldiery and a commander thirsting for vengeance now succeeded. 17,000 persons, without distinction of age or sex, were put to the sword, and for 2 days the city ran with blood like a river. The churches to which the miserable inhabitants fled for sanctuary were violated and defiled with blood, spoiled of their sacred ornaments, and turned into stables for the English cavalry. End quote. This ruthless massacre produced a profound sensation all over the country, but more especially on the borders, and had much to do in creating that bitter feeling of hostility with which the English were ever afterwards regarded. To harass and despoil them was looked upon almost as a sacred duty. This miserable butchery of the inoffensive lieges instantly led to reprisals. Under the Earls of Ross, Menteith, and Atholl, the Scottish army crossed the English border and ravaged with merciless severity the districts of Redesdale and Tynedale. The monasteries of Lanercost and Hexham were given to flames, towns and villages destroyed, and the surrounding country laid waste. The Scots returned laden with booty, but the success which had crowned their arms was of doubtful utility. It only served to fan the flame of vengeful ire in the breast of the English king, who now resolved on the complete subjugation of the country. He marched against Dunbar with an army of 10,000 foot and 1,000 heavy-armed horse. The Scots opposed his progress with an army much superior in point of numbers and occupying a position of great strategic importance on the heights above Spot. As the English army had necessarily to deploy in passing along the valley, it was supposed that the ranks had somehow fallen into confusion. The Scots precipitately rushed upon the enemy, only to find, to their dismay, that the English army was under the most perfect discipline and ready for the attack. After a short resistance, the Scottish columns were thrown into inextricable confusion and were routed with great slaughter, leaving 10,000 brave soldiers dead in the field. History has a strange knack of repeating itself. 350 years after, the Scottish Covenanters committed a similar blunder at the same place when opposing the progress of Oliver Cromwell, and with an equally disastrous result. The progress of Edward now partook of a nature of triumphal march. He threw his army upon Edinburgh, and in the course of 8 days made himself master of the castle. He then proceeded to Perth, where he received the submission of Balliol, who seemed anxious to rid himself of an office the duties of which he was constitutionally unfit to discharge. The king continued his march to Aberdeen, and from thence to Elgin without resistance. The nobles hurried into his presence to tender their submission. With indecent haste, they renounced the alliance with Bruce and took the oath of fealty to the destroyer of their country's liberties. It was a dark and tragic hour in Scottish history. As Edward returned on his way to Berwick, where he proposed holding a parliament, he visited Scone, and with him the famous and fatal stone upon which for many ages the Scottish kings had been crowned and anointed. Quote, "This, considered by the Scots as the national palladium, along with the Scottish sceptre and crown the English monarch placed in the Cathedral of Westminster as an offering to Edward the Confessor, and as a memorial of what he deemed his absolute conquest of Scotland, a conquest which, before a single year elapsed, was entirely wrested from him." End quote. We must now pass rapidly over one of the most eventful and stirring periods of Scottish history, during which Wallace and Bruce, by almost superhuman efforts, succeeded in delivering the country from the domination and control of England. The Battle of Bannockburn gave the final blow to the lofty pretensions of the English monarch. He began to realize that the conquest of Scotland was not to be effected so easily as he had at one time vainly thought. But unfortunately, this splendid victory did not result in inaugurating a reign of peace and goodwill between the two countries. After all that the Scottish people had suffered at the hands of their enemies, it was impossible for them to remain quiescent. They were determined on revenge. Hence, we find that in the early autumn of 1314, Douglas and Edward Bruce were dispatched across the eastern march and ravaged with fire and sword the counties of Northumberland and Durham. They even penetrated into Yorkshire, plundered the town of Richmond, and drove away a large booty of cattle and made many prisoners. The inhabitants of the north of England were paralyzed with fear. Walsingham declares that 100 Englishmen would not hesitate to fly from 2 or 3 Scottish soldiers, so grievously had their wonted courage deserted them. Another army of Scottish soldiers marched through Redesdale and Tynedale, marking their progress by the black ashes of the towns and villages. In the spring of the following year, this predatory mode of warfare was again resumed, and Northumberland and the Principality of Durham ravaged. A great quantity of plunder was collected, and the inhabitants compelled to redeem their property by paying a high tribute. The army of Bruce seemed invincible, and the northern counties of England were made to pay dearly for the temerity of the king in venturing to challenge the patriotism and prowess of the Scottish people. These events produced a profound impression on the people as a whole, especially on the dwellers on the Scottish border. The sacking of Berwick and the indiscriminate slaughter of its inhabitants, whose only offense was that they refused to open their gates to the usurper, were not soon forgotten, and engendered in the border mind an undying hatred of England. It is not to be wondered at that the inhabitants of the Scottish border should seldom either think or speak of the English except as their, quote, "auld enemies," end quote. To despoil them became, if not a religious, at least a patriotic duty. These circumstances to which reference has been made, and others of a kindred nature, may account, in some degree at least, for the extraordinary fact that the border moss trooper never seems to have been ashamed of his calling. On the contrary, he gloried in it. In his eyes it was honorable and worthy. The undaunted bearing of the bold Bickley, for example, and his cavalier manner in dealing with the English wardens showed how thoroughly he enjoyed the work in which he was engaged. Ure tells how, on one occasion, he sent his cousin Henry Bowes to confer with this famous freebooter on some question in dispute, but Bicleu, quote, scorned to speak with him, and gathered his forces, and if my said cousin had not wisely foreseen and taken time to have come away, he had been stayed himself. 2 several messages were sent from Bicleu from out his company that were in the field, part to have stayed with him, and those that were with him. Not long since some of his men, having stolen in my march, my men following their trade were stayed of his officer of hermitage, their horses taken, and themselves escaped on foot. End quote. The English warden had evidently considerable difficulty in accounting for Bicleu's attitude, for we find in a letter written to Burleigh a few days after this happened that he is disposed to attribute his enmity to England to his zeal for Romanism. Quote, his secret friends, he says, say he is a papist. His surest friends in court are papists about the queen, and labor his grace with the king. He strengthened himself much of late, and secretly says he will not stir till some certainty of the Spaniards arrive. To England he is a secret enemy, mighty proud, publishing his descent to be from Angus, and laboureth to be created earl, and claimeth his blood to be partly royal. His poverty is great, all which concurring with his pride and Spanish religion, I leave to your honorable wisdom to censure. End quote. This picture is certainly painted in strong colors. The one point in it which is really significant, however, is that Bicleu was, quote, a secret enemy to England, end quote. This may be said of 9/10 of the border reivers. It was not the mere love of plunder or mischief which impelled them to prosecute their calling. They were animated by a spirit of revenge. Times almost without number the armies of England had crossed the border, burning villages and homesteads, destroying the crops, carrying off goods and cattle, leaving those whom they had thus ruthlessly despoiled to the tender mercies of an uncertain climate and an impoverished soil, from which even at the best they had difficulty in extracting a bare subsistence. The English were, comparatively speaking, rich and powerful. They could command great forces against which it was in vain, in most cases, for the Scottish borderers to contend. Hence, when they were assailed, they drove their cattle into the recesses of mountain or forest, burned or otherwise destroyed what they could not remove, so that the enemy might be enriched as little as possible, and betook themselves to some distant shelter, where they awaited the course of events. As soon as the enemy had withdrawn, they returned to their places of abode, which, though destroyed, were easily reconstructed, the work of rebuilding being done in a day or two, and then they set about recouping themselves for the losses they had sustained by making incursions on the English border, and carrying off everything they could lay their hands on. This system of plunder and reprisal went on merrily along the whole line of the borders for many generations. All the great border families were involved in it, and devoted themselves to the work with a zeal and enthusiasm which left nothing to be desired. They doubtless felt that in plundering the English they were not only enriching themselves, but promoting the interests of their country, and paying back a long-standing and heavily accumulating debt. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Percy's pennon. It fell about the Lammas time, when yeomen won their hay, the doughty Douglas 'gan to ride, in England to take a prey. Battle of Otterburn. The Battle of Otterburn, which took place in the autumn of 1388, is without question one of the most interesting episodes in border history, and is especially significant as an illustration of the prowess and chivalry of the border chiefs. The chief combatants on the Scottish side were the Earls of Douglas, Moray, March, and Crawford, the Lord Montgomery, and Patrick Hepburn of Hales and his son. On the English side were Sir Henry, Hotspur, and Sir Ralph Percy, sons of the Earl of Northumberland, the Seneschal of York, Sir Ralph Langley, Sir Matthew Redmond, Governor of Berwick, Sir Robert Ogle, Sir Thomas Grey, Sir Thomas Hatton, Sir John Felton, Sir John Lilburne, Sir William Walsingham, and many others, all good men and true. The circumstances which brought about this famous encounter are worth recalling, as they shed an interesting light on the history of the period as well as on the manners and customs of the age. The Scots, with the aid of their French allies under the command of Sir John de Vienne, had made frequent successful incursions upon the English borders, ravaging with fire and sword considerable districts of the country, both to the east and west of the frontier. This naturally led to retaliating expeditions. At last the state of affairs became so desperate that the young king, Richard II, determined to invade Scotland and mete out summary punishment on the depredators. An army of extraordinary power and splendor was assembled, and the king, attended by his uncles and all the principal nobles of the kingdom, set out for the Scottish border. If he expected to reap a rich harvest of booty by this invasion of the Scottish kingdom, he was doomed to bitter disappointment. As he passed through Liddesdale and Teviotdale at the head of his army, he found the country had been cleared of everything that could be conveniently carried off. The cattle had been driven into the forest and mountain fastnesses. All the goods and chattels had been secured in places of safety. Nothing was left but the green crops, and these, being trampled upon, were rendered practically worthless. But most wonderful of all, he could never come within sight of the enemy. The whole region through which he passed was lonely and desolate as a wilderness. The reason of this was that the French and Scots forces had fallen back upon Berwick, the commander of the Scots army being unwilling to hazard the fate of the country by an encounter with such an overwhelmingly superior force. The French commander de Vienne was impatient and bitterly disappointed at not being permitted to attack the invaders. The Earl of Douglas, in order to demonstrate the hopelessness of an encounter, conveyed him to a lofty eminence commanding a mountain pass through which the English army was at that moment defiling, and where, unseen themselves, they could see its imposing array. The Scottish leader pointed out the number and discipline of the men at arms, and the superiority of the equipments of the archers, and then asked the French knight whether he could recommend the Scots to encounter such a numerous and completely accoutred army with a few ill-trained Highland bowmen and their light-armed prickers mounted on little hackneys. He could not but admit the risk was too great. "But yet," he said, "if you do not give the English battle, they will destroy your country." "Let them do their worst," replied Douglas. "They will find but little to destroy. Our people have all retired into the mountains and forests, and have carried off their flocks and herds and household stuff along with them. We will surround them with a desert, and while they never see an enemy, they shall never stir a bowshot from their standards without being overpowered with an ambush. Let them come on at their pleasure, and when it comes to burning and spoiling, you shall see which has the worst of it." "But what will you do with your army if you do not fight?" said de Vienne, "and how will your people endure the distress and famine and plunder which must be the consequences of the invasion?" "You shall see that our army shall not be idle," was the reply, "and as for our Scottish people, they will endure pillage, and they will endure famine, and every other extremity of war, but they will not endure English masters." The wisdom of this course was proved by subsequent results. The English army, by the time it reached Edinburgh, had got into the most desperate straits owing to the scarcity of provisions. Multitudes perished from want, and to escape total destruction, a retreat was ordered through those very districts, quote, "which their own merciless and short-sighted policy had rendered a blackened desert." End quote. There is one important fact brought before us in this connection which demands a passing notice. The Reformers have often been severely censured for the wholesale destruction of the ancient abbeys so intimately associated with the fair humanities of the ritual and worship of the Church of Rome. The saying attributed to Knox about pulling down the rookeries to prevent the crows building has served as a convenient text for many a philippic on the iconoclastic spirit and tendency of Protestantism. But the truth is that Knox had as little sympathy with what he calls the rascal multitude, which sometimes engaged in this kind of work, as any of those opposed to him. Our abbeys, for the most part, owe their destruction not to reforming zeal, but to Catholic England's cupidity and revenge. The beautiful abbeys of Melrose, Dryburgh, and Newbattle were given to the flames by the English soldiers at this time, and the wanton destruction of these noble edifices created in the Scottish mind a feeling of deep and bitter hostility. Jedburgh, too, owes its destruction not to Scottish iconoclasm, but to English invasion. It was pillaged and partly burned by the Earl of Surrey in the year 1523, and its destruction was practically completed by the Earl of Hereford 22 years afterwards. So that, so far at least as the border abbeys were concerned, the charge so often preferred against the reformers is a base and stupid calumny. It was this invasion of the English army which led the Scottish nobles to organize the expedition which may be said to have terminated so gloriously at Otterburn. Quote, "The Scots," says Godscroft, "irritated herewith, boiled with desire and revenge, being at that time very flourishing with strong youth, and never better furnished with commanders." End quote. The barons did not think it politic, for various reasons, to take the king into their confidence. He was of an essentially pacific disposition, and moreover was well stricken in years, and it is almost certain, had the matter been laid before him, he would have opposed the movement to the utmost of his power. His sons, however, were prepared to give every encouragement and assistance, and the barons, in order to allay suspicion and especially to prevent the English getting to know their purposes and plans, assembled at a great feast in Aberdeen and took counsel together. But, as Froissart says, quote, "Everything is known to them who are diligent in their inquiries." End quote. The English nobles sent spies to Aberdeen who, appearing in the guise of heralds and minstrels, became familiar with the plans of the Scottish barons, and speedily carried the information back to their own country. When the Scottish army ultimately assembled at Yetholm, close to the English border, the English lords were well informed on nearly every point on which information could be desired. Such a muster had not been seen, so it was said, for 60 years. Quote, "There were 1,200 spears and 40,000 other men and archers. These lords were well pleased on meeting with each other, and declared they would never return to their homes without making an inroad on England, and to such an effect as would be remembered for 20 years." End quote. The English had arranged that, if the Scots entered the country through Cumberland and Carlisle, they would ride into Scotland by Berwick and Dunbar. For they said, theirs is an open country that can be entered anywhere, but ours is a country with strong and well-fortified towns and castles. It was therefore important that they should know what route the Scots had determined upon. To ascertain this, they sent a spy to the Scots' camp that he might report to them not only their intentions, but their speeches and actions. The English squire who came on this errand had a singular and exciting experience. He tied his horse to a tree in the neighborhood of the church where the barons were assembled, and entered into the church as a servant following his master. When he came out, he went to get his horse, but to his consternation the animal had disappeared. Quote, "For a Scotsman, for they are all thieves, had stolen him." End quote. He went away, saying nothing about his loss, a circumstance which at once excited suspicion. One who saw him remarked, quote, "I have witnessed many wonderful things, but what I now see is equal to any. That man yonder has, I believe, lost his horse, and yet he makes no inquiries after it. On my troth, I doubt much if he belongs to us. Let us go after him and see whether I am right or not." End quote. He was immediately apprehended, brought back, and examined. He was told that if he tried to deceive them he would lose his head, but if he told the truth he would be kindly treated. Being in dread of his life, he divulged all he knew, and especially explained with minuteness of detail the plans which had been concocted by his compatriots for the invasion of Scotland. Quote, "When the Scottish lords heard what was said, they were silent, but looked at each other." End quote. It was now resolved to divide the army into two sections. One section, and that much the larger of the two, to go into England through Cumberland, the other to proceed along the valley of the Tyne to Durham. The latter company, under the command of the Earl of Douglas, made a rapid march through Northumberland, keeping a calm sough all the way. But as soon as they got into the neighborhood of Durham, the fiends of war were let loose. The first intimation the garrison in Newcastle had that the enemy was within their gates was the dense volumes of smoke which ascended from burning towns and homesteads. Having gathered together an immense quantity of booty, the Scots set out on their return journey, and crossing the Tyne assaulted Newcastle, filling the ditches with hay and faggots, hoping thereby to have drawn out the enemy to the open fields. But the English, being in doubt as to the real strength of the Scots army, were afraid to challenge an encounter. But Sir Henry Percy, better known as Hotspur, being desirous to try his valor, offered to fight the Douglas in single combat. Quote, "They mounted on two fair steeds, and ran together with sharp ground spears at outrance, in which encounter the Earl Douglas bore Percy out of his saddle. But the English that were by did rescue him, so that he could not come at himself. But he snatched away his spear with his guidon or wither, and, waving it aloft and shaking it, he cried aloud that he would carry it into Scotland as his spoil." End quote. The account which Froissart gives of this noble encounter differs in some particulars from the foregoing. He says, quote, "The sons of the Earl of Northumberland, from their great courage, were always the first barriers, when many valiant deeds were done with lances hand to hand. The Earl of Douglas had a long conflict with Sir Henry Percy, and in it, by gallantry of arms, won his pennon, to the great vexation of Sir Henry and the other English." End quote. The Earl of Douglas said, quote, "I will carry this token of your prowess with me to Scotland, and place it on the tower of my castle at Dalkeith, that it may be seen from far." End quote. Quote, "By God, Earl of Douglas," replied Sir Henry, "you shall not even carry it out of Northumberland. Be assured you shall never have the pennon to brag of." End quote. Quote, "You must come then," answered Earl Douglas, "this night, and seek for it. I will fix your pennon before my tent, and shall see if you venture to take it away." End quote. As the balladist has vigorously put it, "He took a long spear in his hand, shod with the metal free, and for to meet the Douglas there, he rode right furiously. But oh, how pale his lady looked, frae off the castle wa, when down before the Scottish spear she saw proud Percy fa. Had we twa been upon the green, and never an eye to see, I would have had ye flesh and fell, but your sword shall gie wi' me. But gae ye up to Otterbourne, and wait there days 3, and if I come not ere 3 days end, a fause night ca ye me. The Otterbourne's a bonny burn, 'tis pleasant there to be, but there is nought at Otterbourne to feed my men and me. The deer reins wild on hill and dale, the birds fly wild from tree to tree, but there's neither bread nor kale to fend my men and me. Yet I will stay at Otterbourne, where ye shall welcome be, and if ye come not at 3 days' end, a fause lord I ca' thee. Thither I will come, proud Percy said, by the might of Our Lady. There will I bide thee, said the Douglas, my troth I plight to thee. They lighted high on Otterbourne, upon the bent sae brown. They lighted high on Otterbourne, and threw their pallions down. And he that had a bonny boy sent out his horse to grass, and he that had not a bonny boy, his ain servant he was. the Earl of Douglas, having withdrawn his gallant troops to Otterburn in the parish of Elsdon, some 32 miles from Newcastle and within easy reach of the Scottish border, was strongly urged to proceed toward Carlisle in order to join the main body of the army, but he thought it best to stay there some 3 or 4 days at least to repel the Percys' bragging. To keep his soldiers from wearying, he set them to take some gentlemen's castles and houses that lay near, a work which was carried out with the greatest alacrity and good will. They also strengthened and fortified the camp where it was weak, and built huts of trees and branches. Their baggage and servants they placed at the entrance of a marsh which lay near the Newcastle road, and driving their cattle into the marshland where they were completely safe, they waited the development of events. Nor were they long kept in suspense. The English, having discovered that the Scottish army was comparatively small, resolved at once to risk an encounter. Sir Henry Percy, when he heard that the Scottish army did not consist of more than 3,000 men, including all sorts, became frantically excited and cried out, quote, "To horse! To horse! For by the faith I owe to my God and to my Lord and Father, I will seek to recover my pennon, and to beat up their quarters this night." End quote. He set out at once, accompanied by 600 spears of knights and squires, and upwards of 8,000 infantry, which he said would be more than enough to fight the Scots. If Providence is always on the side of the heaviest battalion, as Napoleon was wont to affirm, then the Scots on this occasion are in imminent danger of having short shrift. But it has been found that the fortunes of war depend on a variety of circumstances that are frequently of more importance than the number of troops, either on one side or the other. Discipline and valor, when combined with patriotism and pride of arms, have accomplished feats which the heaviest battalions are sometimes impotent to achieve. We by no means wish to imply that the English were deficient in these desirable qualities. Far from it. They were splendidly led, and in the encounter displayed the most heroic qualities, but they were matched by a small body of men of the most dauntless courage and invincible determination, who were thoroughly inured to battle and ever ready at the call of duty to encounter the most powerful foes. The Scots were taken by surprise. Some were at supper, and others had gone to rest when the alarm was given that the English were approaching. But up then spake a little page before the peep of dawn, "O waken ye, my good lord, for Percy's hard at hand." Ye lie, ye liar loud, say loud, I hear ye lie, for Percy had not men yestreen to dight my men and me. But I have dreamed a dreamy dream beyond the Isle of Skye. I saw a dead man win a fight, and I think that man was I. He belted on his good braid sword, and to the field he ran, but he forgot the helmet good that should have kept his brain. The battle now raged in earnest. A bright warm day had been followed by a clear still moonlight night. Quote, "The fight," says Godscroft, "was continued very hard as among noble men on both sides, who did esteem more of glory than life. Percy strove to repair the foil he got at Newcastle, and the Earl Douglas did as much labor to keep the honor he had won. So in unequal numbers, but both eager in mind, they continued fighting a great part of the night. At last, a cloud covering the face of the moon, not being able to discern friend from foe, they took some respite for a while. But so soon as the cloud was gone, the English gave so hard a charge that the Scots were put back in such sort that the Douglas standard was in great peril to have been lost. This did so irritate him that he himself in the one wing, and the two Hepburns, father and son, in the other, pressing through the ranks of their own men, and advancing to the place where the greatest peril appeared, renewed a hard conflict, and by giving and receiving many wounds, they restored their men into the place from whence they had been beaten, and continued the fight till the next day at noon." End quote. Foremost in the thick of the fray was the dauntless Douglas, laying about him on every side with a mace of iron, which two ordinary men were not able to lift. Quote, and making a lane round about wheresoever he went." When Percy wi' the Douglas met, I wot he was full fain. They swacked their swords till sair they swat, and the blood ran down like rain. Thus he advanced like another Hector, thinking to recover and conquer the field from his own prowess, until he was met by 3 spears that were pointed at him. One struck him on the shoulder, another on the stomach near the belly, and the third entered his thigh. He could never disengage himself from these spears, but was borne to the ground fighting desperately. From that moment he never rose again. Some of his knights and squires had followed him, but not all, for though the moon shone, it was rather dark. The 3 English lances knew they had struck down some person of considerable rank, but never thought it was Earl Douglas. Had they known, it would have been so rejoiced that their courage would have been redoubled, and the fortune of the day had consequently been determined to their side. The Scots were ignorant also of their loss till the battle was over, otherwise they would certainly, from despair, have been discomfited. When at last the dying Douglas was discovered by his kinsmen, James Lindsay and John and Walter Sinclair, and was asked how he fared, he replied, "I do well dying as my predecessors have done before, not on a bed of lingering sickness, but in the field. These things I require you as my last petitions. First, that ye keep my death close, both from my own folk and from the enemy. Then, that ye suffer not my standard to be lost or cast down. And last, that ye avenge my death, and bury me at Melrose with my father. If I could hope for these things, I should die with the greater contentment. For long since I heard a prophecy that a dead man should win a field, and I hope in God it shall be I." My wound is deep, I fain would sleep. Take thou the vanguard of the 3, and hide me by the bracken bush that grows on yonder lily lee. Oh, bury me by the bracken bush, beneath the blooming briar. Let never living mortal ken a kindly Scot lies here. Throwing a shroud over the prostrate body of the wounded and dying soldier, that the enemy might not discover who it was that had fallen, they raised the standard and shouted lustily, "A Douglas! A Douglas!" and rushed with might and main upon the English host. Soon the English ranks began to waver, and when at last it was known that Hotspur had been taken prisoner by the Earl of Montgomery, "the enemy fled and turned their backs." According to Godscroft, there were 1,840 of the English slain, 1,040 taken prisoners, and 1,000 wounded. The losses on the Scottish, according to the same historian, were comparatively trifling, amounting only to 100 slain and 200 taken prisoners. This deed was done at Otterbourne, about the breaking of the day. Earl Douglas was buried at the bracken bush, and the Percy led captive away. There were several incidents connected with this famous battle that are worthy of special notice, but one in particular demands a passing word. The Bishop of Durham, at the head of 10,000 men, appeared on the field almost immediately after the battle had ended. The Scots were greatly alarmed and scarcely knew how, in the circumstances, having so many prisoners and wounded to attend to, they were to meet this formidable host. They fortified their camp, having only one pass by which it could be entered, made their prisoners swear that, whether rescued or not, they would remain their prisoners, and then they ordered their minstrels to play as merrily as possible. The Bishop of Durham had scarcely approached within a league of the Scots when they began to play such a concert that, "it seemed as if all the devils in hell had come thither to join in the noise," so that those of the English who had never before heard such were much frightened. As he drew nearer, the noise became more terrific. "The hills redoubled the sound," The bishop, being impressed with the apparent strength of the camp, and not a little alarmed at the discordant piercing sounds which proceeded from it, thought it desirable to retreat as speedily as possible, as it appeared to him that there were greater chances of loss than gain. He was affrighted with the sound of the horns. End quote. Thus ended one of the most notable battles on record. The flower of the chivalry of both nations took part in it, and never did men acquit themselves with greater credit. Indeed, it is generally admitted that the valor displayed on both sides has rarely, if ever, been surpassed. But perhaps most notable of all was the kindness and consideration displayed towards those who had been wounded or taken prisoner. The former were tended with the greatest care, and as for the latter, the most of them were permitted to go back to their homes, after having given their word of honor that they would return when called upon. Not more than 400 prisoners were carried into Scotland, and some of these were allowed to regain their liberty by naming their own ransom. Many severe accusations have been brought against Scotsmen, especially borderers, for their cruelty and inhumanity in time of war. It is perhaps possible to make good this indictment, but we do not believe that in regard to such matters the Scots were worse than their neighbors. And if they had great vices, they had also splendid virtues. They were brave, truthful, courteous, too ready perhaps to draw the sword on the slightest provocation, but as has been shown in the present instance, they were incapable of taking a mean advantage of a fallen foe. They loved fighting for its own sake, as well as for the sake of the booty, but when the battle was over, they cherished few resentments. The splendid qualities, physical and moral, so conspicuously brought to view in the Battle of Otterbourne cannot fail to suggest what a magnificent country Scotland might have become many centuries ago had she only been blessed with wise kings and a strong government. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Poor and lawless. Mountainous and strange is the country, and the people rough and savage. We have seen that the feeling of hatred to the English which prevailed on the Scottish borders was due to some extent to the memory of the wrongs which the borderers had suffered at the hands of their hereditary enemies. That this feeling had something to do with the existence and development of the reiving system must be apparent to every student of history and of human nature. It was the most natural thing in the world that the dwellers on the Scottish border should seek to retaliate, and as the forces at their command were seldom powerful enough to justify their engaging in open warfare, they resorted to the only other method of revenge which held out to them any hope of success. But while this aspect of the situation ought to be kept prominently in view, there are other factors of the problem which must not be overlooked. In the Middle Ages, the district of country known as the Borders must have presented a very different appearance from what it does at the close of the 19th century. The Merse, which is now for the most part in a high state of cultivation and capable of bearing the finest crops, was then in a comparatively poor condition, looked at from an agricultural point of view. The soil in many places was thin, poor, and marshy. Drainage was unknown, and the benefits accruing from the rotation of crops and the system of feeding the soil with artificial manures, so familiar in these days of high farming, were then very inadequately appreciated. Perhaps an exception to this statement ought to be made in favor of the land held and cultivated by the great religious houses, such as Melrose, Jedburgh, and Kelso. The tenants on these lands enjoyed special privileges and immunities, and were thus able to prosecute their labor not only with more skill, but with a greater certainty of success. It is sometimes said that the monks knew where to pitch their camps, that they appropriated to their own use and benefit the fairest and richest parts of the country. But, as Lord Hales very pertinently remarks, quote, "When we examine the sites of ancient monasteries, we are sometimes inclined to say with the vulgar that the clergy in former times always chose the best of the land and the most commodious habitations. But we do not avert that religious houses were frequently erected on waste grounds, afterwards improved by the art and industry of the clergy, who alone had art and industry." End quote. The land held by these houses was cultivated on more or less scientific principles. Quote, "Within the precincts of the wealthier abbeys," says Skelton, "an active industrial community was housed. The prescribed offices of the church were of course scrupulously observed, but the energies of the society were not exclusively occupied with, nor indeed mainly directed to, the performance of religious duties. The occupants of the monasteries wore the religious garb, but they were road makers, farmers, merchants, lawyers, as well as priests. The earliest roads in Scotland that deserved the name were made by the monks and their dependents, and were intended to connect the religious houses as trading societies with the capital or nearest seaport. A decent public road is indispensable to an industrial community, and a considerable portion of the trade of the country was in the hands of the religious orders. The monks of Melrose sent wool to the Netherlands, others trafficked in corn, in timber, in salmon. Each community, each order, as was natural, had its characteristic likings and dislikings. One house turned out the best scholars and lawyers, another the finest wool and the sweetest mutton. One was famed for poetry and history, another for divinity or medicine." End quote. It would therefore be nearer the truth to say that the monks made the districts in which they lived rich and fertile, than that they found them so and took possession of them in consequence. But beyond the sphere of these monastic institutions, the state of matters from an agricultural point of view could hardly have been worse. This was mainly due to the fact that, so far as Berwickshire and some parts of Dumfriesshire are concerned, the tiller of the soil was never sure that he would have the privilege of reaping his harvest. By the time the grain was ready for the sickle, an English army might invade the country and give the crops to the flames. This happened so frequently, and the feeling of insecurity thus became so great, that husbandry at times was all but abandoned. There can be no doubt that this was one prime factor in creating the poverty which was so long a marked and painful feature of the life of the Scottish borders. On the other hand, there was a considerable extent of country extending from Jedburgh to Cannobie, which was practically unfit for cultivation. The royal forest of Ettrick was of great extent and was reserved as a happy hunting ground for the court and its minions. Along the banks of the Teviot and the Liddel, embracing a considerable portion of Roxburgh and Dumfries, the extent of land capable of cultivation was by no means great, even though it had been found practical or politic to put it under the ploughshare. This region is one of the most mountainous in the south of Scotland, and in ancient times abounded in quaking bogs and inaccessible morasses. This district naturally became the favorite haunt of the border reiver. Here he could find ways and means either of securing his own cattle or those he had lifted from the search of the enemy by driving them into some inaccessible retreat, the entrance to which it was difficult, if not impossible, for strangers to discover. Of the general condition of the country at this time a vivid picture has been given by Aeneas Sylvius, one of the Piccolomini, afterwards Pius II, who visited Scotland in the year 1413. He thus writes, quote, "Concerning Scotland, he found these things worthy of repetition. It is an island joined to England, stretching 200 miles to the north and about 50 broad. A cold country, fertile of few sorts of grain, and generally void of trees. But there is a sulphurous stone dug up which is used for firing. The towns are unwalled, the houses commonly built without lime, and in villages roofed with turf, while a cow's hide supplies the place of a door. The commonalty are poor and uneducated, have abundance of flesh and fish, but eat bread as a dainty. The men are small in stature, but bold, the women fair and comely, and prone to the pleasures of love, kisses being esteemed of less consequence than pressing the hand is in Italy. The wine is all imported. The horses are mostly small ambling nags, only a few being preserved entire for propagation, and neither currycombs nor reins are used. From Scotland are imported into Flanders hides, wool, salt, fish, and pearls. Nothing gives the Scots more pleasure than to hear the English dispraised. The country is divided into two parts, the cultivated lowlands and the region where agriculture is not used. The wild Scots have a different language and sometimes eat the bark of trees. There are no wolves. Crows are new inhabitants, and therefore the tree in which they build becomes royal property. At the winter, when the author was there, the day did not exceed 4 hours. End quote. That there are several inaccuracies in this account goes without saying, but they are just such mistakes as a person making a hurried run through the country would very naturally commit. Wolves and crows were much more plentiful at that period than the inhabitants wished, as may be seen from various acts of Parliament which were passed in order to promote their destruction. But the general description of the country here given agrees in its main details with other contemporary records and presents a truly dismal picture of the poverty of the people. Even as late as the 16th century, there were few well-formed roads other than those already mentioned. There were no posts either for letters or for traveling. Education was confined to the library of the convent, where the sons of the barons were taught dialectic and grammar. Society consisted mainly of the agricultural class, who were half enslaved to the lords of the soil and obliged to follow them in war. The people were fearfully rude and ignorant, much more so than the English. In this respect, indeed, contrasting unfavorably with almost any other European state. Few of them could either read or write. Even the most powerful barons were often unable to sign their names. As might be expected in such a condition of society, the nobles exercised great oppression on the poor. The government of the country was a mere faction of the nobility as against all the rest. It is said that when a man had a suit at law, he felt he had no chance without using influence. Was he to be tried for an offense, his friends considered themselves bound to muster in arms around the court to see that he got justice, that is, to get him off unpunished if they could. Men were accustomed to violence in all forms as to their daily bread. Quote, "The hale realm of Scotland was sae divided in factions that it was hard to get any peaceable man as he rode out the highway to profess himself openly, either to be a favourer to the king or queen. All the people were cast in sae lows, and were become of sick dissolute minds and actions, that nane was in account but he that could either kill or reave his neighbours." End quote. Such facts as these indicate in a remarkable way the extraordinary weakness of the executive government. It is abundantly evident that the Scottish Parliament was most exemplary in passing measures for the protection and amelioration of the people, but, as Buchanan naively remarks, quote, "There was an Act of Parliament needed in Scotland, a decree to enforce the observance of the others." End quote. The King's writ did not run in many districts of the country. The unfortunate element in the situation was that it did not always coincide with the interests of the nobles to see that the decrees of the estates were carried into effect, and as a general rule, what did not happen to accord with their humor was set aside as of no moment. The consequence was that many acts of Parliament relating especially to the abnormal condition of the borders were no sooner passed than they were treated as practically obsolete. This accounts for the curious fact that we find the legislature returning again and again, at brief intervals, to the consideration of the same questions and issuing orders which might as well never have been recorded. When the councils of a nation are thus divided, and especially when those who are charged with the administration of the law pay no regard to it in their own persons, it would be a marvel if lawlessness in its multifarious forms did not become the dominant characteristic of the great body of the people. That this was the result produced is painfully evident. The great barons were practically supreme within their own domains, for while the execution of the laws might nominally pertain to the sovereign, the soldiers belonged to their chiefs and were absolutely at their command. Laws which cannot be enforced at the point of a sword must in the nature of the case remain practically inoperative. This unfortunate condition of affairs was a fruitful source of misery and mischief, especially on the borders, where the prevalence of the clan system conferred on the chiefs the most arbitrary and far-reaching powers. Had there been any possibility of bringing the border barons under effective governmental control, quote, the thefts, herships, and slaughters, end quote, for which this district was so long notorious, would have been in great part prevented. These men not only incited to crime, but standing as they did between the ruler and the ruled, they threw the aegis of their protection over the lawless and disobedient. If only that nation is to be reckoned happy which has few laws, but is accustomed to obey them, then Scotland, and the borders in particular, must have been in a most unfortunate condition during a lengthened period of its history. The laws passed were numerous, the obedience rendered most difficult to discover. But while these enactments rarely succeeded in producing the results aimed at, they are, notwithstanding, exceedingly valuable to the historian because of the interesting light they cast on the conditions and habits of the people. In the year 1567, in the first Parliament of James VI, an important act was passed entitled, quote, Anent theft and receipt of theft, taking of prisoners by thieves or bands for ransoms, and punishment of the same. End quote. It relates especially to the sheriffdoms of Selkirk, Roxburgh, Peebles, Dumfries, and Edinburgh, quote, and other inhabitants of the remnant shires of the realm, end quote, bearing that it is not unknown of the continual theft, reef, and oppression committed within the bounds of the said sheriffdoms by thieves, traitors, and other ungodly persons having neither fear of God nor man, which is the chief cause of the said thefts, and that the said thieves and, quote, broken men, end quote, commit daily, quote, thefts, reefs, airships, murders, and fire-raisings, end quote, upon the peaceable subjects of the country, quote, besides also takes sundry of them, end quote, detains them in captivity as prisoners, ransoms them, quote, or letteth them to borrowers for their entry again, end quote. In like manner, it is said, divers subjects of the inland take and sit under the assurance paying them blackmail, and permitting them to, quote, reef, harry, and oppress their nichtborus, end quote, with their knowledge and in their sight without resistance or contradiction. To remove these inconveniences, it was statute and ordained that whoever receipted, forfeited, maintained, or gave meat, harborage, or assistance to any thieves in their theftuous stealing or deeds, either coming thereto or passing therefrom, or intercommunes or trysts with them, without license of the keeper of the country where the thief remains, shall be called therefore at particular diets, quote, criminally other, ert and pert in their theftuous deeds, end quote, or proceeded against civilly after 15 days' warning, quote, without diet or tabel, end quote. It was further ordained under pain of lese majesty that no true and faithful lieges taken by these men should be holden to enter to them, all bonds to the contrary notwithstanding. And if anyone should happen to take and apprehend any of the said thieves, either in passing to commit said theft, or in the actual doing thereof, or in their returning thenceform, he was in no case to set them at liberty, but to present them before the justice and his deputies in the toll-booth of Edinburgh within 15 days, quote, gif their takeress justify them not to the death themselfes, end quote. Further, it was ordained that none take assurance or sit under assurance of said thieves, or pay them blackmail, or give them meat or drink under pain of death. In like manner, when thieves repaired to steal or reeve within the in-country, the lieges were commanded to rise, cry, and raise the fray and follow them, coming or going, on horse and foot, for recovery of the goods stolen, and apprehending of their persons under pain of being held partakers in the said theft. It was also added that if any open and notorious thief came to a house, the owner of the house might apprehend him without reproach. These enactments are at once minute and comprehensive, and had the power to enforce them corresponded in any degree with the good intentions of those who framed them, there would have been a considerable change produced in the affairs of the border. But the truth is, these so-called statutes were little better than mere, quote, pious opinions, end quote, reflecting credit on those responsible for them, but producing no impression or next to none on the country. Not many years after the passing of these acts, we find the estates busy at work again passing measure after measure for the quieting of the disordered subjects on the borders, for the staunching of theft and slaughter, and the punishment of, quote, wicked thieves and limmers, end quote. Things had gone from bad to worse. Every man's hand was against his neighbor. Clan rose against clan. The Scots and the Kerrs, the Maxwells and the Johnstons were constantly embroiled in petty warfare, the results of which, however, were sometimes most disastrous. Quote, the broken men, end quote, Grahams, Armstrongs, Bells, and other inhabitants of the debatable land, finding it either unsafe or inconvenient to commit such frequent airships on the English border, betook themselves with all their accustomed enthusiasm to the plundering of their Scottish neighbors. They are described as, quote, delighting in all mischief, and maced unnaturally and cruelly wasting and destroying, harrying and slaying their own neighbors, end quote. The Privy Council at last determined to deal with these matters and arranged to sit on the first day of every month in the year for this purpose. Trial and injunction was to be taken of the diligence done in the execution of things directed the month preceding, and of things necessary and expedient to be put in execution during the next month to come, and that a special register be kept of all that shall happen to be done and directed in matters concerning the quietness and good rule of the borders. But to make assurance doubly sure, it was also ordained at the same time that all landlords and bailies of the lands should find sufficient caution and surety under pain of rebellion to bring all persons guilty of, quote, reef, theft, receipt of theft, depredations, open and avowed fire-raisings, upon deadly feud, protected and maintained by their masters, end quote, before, quote, our sovereign lords justice, end quote, to underlie the law for the same. Failing their doing so, the landlords and bailies were bound to satisfy the party scathed, and to refund, content, and pay to them their, quote, heirships and scathes, end quote. And further, the chief of the clan in the bounds where, quote, broken men, end quote, dwell, and to which, quote, broken men, end quote, repair in their passing to steal and reeve, or returning therefrom, shall be bound to make the like stay and arrestment and publication as the landlords or bailies, and be subject to the like redress, criminal and civil, in the case of their failure and negligence. In addition to the foregoing ordinances, it was resolved that all captains, chiefs, and chieftains of the clans dwelling on the lands of diverse landlords shall enter pledges for those over whom they exercise authority, upon 15 days' notice, before His Highness and his secret council, said pledges to be placed as His Highness shall deem convenient. Quote, for the good rule in time coming, according to the conditions above written, whereunto the landlords and bailies are subject, under the pain of the execution of the said pledges to the death, and no redress made by the persons offended for whom the pledges lie. End quote. We also learn from another Act of Parliament passed at the same time that all pledges received for the good rule and quietness of the border shall be placed on the north side of the water of Forth, without exception or dispensation, and the pledges for the good rule of the Highlands and Isles to be placed on the south side of the same water of Forth. But one of the most extraordinary acts passed by this Parliament was an act forbidding the Scottish borderers to marry the daughters of the, quote, broken men, quote, or thieves of England, as it was declared that this was, quote, not only a hindrance to His Majesty's service and obedience, but also to the common peace and quietness betwixt both the realms, end quote. It was therefore statute and ordained, quote, that none of the subjects presume to take upon hand to marry with one English woman dwelling in the opposite marches without His Highness's express license, had and obtained to that effect under the Great Seal, under the pain of death and confiscation of all his goods movable, and this being a special point of dite in time coming." End quote. These enactments were doubtless well meant and under ordinary circumstances might have been expected to bring about beneficial results, but unfortunately they were treated with callous indifference. No improvement was effected. The "broken men" were not to be intimidated by such measures. They laughed at Parliament and scorned the laws. This is brought out in the most conclusive manner in the records of the State Paper Office, as we shall have occasion to point out in succeeding chapters. But proof of another kind lies ready to hand. An Act of Parliament was passed in 1593, just 6 years after those already noticed, in which complaint is made of the rebellious contempt of His Highness's subjects who, without regard of their dutiful obedience, pass daily to the horn, "for not finding of law surety," and, "for not subscribing of assurances in matter of feud," and for, "dinging and sticking His Majesty's messengers," in execution of their offices. Notice is also taken of some who nightly and daily reave, foray, and commit open theft and oppression, "for remede whereof our said sovereign lord ordains the acts and laws made before to be put to execution, and ratifies and approves the same in all points." It was further ordained that no respite or remission was to be granted at any time hereafter to any person or persons that passed to the horn for "theft, reef, slaughter, burning, or hairship, while the party scathed be first satisfied, and give ony respite or remission shall happen to be granted before the party grieved be first satisfied. The same shall be null and of nane avail, be way of exception or reply, without any further declarator, except the satis remissions and respites be granted for pacifying the broken counties and borders. End quote. These may be regarded as fair samples of the long list of measures passed at different times by the Scottish Parliament for the regulation of border affairs during the reign of the Jameses. In reading them, one is forcibly reminded of a remark made by one of the English wardens that, "things were very tickle on the Scottish border." No respect was paid to the law, either by the chiefs or their clansmen. In the preface to Carey's memoirs, these Scottish borderers are described as, "equaling the Kaffirs in the trade of stealing and the Hottentots in ignorance and brutality." This savage indictment is borne out by Sir William Bowes, who, in a letter to Burleigh in the year 1593, nearly 40 years after the Reformation, thus writes, "The opposite wardens and officers being always borderers bred and dwelling there, also cherish favourites and strengthen themselves by the worst disposed to support their factions. And as they are often changed by the king for their misdemeanours, the new man always refuses to answer for attempts before his time. Cessford the warden cannot answer for the whole Middlemarch, but must seek to Ferniehurst for one part, and Bicklew for Teviotdale. Execrable murders are constantly committed, whereof 4 new complaints were made to the Lords in the few days they were here, and 3 others this month in Athelstan Moor. The gentlemen of the Middlemarch recount out of their memories nearly 200 Englishmen miserably murdered by the Scots since the 10th year of Her Majesty's reign, for which no redress hath at all been made. I have presumed to testify this much to your lordship more tediously than I should, yet will be ready to do more practically if you direct me, praying you to receive from some other, equally heedful of truth, and in meantime trusting you will cover my name from undeserved offence. I pray God to make you an instrument under our gracious sovereign to cure the aforesaid gangrene thus noisomely molesting the foot of this kingdom." End quote. This gangrene was of long standing, and as we shall find was not to be easily eradicated. But while poverty, largely due to circumstances over which the people had no control, and lawlessness, the result of the inherent weakness of the central government, had much to do in creating that condition of affairs on the borders which we have briefly described, there were other and perhaps more potent causes which demand consideration. Foremost among these was the almost entire absence of the restraints and sanctions of religion. In one of the Acts of Parliament already noticed, it is significantly declared that one of the principal causes of the lawlessness of the borders was that, quote, they had neither fear of God nor man, end quote. To those familiar with certain phases of border history, this may appear somewhat anomalous. At an early period in the religious life of Scotland, this district was brought under the influence of the Evangel by St. Aidan and St. Cuthbert. That the work of these missionaries was signally successful is shown in the large number of churches planted all over the borderland. After the time of Queen Margaret, whose influence in certain directions was almost marvelously potent, the great religious houses of the borders rose in rapid succession, such as Melrose, Kelso, and Jedburgh, each a center and source of religious and social well-being. The moral life of the people, notwithstanding the existence of such beneficent institutions, may have been of an indifferent character, but what the state of matters might have been had those places and what they represented never been in existence at all, it is impossible to conceive. It was a true instinct which led the people to regard the Abbey of Haddington as the, quote, lamp of the Lothians, end quote. And the same designation might have been applied with equal appropriateness to every abbey in the country. Those places for many generations represented all that was highest and best in the thought and life of medievalism. Here law and order were supreme. Round those religious houses industrial, orderly communities sprang up, whose influence was felt throughout the length and breadth of the land. The monasteries may deserve all that was said of them in later times, but throughout a considerable period of their history, their influence was almost wholly beneficial. Scotland owes much to them, and there is no reason why the fact should not be generously recognized. It is no doubt true that, for some considerable time before the Reformation, those great institutions had sadly degenerated. Quote, Jeshurun waxed fat and kicked, end quote. The time came when they had perforce to yield to those disintegrating processes which usually herald the advent of reform. The old order changeth. The new wine of a democratic Protestantism in which the claims of the individual, his right to think for himself and form his own judgments, are prominent ingredients, agreed but indifferently with the old bottles of an earlier faith and polity. And so the monasteries disappeared. But it was long ere the new light of the Reformation made itself practically felt on the borders. When the influences which had hitherto been so potent ceased to operate, a condition of religious and moral chaos supervened. Hundreds of churches were left without ministers. Whole districts practically lapsed into barbarism. For at least 50 years after the Reformation, the Scottish borders were, to all intents and purposes, out with the influence of the Church. Even as late as the Covenanting period, their condition had not greatly improved. Quote, we learn, says Sir Walter Scott, from a curious passage in the life of Richard Cameron, a fanatical preacher during what is called the time of persecution, that some of the borderers retained till a late period their indifference about religious matters. After having been licensed at Hohead in Teviotdale, he was, according to his biographer, sent first to preach in Annandale. He said, how can I go there? I know what sort of people they are. But Mr. Welch said, go your way, Ritchie, and set the fire of hell to their tails. He went, and the first day he preached on the text, how shall I put thee among the children, etc. In application, he said, put you among the children, the offspring of thieves and robbers. We have all heard of Annandale thieves. Some of them got a merciful cast that day and told afterwards that it was the first field meeting they had ever attended and that they went out of mere curiosity to see a minister preach in a tent and people sit on the ground. End quote. During the period of religious decadence prior to the Reformation, a remarkable custom not unknown elsewhere prevailed on the borders. Owing to the scarcity of clergymen, especially in the vales of Euse, Esk, and Little, the rites of the church were only intermittently celebrated, a circumstance which gave rise to what was known as hand fasting. Loving couples who met at fairs and other places of public resort agreed to live together for a certain period, and if when the Book of Bosom man, as the itinerant clergyman was called, came to pay his yearly visit to the district, they were still disposed to remain in wedlock, they received the blessing of the church. But if it should happen that either party was dissatisfied, then the union might be terminated, on the express condition, however, that the one desiring to withdraw should become responsible for the maintenance of the child or children which may have been born to them. Quote, the connection so formed was binding for 1 year only, at the expiration of which time either party was at liberty to withdraw from the engagement, or in the event of both being satisfied, the hand fasting was renewed for life. This custom is mentioned by several authors and was by no means confined to the lower classes, John Lord Maxwell and a sister of the Earl of Angus being thus contracted in January 1577. End quote. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Raids and Forays. Then forward bound both horse and hound, and rattle o'er the vale, as the wintry breeze through leafless trees drives on the pattering hail. Behind their course the English fells in deepening blue retire, till soon before them boldly swells the Muir of Dun Red's Wire. Leyden. To give anything like an adequate account of the various raids and forays on the one side of the border and on the other would fill many volumes. These raids, as we have already noticed, began at an early period and were carried on almost without intermission for at least 300 years. The Armstrongs and Elliots in Liddesdale and many of the other noted clans in Merse and Teviotdale were always riding. As an English warden remarks in one of his dispatches to the government, quote, they lie still never a night, end quote, a statement which may be accepted as literally true. At some point or other along the borderline, invasions, either on the part of the Scots or English, were constantly occurring. In this respect, more especially during the reign of Queen Elizabeth, the Scots were perhaps the principal offenders, but as a general rule their invasions, though frequent, were on a comparatively small scale, partaking rather of the nature of forays than of raids. They would hurriedly cross the border of an evening, drive together as many cattle or sheep as they could find, and then hasten back with all possible speed to their own country. Sometimes, if they were compelled to go a considerable distance inland, they would hide during the day in some quiet glen within the enemy's territory, and then sally forth as soon as the moon lent her kindly aid, and accomplish with the utmost expedition the task which had brought them thither. It is said that these incursions were marked with the desire of spoil rather than of slaughter, a statement which may be true so far as forays generally are concerned, but which certainly does not apply to the more important raids. These latter incursions were marked with every element of ferocity and bloodshed. In some of the raids conducted by Cessford and Bickley in the 15th century, in Redesdale and Tynedale, many lives were sacrificed, and all who offered resistance were put to the sword. Hertford, Wharton, and others, in their raids upon the Scottish border, seemed often more intent on shedding blood than securing booty. The statement that these incursions were marked with a desire for spoil rather than bloodshed must therefore be accepted cum grano salis. It would seem that the season of the year most favorable to reiving was between Michaelmas and Martinmas. The reason of this is not difficult to discover. The Reivers, in their expeditions, hardly ever went on foot. They rode small hackneys, hardy, well-built animals, on which they cantered over hill and dale, moor and meadow, a circumstance which gained for them the name of hobblers. In the late autumn, the moors and mosses were drier than at most any other season of the year, which made riding, in certain districts especially, a much more easy and expeditious undertaking. Then the winter supply had to be secured. The beef tub required replenishing, and as the mart was rarely ever fed at home, it had to be sought for elsewhere. It was a case of all hands to work, and every available horse or rider was brought into requisition. Leslie has given a graphic description of the methods adopted by the border reivers to secure their booty. Everything was gone about in the most orderly and deliberate manner. He says that the reivers never told their beads with so much devotion as when they were setting out on a marauding expedition and expected a good booty as a recompense of their devotion. Quote, "They sally out of their own borders in troops, through unfrequented ways and many intricate windings. In the daytime they refresh themselves and their horses in lurking places they had pitched on before, till they arrive in the dark at those places they have a design upon. As soon as they have seized upon their booty, they, in like manner, return home in the night, through blind ways and fetching many a compass. The more skilful any captain is to pass through these wild deserts, crooked turnings, and deep precipices in the thickest mists and darkness, his reputation is the greater, and he is looked upon as a man of an excellent head, and they are so very cunning that they seldom have their booty taken from them, unless sometimes, when by the help of bloodhounds following them exactly upon the track, they may chance to fall into the hands of their adversaries. When being taken, they have so much persuasive eloquence and so many smooth and insinuating words at command that if they do not move their judges, nay, and even their adversaries to have mercy, yet they incite them to admiration and compassion." End quote. Such a skillful captain, as is here referred to, was the famous Hobby Noble, who terminated his adventurous career in, quote, Merry Carlisle, end quote, where so many famous freebooters at one time or other have paid the last penalty of the law. Speaking of himself, he says, quote, "But will ye stay till the day gae down, until the night come o'er the ground, and I'll be a guide worth ony twa that may in Liddesdale be found. Though the night be dark as pick and tar, I'll guide ye o'er yon hill, say he, and bring ye in a safety back, if ye'll be true and follow me." End quote. But the skill of the leader of the foray was not always sufficient to bring his followers safely back to their homes and families. When the bloodhounds were put on the track, it was often a matter of the greatest difficulty for the thieves to elude their pursuers. Quote, "The russet bloodhound wont, near Ant's stream, to trace the sly thief with avenging foot, close as an evil conscience." End quote. These useful animals were kept at different points along the border, and as they rendered most important services, we are not surprised to learn that a good sleuthhound often sold as high as 100 crowns. It may be interesting before proceeding to give an account of some of the more famous raids, to glance briefly at the manner in which the raiders were armed and accoutred for the fray. Froissart has given the following account of the Scottish borderers and Scottish soldiers generally as they appeared towards the close of the 14th century. Quote, "The Scots," he says, "are bold, hardy, and much inured to war. When they make their invasions into England, they march from 20 to 24 leagues without halting, as well by night as by day, for they are all on horseback, except the camp followers who are on foot. The knights and esquires are mounted on large bay horses, the common people on little galloways. They bring no carriages with them on account of the mountains they have to pass in Northumberland, neither do they carry with them any provisions of bread and wine, for the habits of sobriety are such in time of war that they will live a long time on flesh half sodden, without bread, and drink the river water without wine. They have therefore no occasion for pots or pans, for they dress the flesh of their cattle in the skins after they have taken them off, and being sure to find plenty of them in the country which they invade, they carry none with them. Under the flaps of his saddle each man carries a broad plate of metal, behind the saddle a little bag of oatmeal. When they have eaten too much of the sodden flesh, and their stomach appears weak and empty, they place this plate over the fire, mix with water their oatmeal, and when the plate is heated, they put a little of the paste upon it, and make a thin cake like a cracknel or biscuit, which they eat to warm their stomachs. It is therefore no wonder they perform a longer day's march than other soldiers. In this manner the Scots entered England, destroying and burning everything as they passed. They seized more cattle than they knew what to do with. Their army consisted of 4,000 men at arms, knights and esquires, well mounted, besides 20,000 men, bold and hardy, armed after the manner of their country, and mounted upon little hackneys that are never tied up or dressed, but are turned immediately after the day's march to pasture on the heath or in the field." End quote. It may be said that this description, which, it may be remarked, is as graphic in outline as it is minute in detail, applies rather to the regular army than to those undisciplined marauding bands which infested the borders, and to which the name Reivers or moss troopers is usually assigned. This is no doubt true. At the same time, it must not be forgotten that many of the more important raids were undertaken by large bodies of troops, numbering sometimes 3,000 or 4,000 men. This much at least is certain, that the border reiver was always well mounted and well armed with lance or spear, which, on occasion, he could use with much dexterity and skill. With a steel cap on his head, a jack slung over his shoulders, a pistol or hagbut at his belt, he was ever ready for the fray, and prepared to give or take the hardest blows. He was naturally fond of fighting. Like Dandy Dinmont's terriers, he never could get enough of it, and must have found life particularly irksome when he was compelled to desist from his favorite pastime. He lived in the saddle, and was as unaccustomed to the ordinary occupations of the world as the wild Arab of the desert. Even to enumerate the raids and forays on one side or the other, of which some record has been left either in the histories of the two kingdoms or in the archives of the State Paper Office, would be an almost endless task, and moreover would serve no really useful purpose. The details of the burnings, herships, and slaughters, which were the necessary concomitants of the invasions, are much the same in all cases. It is a dreary tale of theft and oppression, bloodshed and murder. The following incidents may be taken as fairly illustrative examples. During the reign of Henry VIII, the relations between the two kingdoms were often of a most unsatisfactory and unsettled character. This was due to a variety of causes, partly political and partly religious. The same difficulties cropped up in the subsequent reigns of Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth, and the consequence was that war clouds were ever hanging, dark and threatening, on the horizon. The mutual antagonism between the two countries fostered the raiding tendencies of both kingdoms. The Scots were intent on despoiling their more wealthy neighbors, and the English never missed an opportunity of humiliating and crippling their ancient foes. Two of the most destructive invasions or raids on the part of the English were conducted by the Earl of Hertford and Sir Ralph Uri. The former invaded the country both by sea and land. Edinburgh and Leith suffered severely. The abbey and palace of Holyrood were given to the flames. All along the east coast and southward as far as Merse and Teviotdale marked the steps of the retreating and relentless invaders. Henry's savage instructions were faithfully carried out. When Hertford set out on this expedition, he was commanded, quote, to put all to fire and sword, to burn Edinburgh town, and to raise and deface it, when you have sacked it and gotten what you can out of it, as that it may remain forever a perpetual memory of the vengeance of God lighted upon it for their falsehood and disloyalty. Do what you can out of hand and without long tarrying to beat down and overthrow the castle. Sack Holyrood House, and as many towns and villages about Edinburgh as ye conveniently can. sack Leith, and burn and subvert it, and all the rest, putting man, woman, and child to fire and sword without exception, where any resistance shall be made against you. And this done, pass over to the Fife land, and extend the extremities and destructions in all towns and villages, whereunto you may reach conveniently, and not forgetting amongst all the rest so to spoil and turn upside down the Cardinal's town of St. Andrews, as the upper stone may be nether, and not one stick stand by another, sparing no creature alive within the same, specially such as in friendship or blood be allied to the Cardinal." This hideous policy on the part of the English king was fruitful mainly of bitter memories. He did not accomplish the object he had in view, but he certainly succeeded in engendering in the Scottish mind a feeling of the most bitter hostility. It produced, however, one good result. It alienated from the English monarch some of those nobles who had for some time been wavering in their allegiance to the Scottish throne, and had been, either secretly or openly, lending their aid to further the machinations of the English government. But as destructive as Hertford's invasion proved, which has been well described as only a foray on a large scale, it was totally eclipsed by the raid undertaken by Sir Ralph Urey in the following year, 1544. He crossed the Scottish border with a considerable army and laid waste nearly the whole of Merse and Teviotdale, reducing that large and important district to a blackened desert. Jedburgh and Kelso were burnt to the ground, and the surrounding country plundered and destroyed. Quote, "The whole number of towns, towers, steads, barnacons, parish churches, bastille houses seized, destroyed, and burnt in all the border country was 192, Scots slain 400, prisoners taken 816, Nolt 10,386, sheep 12,496, gates (goats) 200, bowls of corn 850, insight gear an indefinite quantity." The great part of these devastations were committed in the Merse and Teviotdale. The other commanders of chief note, besides Sir Ralph Urey, were Sir Brian Leighton and Sir George Bowes. On the 17th July, Bowes, Leighton, and others burnt Dunse, the chief town of the Mers, and John Carr's son with his garrison entered Greenlaw and carried off a booty of cattle, sheep, and horses. On the 19th of the same month, the men of Tynedale and Ridsdale, returning from a road into Teviotdale, fought with the Laird of Farenhurst and his company, and took himself and his son John prisoners. On July 24th, the Wark garrison, the captain of Norham Castle, and H. Urey burnt Long, Ednam, made many prisoners, took a bastille house strongly kept, and got a booty of 40 Nolt and 30 horses, besides those on which their prisoners were mounted, each on a horse. August 2nd, the captain of Norham burnt the town of Home, hard to the castle gates with the surrounding stades. September 6th, Sir Ralph Urey burnt Eichford church and town, the barnacan of Ormiston, and won by assault the Moss Tower, burnt it, and slew 34 people within it. He likewise burnt several other places in that neighborhood, and carried off more than 500 Nolt and 600 sheep, with 100 horseload of spoils got in the Tower. September 27th, the men of the east and part of the Middlemarch won the church of Eccles by assault, and slew 8 men in the abbey and town, most part gentlemen of head surnames. They also took several prisoners, and burnt and spoiled the said abbey and town. On the same day the garrison of Berwick brought out of the east end of the Mers 600 bowls of corn, and took prisoner Patrick Home, brother's son to the Laird of Ayton. November 5th, the men of the Middlemarch burnt Lesudden, in which were 1,600 strong bastille houses, slew several of the owners, and burnt much corn. November 9th, Sir George Bowes and Sir Brian Leighton burnt Dryburgh, a market town, all except the church, with much corn, and brought away 100 Nolt, 60 nags, 100 sheep, and much other booty, spoilage, and insight gear." End quote. This record is an instructive one. It shows how these merciless raiders were dominated by the spirit of destruction and revenge. Nothing was spared which it was possible for them to destroy. This invasion must have proved particularly vexatious and disheartening to the Scottish borderers. Flodden had left them terribly crippled. The damage they had sustained was not only of a material kind, the loss of men and resources. It was also, to a certain extent, moral and intellectual. They had become utterly disheartened, and it was some considerable time before they regained their wonted confidence and intrepidity. Duel and way for the order sent our lads to the border. The English for once by guile won the day. The flowers of the forest that fought aye the foremost, the prime of our land, are called in the clay. We'll hear nae mair lilting at the ewe milking. Women and bairns are heartless and wae. Sighing and moaning on ilka green loaning, the flowers of the forest are a weed away. The darkest part of the night precedes the dawn. Help was forthcoming from an unexpected quarter. Henry had promised to give Ure a grant of all the land he could conquer in Merse, Teviotdale, and Lauderdale, and it so happened that the greater part of the district named belonged to Angus, who was then in disgrace at the Scottish court, and for some time had been currying favour with the English king. When he learned what had taken place, his indignation was unbounded. He swore that, quote, if Ralph Ure dared to act upon the grant, he would write his sazon or instrument of possession on his skin with sharp pens and bloody ink. End quote. Scotland has not unfrequently been deserted by her nobles at the most critical periods of her history, but just as often has she been saved by their valor and patriotism. On the present occasion, Angus was not moved to action, perhaps, by any really patriotic feeling. Had his own interest not been imperiled, he would, in all probability, have remained an idle spectator of the ruin and devastation which, like a flood, was rushing over the land. Be this as it may, he acted with promptitude and effect. Having been joined by the regent, who brought with him a small and hastily gathered force, Angus challenged the English army at Melrose, and, though at first he was compelled to retreat, he hung upon the rear of the enemy until, joined by Sir Walter Scott of Bickley and the redoubtable Norman Leslie, he gave them battle on Ancram Moor. The English, flushed with confidence by their former successes, rushed precipitately upon the Scottish army, believing that their ranks had fallen into confusion and were preparing for flight. It was not long ere they were undeceived. The Scots were ready for the encounter, and in a short time completely routed the formidable host by which they were assailed. The battle speedily became a slaughter. Sir Ralph Ure and Sir Brian Leighton both lay dead on the field. 1,000 prisoners were taken, among them being many persons of rank for whom high ransoms were extracted. It is said that the peasantry of the neighborhood, hitherto only spectators of the short conflict, drew near to intercept and cut down the English, and women whose hearts had been steeled against the fugitives by their atrocious barbarities joined in the pursuit, and spurred on the conquerors by calling upon them to, quote, remember Broomhouse, end quote. One of these heroines has been immortalized. Her monument may still be seen in the neighborhood of Ancram. On it were inscribed the following lines. Fair maiden Liliard lies under this stain. Little was her stature, but great was her fame. Upon the English loons she laid many thumps, and when they cutted off her legs, she fought upon her stumps. Some may be disposed to think that the devastation caused by Hertford and Sir Ralph Ure must be exceptional, that the raiding and reaving must have gone on much more quietly than such accounts would lead us to suppose. But this is not so. The borders were kept in a constant state of turmoil. They had no sooner recovered from one invasion than they were subjected to another. Long before Hertford's time, for example, Lord Dacre, one of the English wardens, made a succession of the most disastrous raids on the Scottish border and carried off immense quantities of booty. He was exultant over his good fortune. Writing under date October 29, 1513, he says, quote, "On Tuesday at night last past, I sent divers of my tenants to Gillisland to take the number of 60 persons in Eskildale Moor upon the Middle Marches, and there burnt 7 houses, took and brought away 36 head of cattle, and much insight. On Wednesday, at 3 of the clock afternoon, my broder Sir Christopher assembled divers of the king's subjects, being under my rule, and rode all night into Scotland, and on Thursday, in the morning, they began upon the said Middle Marches, and burnt Stakehew, with the hamlets belonging to them down. Irwin Byrne, being the Chamberlain of Scotland, owned lands, and under his rule, continually burning from the break of day to 1 of the clock afternoon, and there one took and brought away 400 head of cattle, 300 sheep, certain horses, and very much insight, and slew 2 men, hurt and wounded divers other persons and horses, and then entered England ground again at 7 of the clock that night." End quote. Such a record as this ought to have given great satisfaction to the government. Lord Dacre had evidently done his utmost to impoverish and ruin the unfortunate Scottish borderers, but the English appetite at this time was not easily satisfied. Naturally enough, Dacre's invasion led to reprisals, and so successful had the Scots been in their forays on the opposite border that the English government blamed their representative for not having prevented these raids. In reply to these rather unjust complaints, Dacre wrote saying that, quote, "For 1 cattle taken by the Scots we have taken 1 and brought away out of Scotland 100, and for 1 sheep 200 of a surety, and has for townships and houses burnt in any of the said east, middle, and west marches within my reel, fro the beginning of this war unto this day, I assure your lordships for truth that I have and he's caused to be burnt and destroyed 6 times more towns and houses within the west and middle marches of Scotland, in the same season than is done to us, as I may be trusted, and as I shall evidently prove. For the water of Little, being 12 miles in length, whereupon was 100 ploughs, the water of Hughes being 8 miles of length in the said marches, whereupon was 7 ploughs, lies all and every of them waste now, no corn sown upon the said ground. Upon the west marches I have burnt and destroyed the townships of Anand, together with 33 others mentioned in detail, and the water of Esk from Stablegorton down to Canopy, being 6 miles in length, whereas there was in all times past 400 ploughs and above, which are now clearly wasted, and no man dwelling in any of them in this day, save only in the Toweries of Anand Steeple and Walshope." End quote. As might be expected, these inroads were not allowed to pass unredressed, as the Scots never missed an opportunity of retaliating. During the latter half of the 15th century, they were considerably weakened by the successive wars in which they were compelled to engage in their own defense. But we find that a century later, during the reign of Elizabeth, they had completely recovered and made their power felt in no uncertain manner. They raided upon the opposite border without intermission, plundering all and sundry, sparing only those who were prepared to pay them blackmail, quote, "that they might be free from their cumber." End quote. The English wardens were comparatively helpless, owing to their lack of men and horses to defend the marches. The Scottish Reivers were not easily captured, and when it came to an encounter, unless matched against a greatly superior force, they almost invariably gave a good account of themselves. We find Uri affirming in a letter to Cecil, under date May 1596, that the spoils of his march amounted to the sum of 120,000 pounds, quote, "the redress for which is so cunningly delayed that the Queen's service is ruined." End quote. Sir Robert Carey, who was warden of the East March, has a still more doleful tale to relate. He says that when he applied to the opposite warden for redress, he, quote, "got nothing but fair words." End quote. He furnished his government with a note of the, quote, slaughters, stouths, and reefs, end quote, committed within his wardenry, which shows that the Scottish reivers were ever ready to make the most of their opportunities. The following is a suggestive list. Nicholas Bolton of Midrum, slain in daylight at his own plough by Sir Robert Keir of the Spelaw and his servants. Thomas Story of Kilham, slain there by night by Sir Robert Keir and his servants. John Selby of Poston, slain by the Burns defending his own goods in his own house there. John Ewart of Cornham, slain on English ground at the rescue of Englishmen bringing their own goods. Reefs, in Hethpool in daylight by the Davidsons, Youngs, and Burns of 40 kine and oxen, and hurting Thomas and Peter Story, etc., in peril of their lives. Another there by daylight by the Kerrs, Youngs, and Tates of 46 head of neat, shooting John Gray with a piece in peril of death, and hurting one of the brewhouses following, and taking his horse. In West Newton in daylight by James Davidson of Burney Ridge, etc., of 5 horses and mares. Another there at night, taking up 2 horses, 20 neat, and insight worth 20 nobles. On Thomas Rutledge of Kilham at night by the Youngs of 30 kine and oxen. On Adam Smith of Brigmile at night by the Kerrs, Youngs, Burns, etc., of 20 neat and 5 horse and mares. In Copeland by the Youngs, Burns, and Kears on Gilbert Wright by cutting up his doors with axes of 30 neat, 4 horses and mares, and insight worth £10. In Haggeston by the Youngs, Halls, Piles, and Amesleys by cutting up their doors with axes of 30 neat, 5 nags, and hunting 4 men in peril of death. On Ralph Selby of Westwood by the Youngs, etc., by breaking his tower and taking 3 geldings worth £60 sterling and better. Then follows a long list of the stouths, which would only be a weariness to repeat. These incidents had all occurred in this march within a brief period and may be accepted as an illustration of what was going on almost every day in the year within the respective wardenries. This game, it may be said, was indulged in with equal spirit and pertinacity on both sides. We read of 2 men in the Middlemarch in England coming into Liddesdale and carrying off 30 score kye and oxen, 31 score sheep and gate, 24 horses and mares, and all their insight, quote, the people being at their shellus, lipning for no harm, and wounded 2 pure men to their deed, end quote. At the same time, Captain Carville, with 2,000 Wagat men, by Lord Scorp's special command, burnt, quote, 6 mile of bounds in Liddesdale, took sundry pure men, and banned them with twa and twa in leashes and cordis, and that naked, taking away 1,000 kye and oxen, 2,000 sheep, and 6 score of horses and mares to the great wrack of the pure subjects, end quote. These forays, it must be admitted, were sometimes conducted in the most relentless and cruel spirit. We read, for example, of one Sowerby near Coldbeck having his house broken into and himself most cruelly used. Quote, they set him on his bare buttocks upon an hot iron, and then they burned him with a hot griddle about his belly and sundry other parts of his body to make him give up his money, which they took under £4. End quote. Some of the most interesting episodes in border history were not the outcome of any deep-laid scheme, but the result of some sudden and unexpected emergency. It was difficult for the inhabitants of the opposite marches to come into close contact without the greatest danger of an outbreak of hostilities. Individual families were often on friendly terms and were ready even to assist each other on occasion. The Scots sometimes brought the English to help them to rob those who lived in their own neighborhood, and the English, on the other hand, were equally ready to avail themselves of the assistance of those on the opposite border when they had a similar object in view. But when they came together in their hundreds or thousands, as they sometimes did on a, quote, day of truce, end quote, then it was a matter of supreme difficulty to keep them from flying at each other's throats. Feeling ran high, and a word, a look, was sometimes sufficient to change an otherwise peaceful meeting into one of turmoil and bloodshed. One notable instance of this kind is known as the, quote, raid of the Reidswire, end quote. Sir John Foster, the English warden, and Sir John Carmichael, the warden on the opposite march, had a meeting for the regulation of border affairs on the 7th July, 1575. Each warden was attended by his retinue and by the armed clans inhabiting the district, as the balladist describes it. Quote, Carmichael was our warden then, he caused the country to convene, and the laird's wat that worthy man brought in the surname Wheel Basine. The Armstrongs that I hae been, a hardy house, but not a hale, the Elliots' honours to maintain, brought down the lave o' Liddesdale. Then Teviotdale came to with speed, the sheriff brought the Douglas down, with Cranestan, Gladstein, good at need, both real water and Harwick town. Benjettet Bodley made him boon, with a' the Trumbles strong and stout. The Rutherfords with grit renown conveyed the town of Jedburgh out. End quote. The two parties had apparently met on the best of terms. Mirth and good fellowship prevailed. The peddlers erected their temporary booths and sold their wares. The gathering presented the appearance of a rural fair. No one could have suspected that so much bad feeling was hidden under such a fair exterior, and ready to burst forth in a moment with volcanic fury. Yet such was the case. A dispute arose betwixt the two wardens about one Farnstein, a notorious English freebooter against whom a bill had been filed by a Scottish complainer. Foster declared that he had fled from justice and could not be found. Carmichael regarded this statement as a pretext to avoid making compensation for the felony. He bade Foster play fair. The English warden was indignant. Raising himself in the saddle and stretching his arm in the direction of Carmichael, he told him to match himself with his equals. Quote, Carmichael bade them speak out plainly, and cloak no cause for ill nor good. The other, answering him as vainly, began to reckon kin and blood. He raised and raxed him where he stood, and bade him match with him his marrows. Then Tyndale heard them reason rude, and they loot off a flight of arrows. End quote. The cry was raised, quote, To it, Tyndale! End quote. And immediately the merry meeting was turned into a Donnybrook fair, where hard blows were given and received. The Scots at first had the worst of the encounter, and would have been completely routed had it not been for two circumstances. The men of Tyndale, conscious of their superior strength, began to rifle the merchant packs, and thus fell into disorder. At this juncture, a band of citizens of Jedburgh, armed with firearms, unexpectedly, but most opportunely, appeared on the scene, and in a short time the skirmish ended in a complete victory for the Scots. Sir John Heron was slain, and Sir John Foster and many other Englishmen of rank taken prisoner. Quote, But after they had turned backs, yet Tyndale men they turned again, and had not been the merchant packs, there had been May of Scotland slain. But Jesu, if the folk were fain to put the bussing on their thighs, and so they fled with their mane down o'er the brae like clogged bees. End quote. The prisoners were sent to Dalkeith, where for a short time they were detained in custody by the Earl of Morton. He ultimately dismissed them with presents of falcons, which gave rise to a saying on the borders that for once the regent had lost by his bargain, as he had given live hawks for dead herons, alluding to the death of Sir John Heron. Quote, Who did invent that day of play, we need not fear to find him soon, for Sir John Foster, I dare well say, made us this noisome afternoon. Not that I speak precisely out, that he supposed it would be peril, but pride and breaking out of feud, Garrod Tyndale lads began the quarrel. End quote. Quote, the Queen of England, says Ridpath, when informed of these proceedings, was very much incensed and sent orders to her ambassador Killigrew, who had a little before gone to Scotland, to demand immediate satisfaction for so great an outrage. Killigrew was also directed to inform the regent that the Queen had ordered the Earl of Huntingdon, who was then President of the Council at York and Lieutenant of the Northern Counties, to repair to the borders for the trial and ordering of the matter, and that she expected that Morton would meet him in person for that effect. Morton, ever studious to gratify Elizabeth, readily agreed to the proposal. The two earls accordingly met at Fowlding, near the Berwick boundary, and continued their conferences there for some days, in the course of which Morton made such concessions and agreed to such conditions of redress as entirely healed the offence. Carmichael, who was considered as the principal offender, was sent as a prisoner into England and detained a few weeks at York, but the English court, being now convinced that Forrester had been in the wrong in the beginning of the fray, the Scottish warden was dismissed with honour and gratified with a present to effectuate the restitution of goods which Morton had engaged should be made by the subjects of Scotland. He summoned all, on this side of the Forth, to attend him with 20 days' provision of victuals in an expedition to the borders. But this summons sufficed to awe the offenders to make themselves the restitution required. End quote. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wardens of the Marches. The Widdowfowl Wardeness took my gear, and left me neither horse nor mere, nor eardly good that me belanget. Now wall away I maun be hangit. Pinkerton. Owing to the peculiar circumstances in which the borders were placed, it was found necessary for the preservation of order and the detection and punishment of crime to appoint special officers or wardens armed with the most extensive powers. On either side of the border there were 3 marches lying opposite each other, called the East, West, and Middle Marches. The wardens were, as a general rule, officers of high rank, holding special commissions from the Crown. The English government had little difficulty in finding gentlemen of high station and proved ability to undertake the duties of such an office. But in Scotland the king was considerably circumscribed in his choice, as the border chiefs were accustomed to carry things with a high hand, and in any arrangements relating to the management of affairs in their own districts, their wishes and interests had, perforce, to be respected. The office of warden was regarded as belonging, by a kind of prescriptive or hereditary right, to one or other of the more prominent and powerful border families. This policy was fraught with many disadvantages, and it must be frankly admitted produced the very evils it was designed to suppress. The Scottish wardens had other objects in view besides the maintenance of a certain semblance of law and order in the districts over which they ruled. They seldom lost sight of their own pecuniary interests, and frequently prostituted their high office to secure their own ends. The wardens themselves were often the principal offenders. In the East March, the warden was most generally either an Earl of Home or a Kerr of Cessford. The Middle March was long under the supervision of the Earls of Bothwell and the Lords of Bickley. The West March was usually represented either by a Johnston or a Maxwell. The Scottish wardens, though invested with the most arbitrary powers, found it politic to enter into bonds of alliance with the neighbouring chiefs, in order not only to increase their influence and power within their own wardenries, but to add to their authority when called upon to deal with questions of a more general nature. This fact reveals unmistakably the weakness of the central government of the country at this period and indicates the important part which was played by the nobility in the administration of the affairs of the nation. Several of these bonds have been preserved. Some of them are too lengthy for quotation, but the following one, which is comparatively brief, may be taken as a fair sample of the whole. It is subscribed by the lairds of Bicklew, Hunthill, Bonjedart, Greenhead, Cavers, and Redhew in favour of Sir Thomas Keir of Fernahurst, and runs as follows, quote, "We undersigned, inhabitants of the Middlemarch of this realm opposite England, understanding how it has pleased the King's Majesty our Sovereign Lord to make and constitute Sir Thomas Kerr of Fernahurst, Knight, His Highness Warden, and Justice over all the Middlemarch, and acknowledging how far we are in duty bound to the service by our counsel and forces to be employed in the assistance of his said Warden in all things tending to the good rule and quietness of the said Middlemarch, and setting forth of his Highness authority against these traitors, rebels, and other malefactors to their due punishment and defence and safety of true men. Therefore we be bound and obliged, and by the tenor hereof binds and obliges us, and every one of us, that we should truly serve the King's Majesty our Sovereign Lord, and obey and assist his said Warden in the premise, and shall concur with others in giving our advice and counsel, or with our forces in pursuit or defence of the said thieves, traitors, rebels, and other malefactors, disobedient to our Sovereign Lord's authority, or disturbers of the public peace and quietness of the realm, as we shall be charged or warned by open proclamations, missives, bailies, or other the like accustomed forms, as we will answer to his Highness upon our obedience at our highest charge and peril. If we shall be found remiss or negligent, we are content to be repute held and esteemed as favourers and partakers with the said thieves, traitors, rebels, and malefactors in their treasonable and wicked deeds, and to be called, pursued, and punished therefore according to these laws in example of others." End quote. There can be no doubt that these bonds were often contracted in good faith. That is to say, those who subscribed them were honestly desirous to fulfill, both in the spirit and letter, the obligations thus undertaken. It is, however, worthy of remark that those who had thus sworn allegiance to the Warden had not infrequently ends of their own to serve, which conflicted with their duty to the representatives of law and order. Thieves were harbored, or at least allowed to remain unmolested on the estates, or within the jurisdiction of those who had thus professedly banded themselves together for their detection and punishment. The result was that the subscribers to the bond were occasionally reported to the government for their delinquencies, and prosecuted and punished for their breach of faith. Thus we find that on one occasion Walter Kerr of Cessford, James Douglas of Cavers, George Rutherford of Hunthill, and Kerr of Dolphinstone were convicted of art and part of the favour and assistance afforded to Robert Rutherford, called Cockburn, and John Rutherford, called Jock of the Green, and their accomplices, rebels, and at the Horn, permitting them to pass within their bounds continually for divers years past, for not using their utmost endeavour to hinder them from committing sundry slaughters, stouth reefs, thefts, and oppressions on the king's poor lieges, nor ejecting the said rebels, their wives and their children, from their bounds and bailiaries, but knowingly suffering them to pass within their limits, and to remain therein beyond the space of 12 hours, to commit sundry crimes during the time of their passing, and reset within the shire in which they dwelt, thereby breaking, transgressing, and violating their obligation and bond to the king, and incurring the pains contained in the said bond. It is remarkable, considering the reputation enjoyed by the borderers for being true to their word, that such occurrences should have been so frequently complained of. Unfortunately, the wardens were as little animated by a high sense of honor as those who had solemnly pledged themselves to support them in the discharge of the duties of their office. They frequently, and in some cases almost systematically, exercised the powers conferred on them, not in trying to preserve the public peace, but in wreaking vengeance on their enemies. A striking instance of this is to be seen in the conflict which was so long waged between the Johnstons and the Maxwells, and which produced endless misery and mischief throughout a wide area. All things considered, the wardens were well remunerated for such services as they were able to render. The usual fee appears to have been £100 per annum. In 1527, the Earl of Angus had £100 for the East and a similar sum for the Middlemarch. In 1553, the warden's fee was £500, but he had to surrender the one half of his escheats to the authorities. When William Kerr of Cessford was appointed warden of the Middlemarch and keeper of Liddesdale, his salary for the former office was £100, and for the latter £500. But these sums represented but a small part of the actual income. They were also allowed forage and provision for their retinue, which consisted of a guard of horsemen. They had, in addition, a portion of the unlaws or fines imposed in the warden courts, and at certain periods these must have amounted to a large sum. The law ordained that, quote, the escheat of all thieves and trespassers that are convict of their movable goods ought and should pertain to the warden for his travail and labors, to be used and disposed by him at his pleasure in time coming. The warden ought and should take and apprehend all and sundry our sovereign lord's lieges turning and carrying nolt, sheep, horses, or victuals forth of this realm into England, and bring their persons to the king's justice to be punished therefore, and all their goods may he escheat, the one half thereof to be applied to the king's use, and the other half to the warden for his pains. End quote. In addition to this, the wardens had a large share of the plunder of the various forays upon the English border, which they either conducted in person or winked at when undertaken by their retainers or dependents. In the Border Papers, we are informed that on Sunday, the 17th April, 1597, the Lord Bickley, keeper of Liddesdale, accompanied by 20 horse and 100 foot, burned at noonday 3 onsets and dwelling houses, barns, stables, ox houses, etc., to the number of 20, in the head of Tyne, cruelly burning in their houses 7 innocent men, and, quote, murdered with the sword, end quote, 14 which had been in Scotland, and brought away the booty, the head officer with trumpet being there in person. This was a frequent occurrence, especially with Bickley, who was never quite happy when not plundering and oppressing, quote, the auld enemy, end quote. From a pecuniary point of view, not to speak of other advantages, the office of warden was a highly desirable one, and was consequently eagerly sought after by the border chiefs. The duties pertaining to this office may be described as of a twofold nature: the maintenance of law and order, and the protection of the districts against the encroachments and inroads of the enemy. Quote, in the first capacity, as has been remarked, besides their power of control and ministerial administration, both as head stewards of all the crown tenements and manors within their jurisdiction, and as intromitting with all fines and penalties, their judicial authority was very extensive. They held courts for punishment of high treason and felony, which the English border laws classed under the following heads. 1. The aiding and abetting of any Scottishman by communing, appointment, or otherwise to rob, burn, or steal within the realm of England. 2. The accompanying personally of any Scottishman while perpetrating any such offences. 3. The harboring, concealing, or affording guidance and protection to him after the fact. 4. The supplying Scottishman with arms and artillery, as jacks, splints, brigantines, coats of plate, bills, halberds, battle-axes, bows and arrows, spears, darts, guns, as serpentines, half-hags, harquebuses, curries, cullivers, handguns, or daggers, without special license of the Lord Warden. 5. the selling of bread and corn of any kind, or of dressed leather, iron, or other appurtenances belonging to armor, without special license. 6. The selling of horses, mares, nags, or geldings to Scottish men without license as aforesaid. 7. The breach of truce by killing or assaulting subjects and liegemen of Scotland. 8. The assaulting of any Scottishman having a regular pass or safe conduct. 9. In time of war, the giving tidings to the Scottish of any exploit intended against them by the warden or his officers. 10. The conveying coined money, silver or gold, also plate or bullion, into Scotland above the value of 40 shillings at one time. 11. The betraying, in time of war, the counsel of any other Englishman tending to the annoyance of Scotland in malice to the party and for his own private advantage. 12. The forging the coin of the realm. 13. The making appointment and holding communication with Scotchmen, or intermarrying with a Scottish woman without license of the wardens, and the raising of no fray against them as in duty bound. 14. The receiving of Scottish pilgrims with their property without license of the wardens. 15. The failing to keep the watches appointed for the defense of the country. 16. The neglecting to raise in arms to the fray or alarm raised by the wardens or watches upon the approach of public danger. 17. The receiving or harboring Scottish fugitives exiled from their own country for misdemeanors. 18. The having falsely and unjustly fouled, that is to say, found true and relevant, the bill of any Scotchman against an Englishman, or having borne false witness on such matters. 19. The having interrupted or stopped any Englishman pursuing for recovering of his stolen goods. 20. The dismissing any Scottish offender taken red hand, that is to say, in the manner, without special license of the Lord Warden. 21. The paying of blackmail or protection money, whether to English or Scottish man. End quote. The significance of these provisions cannot be mistaken. They reveal the anxiety of the English government to prevent, as far as possible, all intercourse with Scottish borderers. The offenses referred to in the foregoing list amounted to what is known as March treason. Those who were accused of this crime were tried by a jury, and if found guilty, were put to death without ceremony. Quote, "This was a very ordinary consummation," says Sir Walter Scott, "if we can believe a story told of Lord William Howard of Knowth. While busy deeply with his studies, he was suddenly disturbed by an officer who came to ask him his commands concerning the disposal of several moss troopers who had just been made prisoners. Displeased at the interruption, the warden answered heedlessly and angrily, 'Hang them in the devil's name!' But when he laid aside his book, his surprise was not little, and his regret considerable, to find that his orders had been literally fulfilled." End quote. The duties devolving upon the Scottish wardens were not, in all respects, the same as those which the English wardens were called upon to discharge. This was due to some extent to the fact that the jurisdiction of the Scottish wardens was circumscribed by the hereditary rights and privileges of the great families who, within their own territories, exercised supreme control. In addition to this, the hereditary judges had the power of repledging. That is to say, they could reclaim any accused person from courts of the coordinate jurisdiction and try him by their feudal authority. But while the power of the wardens was thus considerably circumscribed, they never hesitated, when they had the chance, to mete out summary punishment to all offenders. If a thief was caught red-handed, or if the evidence against him appeared at all conclusive, he was at once, and without ceremony, strung up on the nearest tree or thrown into the murder pit. Indeed, the execution not unfrequently preceded the trial, a circumstance which seems to have given rise to the well-known proverb about, quote, "Jedart justice," end quote. On both sides of the border, the same haste to get rid of offenders was a noted feature of the times. This is evident from the well-known English proverb which runs thus. Quote, "I oft have heard of Lydford law, where in the morn men hang and draw, and sit in judgment after." End quote. The sitting in judgment, either before or after, was a formality that might often have been dispensed with, as the evidence submitted was seldom carefully sifted or weighed. To be suspected or accused was regarded as almost tantamount to a plea of guilty. Such a method as this would hardly pass muster in our modern and more finical age. Still, it is probable that substantial justice was usually done. If those who were condemned were not always guilty of the particular crimes laid to their charge, their general record was sufficiently bad to warrant their being thus summarily dealt with. There was, moreover, a practical difficulty in the way of minute investigation being made into each individual case. The number of those accused of various offenses under the border laws was often so great as to render an investigation of this kind all but impossible. There were few places of strength where prisoners could be retained in order to await their trial, and so it became necessary to deal with them as expeditiously as possible. Quote, "The borderers," it has been said, "were accustomed to part with life with as little form as civilized men change their garments." End quote. The mode of punishment was either by hanging or drowning. Quote, "Drowning," says Sir Walter Scott, "is a very old mode of punishment in Scotland, and in Galloway there were pits of great depth appropriated to that punishment, still called murder-holes, out of which human bones have occasionally been taken in great quantities." This points out the proper interpretation of the right of, quote, "pit and gallows," end quote, in law Latin fossa et furca, which has, less probably, been supposed the right of imprisoning in the pit or dungeon than that of hanging. But the meanest baron possessed the right of imprisonment. The real meaning is the right of inflicting death either by hanging or drowning. End quote. But the warden had other duties to discharge of a still more important nature than those already described. In time of war, he was captain general within his own wardenry, and was invested with the power of calling musters of all the able-bodied men between the age of 16 and 60. These men were suitably armed and mounted according to their rank and condition, and were expected to be ready either to defend their territory against invasion, or, if necessary, to invade the enemy's country. The ancient rites and customs which the warden was expected to observe on such occasion have been thus summarized. Quote, 1. All intercourse with the enemy was prohibited. 2. Anyone leaving the company during the time of the expedition was liable to be punished as a traitor. 3. It was appointed that all should alight and fight on foot, except those commanded by the general to act as cavalry. 4. No man was to disturb those appointed to array the host. 5. If a soldier followed the chase on a horse belonging to his comrade, the owner of the horse enjoyed half the booty, and if he fled upon such a horse, it was to be delivered to the sheriff as a waif on his return home under pain of treason. 6. He that left the host after victory, though for the purpose of securing his prisoner, lost his ransom. 7. Anyone seizing his comrade's prisoner was obliged to find security in the hands of the warden sergeant. Disputed prisoners were to be placed in the hands of the warden, and the party found ultimately wrong to be immersed in a fine of £10. 8. Relates to the evidence in case of such dispute. He who could bring his own countrymen in evidence of whatsoever quality was preferred as the true captor. Failing this mode of proof, recourse was had to the prisoner's oath. 9. If the prisoner was of such rank as to lead 100 men, he was either to be dismissed upon security or ransomed for the space of 15 days without leave of the warden. 10. He who dismounted a prisoner was entitled to half of his ransom. 11. Whosoever detected a traitor was entitled to a reward of 100 shillings. Whoever aided his escape suffered the pain of death. 12. Relates to the firing of beacons in Scotland. The stewards of Annandale and Kirkcudbright were liable in the fine of 1 merk for each default in the matter. 13. He who did not join the army of the country upon the signal of the beacon lights, or who left it during the English invasion without lawful excuse, his goods were forfeited and his person placed at the warden's will. 14. In the case of any Englishman being taken in Scotland, he was not suffered to depart under any safe conduct save that of the king or warden, and a similar protection was necessary to enable him to return and treat of his ransom. 15. Any Scottishman dismissing his prisoner when a host was collected either to enter England or defend against invasion was punished as a traitor. 16. In the partition of spoil, 2 portions were allowed to each bowman. 17. Whoever deserted his commander and comrades and abode not in the field to the uttermost, his goods were forfeited, and his person liable to punishment as a traitor. 18. Whoever bereft his comrade of horse, spoil, or prisoner was liable in the pains of treason if he did not make restitution after the right of property became known to him. End quote. These military regulations, at once minute and comprehensive, were drawn up by William, Earl of Douglas, with the assistance of some of the most experienced marchmen, and, with the necessary alterations, were adopted by the English, thus indicating that they were thoroughly in harmony with the military spirit of the age on both sides of the border. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Day of Truce. Our wardens they affixed the day, and as they promised so they met. Alas, that day I'll ne'er forget. Old Ballad. The arrangements made for dealing with offenses against border law, though of a primitive, were by no means of an ineffective character. All things considered, they were perhaps as good as could have been devised in the circumstances. During the period when border reiving was most rampant, though the population was by no means sparse, little or no provision had been made for detaining prisoners in custody. The jails were few and far between, and such as were available were generally in such an insecure and ruinous state that, unless strongly guarded, they were almost useless for the purpose for which they existed. But imprisonment had other inconveniences which militated against its being resorted to with much frequency. Prisoners had to be provided for when under lock and key, and as provisions were difficult to procure, it was generally found more advantageous to leave those who had broken the laws to fend for themselves until such times as they were wanted. As might be expected in such circumstances, the accused person not unfrequently took, quote, leg bail, end quote, and passed into another district, or perhaps crossed the border and sought refuge among the enemies of his country and his clan. This expedient in those lawless and disordered times was no doubt occasionally successful for the nonce, but sooner or later the evildoer was either betrayed by his enemy or, resuming his old habits, which was almost a necessity, brought himself under the special notice of the warden of the district to which he had fled. He thus placed himself, as it were, between 2 fires, and made further immunity from prosecution practically impossible. When it came to the knowledge of the warden that an accused person had passed into another wardenry, he at once certified the warden opposite, requiring him to apprehend and deliver the prisoner with all possible speed, and he was bound, after receiving this notice, to make proclamation throughout his wardenry, quote, by the space of 6 days after of the said fugitive, end quote, and also to certify the other two wardens of the realm, quote, to proclaim the fugitive throughout all the bounds of their wardenries, so that none could proclaim ignorance or excuse themselves when charged with the willful receipt of the aforesaid fugitive so proclaimed. End quote. The duty thus laid upon the wardens of searching for fugitives was one which was generally undertaken con amore, not merely on account of the fact that it was naturally agreeable to these officers to detect and punish crime, but also because in such circumstances it was greatly to their advantage to do so. A law was passed ordaining that when a fugitive entered with his goods into the opposite realm, the warden who captured him and handed him over to be punished for his offense was entitled to retain the goods for his labor. Should he not succeed in apprehending the fugitive, then the goods had to be returned to the warden of the realm from which they came. This was a wise arrangement and on the whole proved fairly effective. As offenses against the law were numerous and frequent, it was statute and ordained that a, quote, day of truce, end quote, should be held every month or oftener, when the wardens of the marches opposite each other should meet for the discussion and adjustment of their respective claims and the punishment of evildoers. The date and place of this meeting was made known to the inhabitants of the marches by proclamation being made in all the market towns. Notice was also sent to the lords, knights, esquires, and gentlemen, commanding them, along with a sufficient number of their tenants and servants, well mounted and fully armed, to repair the night before and attend upon the warden at the day of truce. Early on the morning of the following day, this imposing cavalcade might be seen wending its way towards the place of rendezvous. This was generally some convenient spot near the border, most frequently on the Scottish side. When the wardens and their friends came within hailing distance of each other, a halt was called, and the English warden sent forward 4 or 5 gentlemen of good repute to demand from the Scottish warden, quote, that assurance might be kept, end quote, until the sunrise of the following day. According to a statement made on the authority of Sir Robert Bowes, the reason of this particular form of procedure was, quote, because the Scots did always send their ambassadors first into England to seek for peace after a war. Therefore, both the particular days of truce are usually kept either at places even on the confines of the marches or else at places within the realm of Scotland. And also the English warden and other officers were always used to send first for the assurance as aforesaid. End quote. When assurance had been given by the Scottish warden, a number of Scottish gentlemen passed over to the other side to demand from the English warden assurance on his part. These preliminary precautions having been duly observed, the two parties met, and the business which had brought them together was at once entered upon. The wardens did not always attend these meetings in person, their duties occasionally necessitating their remaining at home, but when unable to be present themselves, they were represented by deputies, men of influence and good social position, who were thoroughly qualified to deal with any important question that might arise. The regulations for the conduct of business at these meetings were carefully drawn out and, as a general rule, strictly observed. The English warden named 6 Scottish gentlemen to act on his side, and the Scottish warden the same number of Englishmen to act as the English assize. These men who constituted the jury were carefully chosen. No murderer, traitor, fugitive, infamous person, or betrayer of one party to another could bear office or give evidence, but only good and lawful men deserving of credit and unsuspected. Each warden in the presence of the opposite warden and the inhabitants of both the marches, quote, swore by the high God that reigneth above all kings and realms, and to whom all Christians owe obedience, that he shall, in the name of God, do, exercise, and use his office without respect of person, malice, favor, or affection, diligently or undelayedly, according to his vocation or charge that he beareth under God and his prince, and he shall do justice upon all complaints presented unto him, upon every person complained upon under this rule. And that when any complaint is referred unto him, to swear, file, and deliver upon his honor, he shall search, enquire, and redress the same at his uttermost power. And that, if it shall happen in so doing to quit and absolve the persons complained upon as clean and innocent, yet if he shall any ways get sure knowledge of the very offender, he shall declare him foul of the offense, and make lawful redress and delivery thereof, albeit the very offender be not named in the complaint. And this oath of the wardens not only to be made at the first meeting hereafter to ensue, but also to be made every year once solemnly, as aforesaid, at the first meeting after midsummer, to put them in the better remembrance of their duties, and to place the fear of God in their hearts. End quote. The following oath was also administered to the jury. Quote, Ye shall truly enquire and true deliverance make between the Queen's Majesty and the prisoners at the bar, according to the evidence that shall be given in this court, as God keep you and holydome. End quote. These formalities having been duly observed, the trial of the prisoners was then proceeded with. Bills were presented on the one side and on the other, setting forth with considerable fullness of detail the nature and extent of the damages that had been sustained. The prisoners against whom these indictments had been made were then called to answer the charges preferred against them. There were at least 3 ways in which these cases could be tried. In the first place, the bill might be acquitted on the honor of the warden. But should it afterwards be found that the warden in acquitting the bill had proceeded on imperfect information, and had acquitted upon his honor a bill that was in reality foul, then the complainant was at liberty to prosecute a new bill and demand that justice should be done. The case was then tried by a jury who filed or cleared the bill at their discretion. When a bill was filed, that is to say, declared true, the word foul was written on the margin, and when it was cleared, the word clear was inserted. But further, bills might be tried by inquest or assize, which was the method most frequently adopted, such cases being decided by the juries on their own knowledge and on the evidence sworn to in open court. The third way of dealing with the bills was by a vower. The significance of this method is fully explained by Sir Robert Bowes, who says, quote, The inquest or assize of Scotland, notwithstanding their oath, would in no ways find a bill to be true, nor file any Scottish man upon an Englishman's complaint, unless the Englishman could find an inhabitant of Scotland that would avow openly to the inquest, or secretly to the warden, or some of the inquest, that the complaint was true, and the party complained upon culpable thereof. Otherwise, although the matter was ever so notoriously known by the Englishman, their evidence would not serve to secure a conviction. End quote. It frequently happened on the occasion of these meetings that bogus bills were presented, a custom which gave the officials a great deal of unnecessary labor. The commissioners, in referring to this reprehensible practice, remark that, quote, It hath been perceived of late that since the order was begun by the warden to spear, file, and deliver upon their honor, that some ungodly persons have made complaint and billed for goods lost where none was taken from them, and so troubled the wardens, causing them to spear and search for the thing that was never done. End quote. It was therefore statute and ordained that all persons guilty of this offense should be delivered to the opposite warden to be punished, imprisoned, and fined at the discretion of the same warden whom he had troubled. Another formidable difficulty with which the wardens had to contend on these occasions was in estimating the value of the goods for which redress was claimed. In making up a bill, the complainant was strongly tempted to put an absurd value on the gear or cattle which had been stolen from him. Had he always got as much as he claimed, he would soon have been enormously enriched by the loss of his property. The commissioners were therefore under the necessity of drawing out a scale of charges for the guidance of the warden courts. The following are the prices fixed by this tribunal. Quote, every ox above 4 years old, 40 shillings sterling. Every cow above 4 years old, 30 shillings sterling, and every young cow above 2 years old, 20 shillings sterling. Every other beast under 2 years old, 10 shillings sterling. Every old sheep, 6 shillings sterling, and every sheep hog, 3 shillings sterling. Every old swine above 1 year old, 6 shillings sterling. Every young swine, 2 shillings sterling. Every goat above 1 year old, 5 shillings sterling. Every young goat, 2 shillings sterling, and every double tupa to be valued after the rate of the single. End quote. These prices, judged by the standard of the present day, seem absurdly low, but they may be accepted as representing the average rate of prices obtainable 300 years ago for the various classes of stock mentioned. It was the duty of the wardens to have the offenders in custody against whom bills had been presented in readiness to answer, and in case the bills were fouled, he was bound to deliver them up to the opposite warden, by whom they were imprisoned until they had paid a single and 2 doubles. That is to say, treble the value of the estimated goods in the bill. To produce these men was generally the most difficult part of the warden's duty. He could not keep them in confinement until the day of truce, for, independently, they were sometimes persons of power and rank. Their numbers were too great to be retained in custody. The wardens, therefore, usually took bonds from the chief, kinsmen, or allies of the accused party, binding him or them to enter him prisoner within the iron gate of the warden's castle, or else to make him forthcoming when called for. He against whom a bill was twice fouled was liable to the penalty of death. If the offender endeavored to rescue himself after being lawfully delivered over to the opposite warden, he was liable to the punishment of death, or otherwise at the warden's pleasure, as being guilty of a breach of the assurance. It would seem to have been customary on a day of truce to enumerate the various bills fouled on either side, and then to strike a balance, showing on which side most depredations had been committed. It occasionally happened that the claims of both parties were so numerous and complicated, the same person frequently appearing both as plaintiff and defendant, that it was deemed prudent to draw a veil over the whole proceedings and give satisfaction to neither party, thus wiping out, as it were, with a stroke of the pen, and without further parleying, all the claims which had been lodged. This mode of procedure, arbitrary though it may appear, did not, as a rule, result in serious injustice being done to either party. The offenses dealt with were of a varied character. Reiving was only one of the many ways in which the borderers sought to enrich themselves at the expense of their neighbors in the opposite march. They had an eye to the land as well as to the cattle. It was customary for them not only to pasture their stock on the enemy's territory, but to sow corn, cut down wood, and go hunting and hawking for pleasure as well as profit. Sir Robert Carey, one of the most vigorous of the English wardens, was determined that hunting without leave should not be carried on in his wardenry. He wrote to the Laird of Fernahurst, the warden opposite, explaining his views, but, quote, Notwithstanding this letter, he says, within a month after they came and hunted as they used to do without leave, and cut down wood and carried it away. I wrote to the warden and told him I would not suffer one other affront, but if they came again without leave, they would dearly abye it. For all this they would not be warned, but towards the end of the summer they came again to their wonted sports. I sent my 2 deputies with all speed they could make, and they took along with them such gentlemen as were in their way, with my 40 horse, and about 1 of the clock they came to them, and set upon them. Some hurt was done, but I gave special order that they should do as little hurt, and shed as little blood as they possibly could. They observed my command, only they broke all their carts, and took a dozen of the principal gentlemen that were there, and brought them to me to Witherington, where I lay. I made them welcome, and gave them the best entertainment I could. They lay in the castle 2 or 3 days, and so I sent them home, they assuring me that they would never again hunt without leave, which they did truly perform all the time." End quote. This firm but kindly method was entirely satisfactory, and had the borders only been blessed with a succession of carries in the various wardenries, the probability is that border reiving never would have attained such portentous dimensions. But despite the masterful management of men like Carey, such questions as those we have mentioned continued to occupy the time and attention of the warden courts. The freebooters on the border never considered too closely the minute shades of difference between meum and tuum, and were difficult to persuade that depasturing or cutting wood in a neighbor's plantation was a matter of any real importance. They were at all times disposed to put a liberal construction on the words, quote, "The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof." End quote. Their somewhat loose interpretation of this ancient Hebrew maxim occasioned them no end of vexation and trouble. But the settlement of border affairs on the day of truce did not interfere with the ancient custom which entitled the person who was robbed to follow his goods on what was called the hot trod, and mete out summary punishment to the offender, provided he could overtake him. The warden also was enjoined, in the Act of 1563, to pursue and chase in hot trod unto such time or place as the fugitives or offender be apprehended, to bring him again within his own jurisdiction to be punished for the offense, quote, "as appertaineth," end quote. Quote, "and that without let, trouble, or impediment to be made or done to him by any of the inhabitants of that realm wherein he pursueth." End quote. And if any person should make resistance to the said warden in the foresaid pursuit, he was to be billed for and delivered to the warden. In the following of the said chase, in the manner aforesaid, it was thought convenient and ordained that the pursuer shall, at the first town he cometh by of the opposite realm, or the first person he meeteth with, give knowledge of the occasion of his chase, and require him to go with him in the said pursuit. If the offender was caught red-handed, he was executed. But if the desire for gain was stronger than the thirst for blood, then he was held at ransom. The prey was followed with hound and horn, hue and cry, the pursuers carrying on the point of their spears a lighted piece of turf. The business of the warden courts was conducted with dispatch. When all the bills had been either fouled or cleared, those who had been found guilty of March treason were brought up for sentence. The Lord Warden called on him whose office it was to see the prisoners suffer, and thus addressed him, quote, "I command you in the Queen's Majesty's name that ye see execution done upon these prisoners, according to the law of the marches, at your peril." End quote. Then, addressing the prisoners, he said, quote, "Ye that are adjudged by the law of the realm to die, remember that ye have but a short time to live in this world. Therefore earnestly call to God with penitent hearts for mercy and forgiveness of your sinful lives. Repent, ye have broken God's commandments, and be sorry therefore, and for that ye did not fear the breach and dangers of the law. Therefore your bodies must suffer the pain of death, provided to satisfy the reward of your fact in this world, yet the salvation of your soul's health for the world to come stands in the great mercy of Almighty God. Wherefore do ye earnestly repent and ask mercy for your sins now when ye are living. Put your trust to be saved by the merits of Christ's passion, and think in your hearts if ye were able to recompense them ye have offended, ye would do it, and where you are not able, ask forgiveness. Have such faith in God's mercy as Dismas the thief and man-murderer had that hang at Christ's right hand when he suffered his passion for the redemption of mankind, whose faith was so great he should be saved, his sins were remitted, though he had but short time of repentance, and he enjoyed heaven. Therefore despair not in God's mercy, though your sins be great, for God's mercy exceedeth all his works. Set apart all vanities of this world, and comfort you in heavenly things, and doubt not but, if ye do so, ye shall inherit everlasting joy in the kingdom of heaven. And thus I commit you to the mercy of God, wishing your deaths may be an example to all parents to bring up their children in the fear of God and obedience of the laws of this realm." End quote. With these suitable admonitions ringing in their ears, the condemned prisoners were led forth to execution. The business of the court having been finished, the wardens retired after taking a courteous leave of each other. These meetings, attended as they were by a large number of people who came either on business or pleasure, were frequently broken up by sudden outbursts of tumult and disorder. Bawling or brawling was a common occurrence, and loud words and angry looks naturally led to more serious encounters. We have already noticed the incident of the reeds wire, but this was by no means an isolated case. In the month of July, 1585, at a day of truce between Sir John Foster and Kerr of Fernahurst, Lord Russell, a young man of great promise and of the most amiable disposition, was suddenly shot dead by an unknown hand. This lamentable incident gave rise to much bitterness of feeling on both sides of the border. Foster wrote to Walsingham saying that he and the opposite warden had met for the redress of attempts committed on both sides. Russell, being present to attend to particular causes of his own, quote, "where it chanced a sudden accident and tumult to arise among the rascals of Scotland and England about a little pickery among themselves, and we meaning no harm did sit the most of the day calling bills, and my Lord Russell among us. The said Lord Russell rose and went aside from us with his own men, and there being in talk with a gentleman, was suddenly shot with a gun and slain in the midst of his own men, to the great discomfort of me and his poor friends in this country, and never a man either of England or Scotland but he. Alas, that the mischievous chance should happen for him to be killed with a shot, and none with him, which is the greatest discomfort that ever came upon me." End quote. No hint is here given of any suspicion that Kerr of Fernahurst was implicated in the death of this young man. Hence, we are surprised to find that, on the day after this letter was written, Sir John Foster drew up a statement in which he gives an entirely different complexion to the incident. He asserts that it was not an accident. Quote, "Had it been an accident," he says, "or sudden breaking by rascals, as there was no such matter, the gentlemen of Scotland with their drums, fife, shot, and such as carried the ensign and penseller, would have tarried with the warden, so that it appeareth plainly it was a pretended matter beforehand, for the wardens sitting quietly calling their bills, the warden of England thinking no harm, the party of Scotland, seeing the time serve for their former desire, suddenly broke, striking up an alarm with sound of drum and fife, and gave the charge upon us, in which charge the Lord Russell was cruelly slain with shot, and so divers gentlemen of Scotland, with their footmen and horsemen and whole force, followed and maintained their chase 4 miles within the realm of England, and took sundry prisoners and horses, and carried them into Scotland, which they deny to deliver again." End quote. This statement contradicts in almost every particular the asseverations deliberately made in the letter written the day before, and shows that even a gentleman in Sir John Foster's high position, with a deservedly great reputation for fair dealing, was capable, when occasion demanded, of twisting facts, or even inventing them, to suit his own ends, or the interest of the government he represented. It has been suggested that the English secretary, knowing that Fernerhurst was an intimate friend of Arran, saw that by laying the blame of Lord Russell's death on the shoulders of the former, he might thereby procure the disgrace of this hated minister. Be this as it may, such conflicting assertions, made by the same person almost at the same time, should lead us to accept with a modified confidence other statements of a similar kind, as the spirit of party is no friend to the love of truth. But despite the drawbacks and dangers attaching to such gatherings for the settlement of border affairs, the day of truce was an institution of great public utility. It is difficult to see how, apart from such an arrangement, even the semblance of civilized life could have been maintained. The borders really constituted an imperium in imperio, and the wardens, when presiding over their monthly convention, were to all intents and purposes absolute rulers within their own prescribed domain. It was generally found that when warden courts, or days of truce, were regularly held, good rule and order, at least judged by the ordinary border standard, were well maintained throughout the entire district. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Deadly Feud. At the sacred font the priest, through ages, left the master hand unblessed, to urge with keener aim the blood-encrusted spear. Leyden. The difficulties with which the borderers had to contend were of a varied character. They had to be constantly on the watch against the aggressions and incursions of their enemies on the opposite marches. But it frequently happened that their most dangerous and inveterate foes were to be found amongst their own countrymen. This was the case more especially when blood feuds arose, setting family against family and clan against clan. An interesting, if not very luminous, account of the origin of the feud is given by Burleigh in a report submitted by him to the English government, in which he deals with what he calls the, quote, decays of the borders, end quote. He says, quote, deadly foed, the word of enmity on the borders, implacable without the blood, and whole family destroyed, whose etymology I know not where better to fetch than from Spiglius in his Lexicon Juris in Verbo Fedum. He saith it is an old Teutsch word, whereof is derived by Hermanus Nivarenus, question, fedisum hostis publicus, fode enim bellum significat, end quote. He further points out that the Scottish wardens, being native borderers, are, quote, extraordinarily addicted to partialities, favor of their blood, tenants and followers, end quote, and consequently he holds they should be disqualified for office. The evils resulting from these deadly feuds would have been comparatively trifling had it been possible to limit the consequences to the persons more immediately concerned. Owing, however, to the system of clanship which prevailed on the borders, the whole sept became involved in the feud. Quote, "If one of the clan," says Sir Walter Scott, "chanced either to slay a man or commit any similar aggression, the chief was expected to defend him by all means, legal or illegal. The most obvious and pacific way was to pay such a fine or amend or assessment, as it was called, as might pacify the surviving relations, or make up the feud. This practice of receiving an atonement for slaughter seems also to have been part of the ancient Celtic usages, for it occurs in the Welsh laws of Hywel Dda, and was the very foundation of the Irish brehon customs. The vestiges of it may be found in the common law of Scotland to this day. But poor as we have described the border chief, and fierce as he certainly was by education and office, it was not often that he was either able or disposed to settle the quarrels of his clansmen in a manner so amicable and expensive. War was then resorted to, and it was the duty of the chief and clan who had sustained the injury to seek revenge by every means in their power, not only against the party who had given the offense, but in the phrase of time and country, against all his name, kindred, maintainers, and upholders. On the other hand, the chief and clan to whom the individual belonged who had done the offense were equally bound in honor by every means in their power to protect their clansmen and to retaliate whatever injury the opposite party might inflict in their thirst of vengeance. When two clans were involved in this species of private warfare, which was usually carried on with the most ferocious animosity on both sides, they were said to be at deadly feud, and the custom is justly termed by the Scottish Parliament most heathenish and barbarous. In these deadly feuds, the chiefs of clans made war or truce or final peace with each other with as much formality and as little sincerity as actual monarchs." End quote. Feuds of the most bitter and hostile character were an everyday occurrence. The Herons, Fenwicks, Shafttowns, Charltons, and Milborns on the English side of the border were all at feud at the same time. And on the Scottish side, the Elwoods, Elliots, Armstrongs, Nixons, Croziers, Trumbulls, and Olivers were, during the same period, at, quote, "daggers drawn," end quote, and thirsting for each other's blood. The misery which such feuds created can hardly be overestimated. The sense of personal security was completely destroyed. Mutual trust, the primary condition of social life, was rendered practically impossible. And, as might be expected, the most trivial circumstances often gave rise to the most implacable hostility. A singular instance of this is referred to by John Carey in one of his communications to Burleigh. He says, quote, "Your Honor remembers hearing long since of the great road by the Scots, as Will Haskets and his fellows made in Tynedale and Redesdale, taking up the whole country and nearly beggaring them forever. On complaint to the Queen and Council, there was some redress made with much ado and many meetings. Bicklew and the Scots made some brags and cracks, as that the country durst not take its own, but the Charltons, being the sufficientest and ablest men on the borders, not only took their own goods again, but encouraged their neighbors to do the like and not be afraid, which hath ever since stuck in Bicklew's stomach. Marry, he makes another quarrel, that long since in wartime the Tynedale men should go into his country, and there they took his grandfather and killed divers of his country, and that they took away his grandfather's sword, and never let him have it yet since. This, saith he, is the quarrel." End quote. Nor did the lapse of time tend to soften the animosities. The feud was inherited along with the rest of the family property. It was handed down from generation to generation. The son and grandson maintained it with a bitterness which, in some cases, seemed year by year to grow more intense. It affected more or less a man's whole social relationships, and gave rise to endless animosities and heartburnings. Feuds were not unknown in other districts of the country, but owing to the feeble and ineffective manner in which the law was generally administered, they prevailed to a greater extent on the borders and were characterized by a more vengeful spirit than in any other part of the kingdom. Hence it was found that the existence of such feuds made the administration of law, such as it was, a matter of supreme difficulty. It is said that it was hardly possible for any gentleman of the country to be of a jury of life and death if any of those at feud were indicted, as they were grown so to seek blood that they would make a quarrel about the death of their grandfather and kill any of the name. It was, therefore, found necessary to appoint special nobles and barons belonging to some distant part of the country to sit in judgment in those cases in which the accused was at feud with the warden. On 2 occasions when courts were being held at Jedburgh, it was found expedient to issue proclamations in the king's name, that nae manner of persons tak upon hand to invade ane another for auld feud or new, now command to this present air, or passant therefra, and enduring the time thereof under the pain of deed, and that nae manner of person or persons bear whippins except knifes at their beltis, but allenary our sovereign lordess household, the justice constable, marshal, compositores, their men and household, sheriff, crones, and their deputies, under the pain of escheating of the weapons and punishing of the persons bearers thereof. Owing to the disturbed condition of the country, such precautions were much needed, although it must be admitted that they did not always secure the end desired. Many of the border feuds present features of great interest alike to the sociologist and the historian. They afford interesting glimpses of the condition of society in this part of the realm and disclose the dominant passions by which the lives and characters of those more immediately concerned were shaped and determined. Throughout the greater part of the 16th century, a fierce feud raged between 2 of the most noted and powerful border families, the Scots and the Kerrs. The circumstances which gave rise to this deadly feud form an interesting chapter in the history of the borders. During the minority of James V, the Earl of Angus controlled the government of the country, and in his own interests, and for the furtherance of his own ends, kept a watchful eye on the movements of the young king. In the year 1525, James, accompanied by Angus and other members of the court, came south to Jedburgh, and held justice airs, where many plaints came to him of reef, slaughter, and oppression, but little justice was used but the purse, for there was many in that country war the Earl of Angus's kin and friends, that got favourable justice, whereof the king was not content, nor men of the rest of the lords that were about him, for they would have justice equally used to all men. But the Earl of Angus and the rest of the Douglases ruled yet still as they pleased, and no man durst find fault with their proceedings, whereat the king was heartily displeased, and would fain have been out of their handes, and for that effect he writ our secret letter to the Laird of Bicklew, desiring him efficaciously that he would come with all his forces, kin, and friends, and all that he might ax, and meet him at Melrose at his homecoming, and there to take him out of the Douglas's hands, and put him at liberty to use himself among the rest of the lords as he thought expedient. Bicklew at once convened his kin and friends, and all who were prepared to take part with him, to the number of 600 spears, and set out for Melrose to await the coming of the king. Home, Cessford, and Fernahurst, who were of the king's company, had returned home. Bicklew and his followers made their appearance, arranged in order of battle, on Halidon Hill, overlooking the Tweed near Melrose Bridge. When Angus saw them, he wondered what the hostile array portended. But when he discovered that Bicklew was supported only by numbers of Annandale thieves, he took heart of grace and said to the king, quote, Sir, yonder is the laird of Bicklew, and the thieves of Annandale with him, to unbeset your grace in the way. But I avow to God, sir, they shall either fight or fly. Therefore, sir, ye shall tarry here, and my brother George with yow, and any other quam you please, and I shall pass and put yon thieves aft the ground, and red the gate to your grace, or else die therefore. End quote. The conflict now began in earnest. Bicklew and his men stoutly resisted the onslaught of Angus, and for a time the issue seemed uncertain. But Home, Cessford, and Fernahurst, having got wind of the affair, returned, supported by 80 spears, quote, and set on freshly on the utmost wing on the laird of Bicklew's field, and shortly bare them to the ground. Cewhilk caused the laird of Bicklew to fly, on whom there followed ane chase be the lairds of Cessford and Fernahurst. In the Cewhilk chase the laird of Cessford was slain with ane cassin spear, be an called Evan, servant of the laird of Bicklew's. End quote. There seems nothing remarkable about such an incident as this. That Cessford should have been accidentally slain by one of Bicklew's servants was no doubt a regrettable incident, but those who play bowls must be prepared for rubbers. This, unfortunately, was not the view entertained by the Kerrs, who henceforth were at deadly feud with Bicklew. All efforts to bring about a reconciliation were in vain. The Kerrs thirsted for vengeance and were determined to, quote, bide their time, end quote. 26 long years had come and gone, and one day, as the laird of Bicklew was passing along one of the streets of Edinburgh, little suspecting the fate which awaited him, he was fatally stabbed by the descendant of Cessford. The borderers had many faults, but certainly they cannot be charged with having short memories. But a still more striking illustration of the disastrous consequences of the deadly feud is to be found in the case of the Johnstons and Maxwells, two of the most prominent and powerful families in Dumfriesshire. These two families were strong enough, had they been united, to have kept the whole district in good order. But unfortunately, they were often at feud, with the result that not only their own interests, but the interests of the community as a whole were ruthlessly sacrificed. It is worthy of note that one of the principal causes of the frequent and disastrous feuds between the representatives of the two families was the frequency with which the office of warden was conferred, first on one and then on the other, without any good reason being assigned by the king for the adoption of this shuttlecock policy. This office was naturally much coveted, as it was not only a source of revenue, which in those days was a most important consideration, but a condition of influence and power. It must therefore have been peculiarly irritating for the warden to be summarily called upon to resign his office almost before he had begun to reap the rewards pertaining to it. And when he saw his rival basking in the sunshine of the royal favor, from which he had been suddenly and capriciously excluded, his feelings may be more easily imagined than described. Nor did it greatly tend to soothe his wounded feelings to reflect that the person by whom he had been superseded would be certain before long to be hurled from his proud eminence and another put in his place. The whole system was pernicious and was the source of no end of mischief and bad blood. The origin of this famous feud may be briefly related. John, 7th Lord Maxwell, has been well described as one of those men whom a daring and restless temperament and their crimes, quote, have damned to eternal fame, end quote. After the death of the Regent Morton, he succeeded in securing a charter to the earldom of Morton, his mother, Lady Beatrix Douglas, being the regent's second daughter. It was not his good fortune, however, to enjoy for a lengthened period either the title or the domains attached to it. In January 1585, 4 years after he had come into possession, Parliament rescinded the attainder and declared that the title and the estates were to be conferred on the Regent Morton's lawful heir. Maxwell was declared a rebel, mainly owing to his religious views, he being a warm adherent of the Romish Church, and Johnston was commissioned to apprehend him. Though he had the assistance of 2 bands of hired soldiers, Maxwell proved more than a match for him, took him prisoner, and set fire to Lockwood Castle, as it was savagely remarked, quote, that Lady Johnston might have light to put on her hood. End quote. This unexpected blow fell on the Laird of Johnston with crushing effect. In the following year he died of a broken heart. It is to these circumstances that we must attribute the origin of the deadly feud between the 2 clans, and especially between their chiefs. But Maxwell, though gaining this important victory, was not allowed to escape. He was ultimately taken prisoner, but afterwards regained his liberty on condition that he left the country. He went to Spain and offered his services to, quote, His Catholic Majesty, end quote, who was then busily engaged in fitting out the Invincible Armada by which he hoped to overwhelm both England and Scotland. Lord Maxwell, so little was he animated by the spirit of patriotism, entered into the scheme con amore. Being furnished with ample means, he returned to Scotland in 1588 to levy men on the borders to assist his new sovereign. His perfidious designs were fortunately discovered, and ere he could make good his escape, he was surprised by the king in Dumfries, taken prisoner, and his wardenship of the West Marches bestowed on his powerful rival, the Laird of Johnston. Everything might have gone on smoothly at this juncture had the king only been gifted with a little firmness and foresight. He was anxious, however, to conciliate his Roman Catholic subjects, and he seems to have come to the conclusion that, reasonable conditions being imposed, he might accomplish this end by restoring Maxwell to favor and office. This was a fatal blunder and produced disastrous results. Though the 2 rival chiefs were induced to enter into a bond of alliance to support each other in their lawful quarrels, as might have been expected, it was not long before circumstances arose which brought them again into deadly conflict. The Johnstons seemed to have concluded that they were at liberty to harry and despoil at their pleasure, so long as they left unmolested any of the name of Maxwell. Acting upon this principle, they made a raid upon Nithsdale, and committed sundry depredations on Lord Sandquhar, the lairds of Drumlanrig, Closeburn, and Lag, and killed 18 persons who had, quote, followed their own goods, end quote. Such a fierce and unprovoked assault could not well be allowed to go unpunished, and so a commission was given to Lord Maxwell to pursue the Johnstons with all hostilities. Johnston, hearing of this, at once adopted measures for his protection. He summoned to his aid the Scots of Teviotdale and the Grahams and Elliots of Eskdale, as well as, quote, divers Englishmen treasonably brought within the realm, armed in plain hostility, end quote. Maxwell, however, determined not to be beat, entered into, quote, bonds of man-rent, end quote, with Sanquhar Drumlanrig and several others who had suffered at the hands of Johnston to maintain each other's quarrels. Acting upon his commission, Maxwell summoned Johnston to surrender, but this he refused to do on the ground that the warden had acted illegally in entering into bonds with the persons above mentioned. As it was clearly impossible to settle the question by diplomatic means, the warden dispatched Captain Oliphant with some troops to Lochmaben to await his arrival in Annandale. The Johnstons, who were on the alert, coming suddenly upon them, killed the captain and a number of his soldiers, and burned the kirk of Lochmaben, where some of Oliphant's men had fled for refuge. Lord Maxwell now entered the field in person. He expected to raise the different towns in his aid, but Johnston, acting on the principle that, quote, a steek in time saves 9, end quote, attacked him at once, scattered his forces, and slew Lord Maxwell, quote, and sundry gentlemen of his name, end quote. This affair took place December 1593 and is well known as the Battle of Dryfe Sands. Quote, Lord Maxwell, it is said, a tall man and heavy in armor, was in the chase overtaken and stricken from his horse. The report went that he called to Johnston and desired to be taken prisoner, as he had formerly taken his, Johnston's, father. What was unmercifully used, and the hand that reached forth cut off. But of this I can affirm nothing. There, at all events, the Lord Maxwell fell, having received many wounds. He was a nobleman of great spirit, humane, courteous, and more learned than noblemen commonly are, but aspiring and ambitious of rule. End quote. In this contest the Maxwells suffered severely. They were cut down in scores in the streets of Lockerbie. It is said that those who escaped bore on them to their dying hour marks of the fatal day, which occasioned the proverbial phrase of, quote, a Lockerbie lick, end quote, to denote a frightful gash over the face or skull. So dreadful was the carnage in this disastrous, quote, bout of arms, end quote, that it is alleged by numerous historians that at least 700 of the Maxwells and their adherents were slain. 2 aged thorns long marked the spot where Maxwell met his fate, known in the district as Maxwell's Thorns. They were carried away by a flood some 50 years ago, but have been replaced by 2 others, now enclosed in a railing. Quote, it is evident then, remarks Pitcairn, according to the sentiments of those times inherited from their earliest years, which grew with their growth and strengthened with their strength, that natural duty and filial piety required such a feud should become hereditary and behooved should be handed down from one generation to another. The attempts by the king and his council to procure an effectual reconciliation, although strenuously made and often repeated, at length proved abortive. The reappointment of the Laird of Johnston to be Warden of the West Marches in 1596 appears to have served as a signal for the resumption of mutual aggressions. End quote. It would seem that Johnston held the office at this time for a period of 3 years, but as his wardenry had got into a most unsatisfactory condition, he was superseded by Sir John Carmichael, his appointment being notified to Lord Scrope by James VI on the 26th December 1599. Carmichael was murdered by Thomas Armstrong, quote, son of Sandys Ringan, end quote, in the following year, and Johnston was again appointed to this ill-fated office. All this time the feud raged as fiercely as ever. Various attempts were made to bring about an agreement, but nothing came of them. At length, through the influence of mutual friends, a private meeting was arranged. Solemn pledges were given and exchanged, and Lord Maxwell and Sir James Johnston met on the 6th of April, 1608, each accompanied only by a single attendant. The principals having removed some distance to discuss their affairs, a quarrel arose between the 2 attendants, and when Sir James Johnston turned round to admonish them to keep the peace, Lord Maxwell suddenly drew his pistol and fired at him, and shot him through the back with 2 bullets. This cold-blooded murder, made all the more heinous by the circumstances in which it was perpetrated, was amply revenged. Lord Maxwell was apprehended and put in ward in the castle of Edinburgh. He contrived, however, to escape and went abroad, where he remained for 4 years. He returned to the borders, but finding that his crime was remembered against him, had instantly to prepare for embarkation to Sweden. Unfortunately for himself, he was persuaded by his kinsman, the Earl of Caithness, to abandon this project. He was lured to Castle Sinclair, where he was promised shelter and secrecy. He was not long there before he was betrayed by his friend, taken prisoner, and brought to Edinburgh and beheaded. Quote, it may be gratifying to know that the Earl of Caithness obtained no reward for his traitorous conduct, but, on the contrary, his treachery served as a source of constant reproach to him and his family. End quote. Quote, thus was finally ended, by a salutary example of severity, the foul debate betwixt the Maxwells and the Johnstons, in course of which each family lost 2 chieftains, one by dying of a broken heart, one in the field of battle, one by assassination, and one by the sword of the executioner." End quote. The history of the borders unfortunately affords too many examples of the deplorable consequences arising from the prevalency and frequency of such feuds. Many were compelled to live in constant terror of the dagger of the assassin, never knowing the moment when they might be stricken down by an unseen hand. At the same time, it may be remarked that those who were guilty of the crime of murder found it a matter of extreme difficulty to escape punishment. The "avenger of blood" was ever on the track, and though for a time, by means of various disguises, the culprit might elude pursuit, he had, sooner or later, to pay the penalty of his misdeeds. In the year 1511, Sir Robert Kerr of Cessford was slain at a border meeting by 3 Englishmen, Heron, Starhead, and Lilburne. The English monarch delivered up Lilburne to justice, but the other 2 made good their escape. Starhead fled for refuge to the very centre of England, and there lived in secrecy and upon his guard. 2 dependents of the murdered warden were deputed by Andrew Kerr of Cessford to revenge their father's death. They travelled through England in various disguises till they discovered the place of Starhead's retreat, murdered him in his bed, and brought his head to their master, by whom, in memorial of their vengeance, it was exposed on the cross of Edinburgh. Heron would have shared the same fate had he not spread abroad a report of his having died of the plague, and caused his funeral obsequies to be performed. Various expedients were resorted to in order to terminate the feuds which prevailed. A common method was to get the chiefs and chieftains of the opposing clans to subscribe what were called "bonds of assurance." There can be no doubt that this might often have proved a most effective measure had the parties concerned only been willing to let bygones be bygones. But it was found that the old sores were not easily healed. Despite the utmost precautions, animosities which had been suppressed for a time, kept as it were in abeyance, would assert themselves in a most unexpected manner, and with redoubled force, and create a still more distracting condition of affairs. Prior to the Reformation, feuds were sometimes terminated by an appeal to the religious sensibilities of the persons more immediately concerned. They were induced to make pilgrimages to noted shrines, the shrine of St. Ninian being a favorite resort, where, under the influence of religious thoughts and feelings, they might be induced to take a more kindly view of those with whom they were at feud, and make some reparation for the injury they had inflicted. How far this method succeeded it is difficult to determine, but the likelihood is that it was quite as effective as any other. Among the chiefs or clans, feuds were sometimes brought to an end by a contract of marriage between the leading gentleman of one clan and a daughter of the principal house of the other. This was the plan adopted by the Scots and Kerrs, and which, after some vexatious delays, proved entirely successful. But if it was found that none of the above methods of terminating the feud could be conveniently applied, then resort was had, as has already been hinted, to still simpler means. An atonement was made by the payment of a sum of money called assessment, which was sometimes found sufficient to restore good feeling and bring together in a spirit of amity families that had been at feud with each other. But these and other means of putting an end to the feud proved, perhaps, in the majority of cases, of little or no avail. The parties concerned preferred, generally, to fight it out to the bitter end, utterly indifferent to consequences. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Thieves Daunted. "Revenge, revenge," auld Wat gan cry. "Fie, lads, lay on them cruelly. We'll ne'er see Teviot side again, or Willie's death revenged shall be." The intermittent and ineffective manner in which the law was generally administered on the borders was the occasion, if not the cause, of much of the turbulence and lawlessness which prevailed. The border thieves were now and then placed under the most rigid surveillance, and their misdeeds visited with condign punishment, but for the most part they were left to work out their own sweet will, none daring to make them afraid. This method of treatment could not be expected to produce beneficial results. It had exactly the opposite effect. Respect for the law was completely destroyed. Those who were called upon, as the phrase goes, quote, to underlie the law, end quote, had no sense of shame when their wrongdoing was brought home to them. They no doubt felt the inconvenience of being punished by fine or imprisonment for their misdeeds, but there was no moral stigma attached to imprisonment or to almost any other form of punishment. That a man's father had been hanged for cattle stealing or for the slaughter of those who had dared to resist him when he went on a foraging expedition might engender a feeling of resentment, but it was not in the least likely to create a feeling of shame. Such incidents as these were regarded with philosophical indifference. We remember once hearing a distinguished borderer remark that the ancient history of nearly all the great border families had been faithfully chronicled in, quote, Pitcairn's criminal trials, end quote. A careful study of that interesting and valuable compilation will go far to corroborate the remark. The family tree is a phrase which has an altogether peculiar significance on the borders. It suggests ideas and reflections which are not usually associated with genealogy. But when all has been said on this phase of the question which either envy or malice can suggest, every sympathetic and well-informed student of border history will readily admit that the borderers, bad as they were really more sinned against than sinning. Carlyle has somewhere remarked that a man's first right is to be well governed. It is, perhaps, unusual to regard our rights from this point of view, yet there can be no doubt that good government is an essential requisite of society and one of the greatest blessings of the individual life. This boon was one which, for many generations, the borderers did not enjoy. They were encouraged to commit crime one day and punished for it the next. This is doubtless a strong assertion, but we think it is one that can be amply proved. It was the policy of James VI, for example, to keep on the best possible terms with Queen Elizabeth in order not to endanger his chance of succession, and consequently he was naturally anxious to keep his turbulent subjects on the borders as well in hand as possible. But that he secretly sympathized with them and encouraged them in their predatory incursions on the English border hardly admits of serious doubt. Sir John Foster, writing in 1586, says, quote, The king doth write to the Laird of Cessford to do justice, and yet in the meantime he appointeth others to ride and break the border, and doth wink thereat. End quote. We find Hunsdon writing in the same strain, quote, I am at this present credibly advertised, he says, from one of good intelligence that what fair weather soever the king makes, he means no good towards her majesty, nor her subjects, and that at this present there is some practice in hand, whatsoever it is, and he doth assure me that those of Liddesdale, Usedale, Eskdale, and Annandale, being 400 horse that came to Hawdon Briggs, where they took away the goods and burnt 4 houses, was not without the king's knowledge, but not meant to be done in that place. End quote. In other communication, in which he alludes to the coming of the king to the borders with a large army, ostensibly to punish the thieves, he remarks that he thought it very strange that the king should come with so great a company for the suppressing of a few thieves, when there was not one of them either in Liddesdale or Teviotdale that he might not have brought to him, had he so wished it. He hints that these great outrages would never have been attempted without the king's quote, privity, end quote. Quote, for it was given forth, he says, that the Earl Bothwell's riding to Brankstone and Hoyk, where he holds as many of Liddesdale before him as it pleased him to send for, that it was to cause them of Liddesdale to be answerable to justice to England for such outrages as they had sundry times committed. But the sequel did manifest the cause of his going thither. For presently after, his said son-in-law, the Laird of Bickleu, made a road with 300 horse into the West March at 2 of the clock in the afternoon, with a trumpet and guidon, and spoiled the country about Bewcastle in warlike manner till sunset. The trumpet was my Lord Bothwell's, and the goods was carried to Armitage at my Lord Bothwell's officer's commandment. So as I have just cause to think that this road was done by my Lord Bothwell's appointment, and I am sure he durst not have done it without the king's privity, I will not say commandment. These are only a few of the many illustrations of a similar kind which may be found scattered through the pages of the State Papers, and while we must be careful not to accept such statements as in every instance worthy of absolute credence, yet the circumstances would seem to warrant our regarding them, in many cases at least, as well founded. When the king and his lieutenants thus secretly connived at and encouraged the depredations of the Reivers, we need hardly wonder that they engaged in the work of plundering with an almost total absence of compunction. Had the sphere of their operations been always strictly confined to the English border, the likelihood is that neither king nor regent would have sought to daunten them. But there were times when it was difficult for the Scottish Reivers to earn a decent livelihood by harassing and spoiling the auld enemy, owing to the watchfulness and strength of those dwelling within the opposite marches, and as there was a danger of their talents becoming feeble through disuse, they naturally turned their attention to their own more wealthy neighbors and friends. That there is, honor among thieves, is a proposition that is sometimes called in question, but we find that the spirit of a really helpful friendship occasionally manifested itself in curious ways. When a family or clan contemplated a raid upon a neighbor's property, it was customary to secure the assistance of the thieves on the opposite border. In Pitcairn's criminal trials, there are numerous allusions to the prosecutions of famous Scottish reivers for the inbringing of Englishmen to assist them in the work of plunder. This was one of the offences charged against Cockburn of Henderland, and which no doubt weighed heavily with his judges in consigning him to the gallows. When the Reivers thus turned their attention to their own countrymen, and with the assistance of English allies began to despoil them, it was felt that strong measures must be adopted for their suppression and punishment. The border Reivers regarded the law with a feeling akin to contempt. They were disposed to look upon the statutes of the realm as so many old wives' fables, and, truth to speak, they were often of not much more account. The policy of the wardens was too frequently one of mere self-aggrandizement, and so long as their individual interests were not imperiled, they looked on with a kind of placid indifference at the misdoings of those whom it was their duty, if not their interest, to control. When James VI came to Dumfries to, daunten the thieves, in that district of the country, his time was mainly occupied in meting out summary punishment to men of high social position, whose, thefts, heirships, and slaughters, had become notorious, and cried aloud for vengeance. There were, no doubt, many of the commonalty as well, who at this time were made to suffer for their crimes. But as these cases were generally dealt with by subordinate officials, they do not come so prominently before us. Nothing is more remarkable, says Sir Herbert Maxwell, than the light thrown on the social state of Scotland at this time by the justiciary records. By far the larger part of the criminals dealt with at the King's Justice Eyres were men of good position, barons and landowners, burgesses or provosts of burghs. The humbler offenders were dealt with by the sheriff or at the baron's courts, and do not appear, But the following extracts from the records of the short reign of James IV, in which the culprits are all landowners or members of their families in Dumfriesshire or Galloway, illustrate the difficulty of maintaining order when the upper classes were so unruly. End quote. Here, a list of names is appended in which such well-known personages as Murray, Jardine, Herries, Bell, Dinwoodie, Linsdale, Douglas, etc. appear. These men stand charged with high treason, forethought, felony, slaughter, horse-stealing, and other heinous offenses. Some were pardoned, others respited. The horse-stealer was called upon to make restitution, a severe sentence, and Lindsay of Washope, who had slain a messenger-at-arms, was condemned to death and his estates forfeited. In the accounts of expenditure incurred by the king during this visit to Dumfries, some curious items appear. Here are a few samples. Item: to the man that hangeth the thieves at Hollerlaws, 14 shillings. Item: for ein ripe to hang them in, 8 pence. Item: to the man that hangeth the thieves in Canopy, be the king's command, 14 shillings. But all the details are not of this gruesome character. The work of hanging, needful as it was, could give but sma pleasure even to a king, and so we find that entertainment of another kind was plentifully provided for the youthful monarch. Quote, he was attended in his progress, says Tytler, by his huntsmen, falconers, morris dancers, and all the motley and various minions of his pleasure, as well as by his judges and ministers of the law. And whilst troops of the unfortunate marauders were seized and brought in irons to the encampment, executions and entertainments appeared to have succeeded each other with extraordinary rapidity. End quote. Not long after the king made another visit to the borders, coming on this occasion also with a considerable following to the Water of Rule to Daunton the Turnbulls, whose excesses had filled the minds of the more peaceful inhabitants with a feeling of terror. Leslie, in his own quaint and picturesque style, thus describes the incident. Quote, the king rade forth of Edinburgh the 8th of November, one the nicht, we'll accompany it to the Water of Rule, wherehar he took divers broken men and brought them to Jedward, of whom some was justified, and the principals of the Turnbulls came in lining claiths, and naked swords in their hands, and ropes about their necks, and pat them in the king's will. Qua was sent to divers castles in ward, with sincere utterances of that countrymen also, wherehow throughout the borders west in greater quietness thereafter. End quote. We find that the regents, when occasion demanded, were no less severe in their treatment of the unfortunate marauders. It would seem that about the middle of the 16th century, the borders had attained to an almost unexampled degree of lawlessness. Murder, robbery, and offenses of all kinds prevailed to an intolerable extent. It is said that men who had been publicly outlawed walked abroad, deriding the terrors of justice. Hoyk, a burgh of ancient renown, was the center of these crimes. The Earl of Mar made a sudden and rapid march upon the town, encompassed it with his soldiers, and made a proclamation in the marketplace forbidding anyone, on pain of death, to receive or shelter a thief. He apprehended 53 of the most noted outlaws, 18 of whom, strange to state, he was under the necessity of drowning for, quote, lack of trees and halters, end quote. 6 were hanged in Edinburgh, and the rest either acquitted or put in prison. This sharp and salutary lesson was evidently laid to heart, as we learn that, for some time after, extraordinary quietness prevailed. In a few years, however, the state of matters on the borders seems to have gone from bad to worse. The Scots and the Elliots, were at deadly feud, and as the result of their frequent and violent quarrels, the whole district was thrown into confusion and disorder. Queen Mary had recently returned from France, and, hearing how things were going in this distracted part of her realm, came to Jedburgh to hold court in person. For more than a week, she was busily engaged in hearing a great variety of cases that were brought before her and imposing various modes and degrees of punishment on the offenders. It was on this occasion she made her famous visit to Hermitage Castle in Liddesdale. The Earl of Bothwell had been stationed there for some time in order, if possible, to daunten the wicked Limmers, by whom the district had long been infested. One day, when in the pursuit of a party of Elliots, having got considerably ahead of his company, he encountered a famous moss trooper, John Eliot of Park, the "little Jock Elliot" of Border Song, and drawing a dag or pistol, fired at him, wounding him severely in the thigh. The gallant marauder turned upon his assailant and, with a two-handed sword which he wielded with amazing dexterity, bore him to the ground, leaving him to all appearance dead. Some have been wicked enough to wish that this coup d'épée had been more effective, as both queen and country would have been spared much trouble and many heartburnings had Eliot's well-aimed blow fallen with more deadly effect. Mary, hearing that her favorite courtier lay ill at Hermitage, resolved to pay him a friendly visit. Leaving Jedburgh early in the morning in the company of her brother Murray and other officers, she rode by way of Hoyk over the hills to Liddesdale, a distance of 20 miles. The road was rough and not without its hazards, especially to one unacquainted with the district, the ground near the watershed being full of quaking bogs and treacherous morasses. There is a place, still known as the Queen's Mire, near the head of the Bradley Burn, where the palfrey on which Her Majesty was riding came to grief. Not long ago, a bit of silver spur was found at this spot, which is not unreasonably regarded as a relic of the Queen's disaster. After watching by the bed of the sufferer for a space of 2 hours, the Queen resumed her journey, reaching Jedburgh the same night. This long and exciting ride, which has exposed the memory of the fair queen to many severe animadversions, was followed by a violent fever which brought her to the gates of death. She herself did not expect to recover. Calling her nobles around her couch, she enjoined them to live in unity and peace with each other, and to employ their utmost diligence in the government of the country and the education of her son. But the end was not yet. Fotheringay, with its tragic memories, and not the quiet border town where she then lay, was to witness the close of her sublimely pathetic career. The unsettled condition of the country after the Battle of Langside and the Queen's flight into England made the border reivers more than ever bold and lawless. They seemed to think that their opportunity had come, and that they might shake themselves free from the embarrassing restraints of constituted authority. But they were speedily made to feel that the hand of the regent was even heavier than that of the king. The Earl of Murray, realizing that repressive measures were urgently needed, mustered a force of 4,000 horse and foot and marched into Teviotdale, where he was speedily joined by Scott of Bicklew, Home, Kerr of Cessford, Kerr of Fernahurst, and other gentlemen. After consulting together, it was resolved to burn and destroy Liddesdale, and Bicklew and Fernahurst were deputed to undertake the work. This resolution, as might have been expected, created consternation and dismay amongst the leaders of the clans, who came to the regent entreating him to stay his hand and graciously pardon their offences. Murray was not unwilling to do so, provided they would give assurances and pledges of their future conduct. It was found impossible, however, to come to terms. The sureties offered did not satisfy the regent, and he at once set about the wholesale work of destruction which he had formerly planned. He was determined to do the work thoroughly when he had begun. Everything that would burn was given to the flames. Not a single house was left standing. He spent a Sunday night in the castle of Mangerton, and when he left next morning he had the satisfaction of seeing it reduced to a heap of ruins. This destructive invasion must have taxed the energies of his large army, as it is said that the Armstrongs and Elliots had 50 keeps and castles on the banks of the Little. It is one thing, however, to destroy the rookeries. It is another and totally different thing to exterminate the crows. The border thieves were not difficult to accommodate. They were inured to hardship. It was a necessity of their mode of life. Their peels and towers might be in ruins, but it never seemed to have occurred to them to go elsewhere, at least for any length of time. As soon as the avenging army had withdrawn, they were back to their old haunts, and in a short time had them as comfortable as ever. When a community has been demoralized by long continued misgovernment, the mere application of brute force does not go far in the way of restraining them, or helping them toward a better mode of life, a lesson which governments are often slow to learn. But this work of, quote, daunting the thieves, end quote, was also occasionally undertaken by the wardens with considerable hardiness, more especially when dealing with unfortunate culprits from the opposite wardenry. Sir Robert Carey frequently distinguished himself in this way. In his chatty and interesting memoirs, he tells a story of one Geordie Bourne, whom he caused to be hanged on account of his villainies. It was to be hoped that the picture he has drawn of this man is not representative of the Reivers as a whole, as it is hardly possible to conceive of a more consummate scoundrel. We shall let the warden tell the story in his own words. He says, quote, this gallant with some of his associates would, in a bravery, come and take goods in the East March. I had that night some of the garrison abroad. They met with this Geordie and his fellows driving off cattle before them. The garrison set upon them, and with a shot killed Geordie Bourne's uncle, and he himself bravely resisting, till he was sore hurt in the head, was taken. After he was taken, his pride was such as he asked who it was that durst avow that night's work. But when he heard it was the garrison, he was then more quiet. But so powerful and awful was this Sir Robert Carr and his favourites, as there was not a gentleman in the East March that durst offend them. Presently, after he was taken, I had most of the gentlemen of the march come to me, and told me that now I had the ball at my foot, and might bring Sir Robert Carr to what condition I pleased, for this man's life was so near and dear to him, as I should have all that heart could desire for the good and quiet of the country and myself, if upon any condition I would give him his life. I heard them and their reasons. Notwithstanding, I called a jury the next morning, and he was found guilty of March treason. Then they feared that I would cause him to be executed that afternoon, which made them come flocking to me, that I should spare his life till the next day, and if Sir Robert Carr came not himself to me, and made me not such proffers as I could not but accept, then I should do with him what I pleased. And further, they told me plainly that if I should execute him before I heard from Sir Robert Carr, they must be forced to quit their houses and fly the country, for his fury would be such against me and the march I commanded, as he would use all his power and strength to the utter destruction of the East March. They were so earnest with me that I gave them my word he should not die that day. There was post upon post sent to Sir Robert Carr, and some of them rode to him themselves to advertise him in what danger Geordie Bourne was, how he was condemned, and should have been executed that afternoon. But by their humble suit I gave them my word that he should not die that day, and therefore besought him that he would send to me with all speed he could, to let me know that he would be next day with me to offer good conditions for the safety of his life. When all things were quiet and the watch set at night, after supper, about 10 of the clock, I took one of my men's liveries, and put it about me, and took 2 other of my servants with me in their liveries, and we 3, as the warden's men, came to the provost marshal's, where Bourne was, and were let into his chamber. We sat down by him and told him that we were desirous to see him, because we heard he was stout and valiant and true to his friend, and that we were sorry our master could not be moved to spare his life. He voluntarily of himself said that he had lived long enough to do so many villainies as he had done, and withal told us that he had lain with above 40 men's wives, what in England, what in Scotland, and that he had killed 7 Englishmen with his own hand, cruelly murdering them, that he had spent his whole time in whoring, drinking, stealing, and taking deep revenge for slight offenses. He seemed to be very penitent, and much desired a minister for the comfort of his soul. We promised him to let our master know his desire, who, we knew, would presently grant it. We took our leave of him, and presently I took order that Mr. Selby, a very worthy honest preacher, should go to him, and not stir from him till his execution the next morning. For after I had heard his own confession, I was resolved no conditions should save his life, and so took order that, at the gates opening next morning, he should be carried to execution, which accordingly was performed. Milder measures were sometimes adopted and proved surprisingly efficacious in certain circumstances. Before Sir Robert Carey was warden of the East March, he was deputy to Lord Scrope, his brother-in-law, who was warden of the West March, with his headquarters in Carlisle. On one occasion, when occupying this subordinate position, intelligence was brought to him that 2 Scotsmen had killed a churchman in Scotland, and that they had been relieved or sheltered by one of the Grahams of Netherby. Carey determined to surprise the fugitive Scots, and about 2 o'clock one morning surrounded the Tower of Netherby with 25 horsemen. As he approached, he saw a boy riding from the house as fast as his horse could carry him. Thomas Carleton came to him and said, quote, "Do you see that boy that rideth away as fast? He will be in Scotland within this half hour, and he is gone to let them know that you are here, and the small number you have with you, and that if they make haste, on a sudden they may surprise us, and do with us what they please." End quote. But Carey was not to be frightened. He soon gathered together 300 or 400 horse from the surrounding district, and as many foot, and presently set to work to get to the top of the strong tower into which the Scots had fled for refuge. The Scots, seeing how things were going, pled for mercy. Quote, "They had no sooner opened the iron gate," says Carey, "and yielded themselves my prisoners, but we might see 400 horse within a quarter of a mile coming to their rescue, and to surprise me and my small company. But of a sudden they stayed, and stood at gaze. Then had I more to do than ever, for all our borderers came crying with full mouths, 'Sir, give us leave to set upon them, for these are they that have killed our fathers, our brothers, our uncles, and our cousins, and they are come, thinking to surprise you upon weak grass nags, such as they could get on a sudden, and God will put them into your hands, that we may take revenge of them for much blood that they have spilled of ours.' I desired that they would be patient and wise, and bethought myself, if I should give them their wills, there should be few or none of them, the Scots, that would escape unkilled. There were so many deadly feuds among them, and therefore I resolved with myself to give a fair answer, but not to give them their desire. So I told them that if I were not there myself, they might do what they pleased themselves, but being present, if I should give them leave, the blood that had been spilt that day would lie very heavy on my conscience, and therefore I desired them, for my sake, to forbear. And if the Scots did not presently make away with all the speed they could upon my sending to them, they should then have their wills to do what they pleased. They were ill satisfied with my answer, but durst not disobey. I sent with speed to the Scots, and bade them pack away with all the speed they could, for if they stayed the messenger's return, there should be few of them return to their own home. They made no stay, but they were turned homewards before the messenger had made an end of his message. Thus, By God's mercy and by my means, there were a great many lives spared that day." End quote. Thus ended happily what might otherwise have proved a disastrous encounter. Such incidents tend to prove that the borderers might have been governed with comparative ease had they only been dealt with in a firm but kindly spirit. The rough usage to which they were frequently subjected at the hands of the government made them reckless, and not unnaturally led them to regard the law not as a friend, but as an enemy. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Liddesdale Limmers. Wicked thieves and limmers. Act of Parliament. They're limmer thieves, they have good hearts, they niver think to be o'erthrown. 3 banners against Weardale men they bear, as if the world had been their own. Rookhope Ride. Though reiving may be said to have been a characteristic of the inhabitants along the whole border line from Berwick to the Solway, yet it was only in the district known as Liddesdale where it attained what we might designate its complete development as a thoroughly organized system. This part of Roxburghshire is, to a certain extent, detached from the rest of the country by reason of the fact that it lies south of the range of hills which form the watershed between the Solway and the German Ocean. This picturesque and interesting district, so famous in border song and story, is of a somewhat triangular shape, and at present forms one of the largest parishes in the south of Scotland, measuring some 20 miles by 14. It is bounded by England on the south, by Dumfriesshire on the west, and by the parishes of Teviothead, Hobkirk, and Southdean on the north. The upper or northern portion is mountainous and bleak. Some of the hills along its boundaries are high and precipitous, the lofty peaks of Millenwood Fell and Windhead attaining an elevation of close on 2,000 feet. Tudhope Hill, which forms a landmark for ships at sea, is 1,830 feet high. The lower end of the district is less mountainous, but the whole country is wild and bare, except in the valleys, which are clothed in the richest green and are sunny and sheltered. Along the banks of the Hermitage and the Little, the latter stream giving its name to the district, the keeps and peels of the border reivers were thickly and picturesquely planted. These towers, many of which have been happily preserved, form one of the most striking features of the border landscape. As a general rule, they were built in some situation of great natural strength, on a precipice or close to the banks of a stream, or surrounded by woods and morasses, which made them difficult of access. The position in which they were generally placed indicated at a glance the pursuits and apprehensions of their inhabitants. It is said that when James VI approached the castle of Lockwood, the ancient seat of the Johnstons, he exclaimed that, quote, "the man who built it must have been a knave in his heart." End quote. The principal part of these strongholds consisted of a large square tower called a keep, having walls of immense thickness, which could be easily defended against any sudden or desultory assault. The residencies of the inferior chiefs, called peels or bastille houses, were generally built on a much smaller scale and consisted merely of a high square tower surrounded by an outer wall, which served as a protection for cattle at night. In these places, the rooms were placed one above the other and connected by a narrow stair, which was easily blocked up or defended so that it was possible for the garrison to hold out for a considerable period, even after the lower story had been taken possession of by the enemy. In such circumstances, the usual device was for the assailants to heap together quantities of wetted straw and set fire to it in order to drive the defenders from story to story and thus compel them to surrender. Quote, In each village or town, says Sir Walter Scott, were several small towers having battlements projecting over the side walls, and usually an advanced angle or two with shot holes for flanking the doorway, which was always defended by a strong door of oak studded with nails, and often by an interior door of iron. These small peel houses were ordinarily inhabited by the principal feuds and their families. Upon the alarm of approaching danger, the whole inhabitants thronged from their miserable cottages, which were situated around, to garrison these places of defense. It was then no easy matter for a hostile party to penetrate into the village, for the men were habituated to the use of bow and firearms, and the towers being generally so placed that the discharge from one crossed that from another, it was impossible to assault any of them individually. End quote. In the middle of the 16th century, there were no fewer than 16 of these Bastille houses in the village of Les Sudden, a fact which shows that the inhabitants of the border were compelled to live under somewhat peculiar conditions. To follow the ordinary occupations of life was, in most cases, all but impossible. One of the most important strongholds on the borders was Hermitage, a well-built castle placed near the watershed on the banks of a swift-flowing mountain stream, the Hermitage Water, which joins the Liddel a little above the village of Newcastleton. This famous border tower was built and fortified by Walter, Earl of Menteith, in the beginning of the 13th century. It was a royal fortress, built and maintained for the defense of the kingdom. Numerous interesting associations cluster around its moldering walls. It has, unhappily, been the scene of many a blood-curdling tragedy. Could its massive walls only recount the deeds which have been done under their shadow, they would many a strange tale unfold. Hermitage was long associated with the name of Lord Soulless, a fiend in human form whose crimes have been painted in blackest hues, and to whom tradition has ascribed almost every conceivable kind and degree of wickedness. He seems, at least, to have been utterly destitute of the divine quality of mercy. Quote, "The axe he bears, it hacks and tears. 'Tis formed of an earth-fast flint. No armor of knight, though ever so white, can bear its deadly dint. No danger he fears, for a charmed sword he wears, of Adderstone the hilt. No Tynedale knight had ever such might, but his heart-blood was spilt." End quote. He invited the young Laird of Mangerton to a feast and treacherously murdered him. The "Cout of Keeldar" also was drowned by the retainers of Lord Soulless in a pool near the castle, being held down in the water by the spears of his murderers. Quote, "And now young Keeldar reached the stream above the foamy Lynn. The border lances round him gleam, and force the warrior in. The holly floated to the side, and the leaf on the rowan pale. Alas, no spell could charm the tide, nor the lance of Liddis Dale. Swift was the Cout of Keeldare's course along the Lily Lee, but home came never hound nor horse, and never home came he. Where weeps the birch with branches green, without the holy ground, between two old grey stones is seen the warrior's ridgy mound. And the hunters bold of Keeldar's train within yon castle's wall. In a deadly sleep must I remain till the ruined towers downfall. Each in his hunter's garb arrayed, each holds his bugle horn. Their keen hounds at their feet are laid, that ne'er shall wake the morn." End quote. Tradition says that, when the people complained to the king of the atrocities committed by Lord Soulless, he said to them in a fit of irritation, quote, "Go, boil Lord Soulless an ye list, but let me hear no more of him." End quote. No sooner said than done. Quote, "On a circle of stones they placed the pot, on a circle of stones, but barely 9. They heated it red and fiery hot, till the burnished brass did glimmer and shine. They rolled him up in a sheet of lead for a funeral pall. They plunged him in the cauldron red, and melted him lead and bones and all. At the Skelf Hill the cauldron still the men of Liddesdale can show, and on the spot where they boiled the pot, the spreet and deer hair ne'er shall grow. At a place called the Nine Stane Rig, there may still be seen a circle of stones where it is supposed this gruesome tragedy was enacted. The cauldron red, in which Lord Solus was boiled, is now in the possession of the Duke of Buccleuch. The Nine Stane Rig derived its name from an old druidical circle of upright stones, 9 of which remained to a late period. 2 of these are particularly pointed out as those that supported the iron bar upon which the fatal cauldron was suspended. The castle of Hermitage ultimately passed into the possession of the Douglases and became the principal stronghold of the, Black Knight of Liddesdale, a natural son of the good Lord James Douglas, the trusted friend and companion of Bruce. In the year 1342, it was the scene of the following terrible tragedy. Sir Alexander Ramsay of Dalhousie, a brave and patriotic Scottish baron who had specially distinguished himself in the wars with England, was appointed governor of the castle of Roxburgh and sheriff of Teviotdale. Douglas, who had formerly held the office of sheriff, was enraged when he heard what had occurred, and vowed revenge against Ramsay, his old companion in arms. He came suddenly upon him with a strong party of his vassals while he was holding his court in the church of Hoyk. Ramsay, suspecting no harm, invited Douglas to take a seat beside him. The ferocious warrior, drawing his sword, rushed upon his victim, wounded him, threw him across his horse, and carried him off to the remote and inaccessible castle of Hermitage. There he was thrown into a dungeon and left to perish of hunger. It is said that his miserable existence was prolonged for 17 days by some particles of corn which fell from a granary above his prison. Tytler, in commenting on this abominable crime, justly remarks, "It is a melancholy reflection that a fate so horrid befell one of the bravest and most popular leaders of the Scottish nation, and that the deed not only passed unrevenged, but that its perpetrator received a speedy pardon and was rewarded by the office which led to the murder." In later times, Hermitage is chiefly associated with the names of Bothwell and Buccleuch. It is still in the possession of the latter noble family and is one of the most interesting of all the old border castles. In the olden times, Liddesdale was chiefly inhabited by 2 numerous and powerful families, the Armstrongs and the Elliots. The Laird of Mangerton was the head of the former, and the Laird of Redhugh of the latter. Both families were, almost without exception, notorious freebooters. Reiving was the business of their lives. They were inspired, if not with a noble, at least with an overmastering enthusiasm for their nefarious calling. They were strongly of opinion that all property was common by the law of nature, and that the greatest thief was the man who had the presumption to call anything his own. Might was right. "They may take who have the power, and they may keep who can." It was, no doubt, a simple rule, but the consequences resulting from its application were not always of an agreeable description. It is said that the original name of the Armstrongs was Fairbairn, and that the change of name was brought about by a curious incident. The king on one occasion asked a Fairbairn to help him to mount his horse. Stretching out his arm, he caught the king by the thigh and lifted him into his saddle. From henceforth he was known by the name of Armstrong. The name Elliot has undergone considerable changes. It is spelled in some of the older documents in at least 70 or 80 different ways, the most common being Elwood, Elwald, Elwand, Hellwood, Halliot, Allet, Elliot. It is remarkable that in many districts in the south of Scotland the name is still pronounced Allet, though this is one of the older forms in which it appears. The Elliots and Armstrongs and other inhabitants of Liddesdale attained an unenviable notoriety. The picture which Maitland has drawn of these, quote, Liddesdale limmers, quote, may be here and there too highly colored, yet those who are the most familiar with the facts of border history will be the first to admit that it is, on the whole, a fairly accurate description. It is entitled, quote, A Complaint Against the Thieves of Liddesdale, end quote. Quote, Of Liddesdale the common thieves say pertly steals now and reeves, that nane may keep horse nolt nor sheep for their mischiefs. They plainly through the country rides, I trow the mickle devil them guides, where they onset, I in their gate, there is no yet, nor door them bides. They leave rick knocked wherever they gae, there can naething be hid them frae. For gif men walled, their houses hauled, then wax they bald, to burn and slay. They thieves hae near hand Herret Hale, Ettrick Forest and Lauderdale. Now are they gane to Lotheraine, and spares nane that they will wail. But common taking of blackmail, they that had flesh and bread and ale, now are sae wrecked, made bare and necked, fain to be slacked with water kale. They thieves that steal and terses hame, ilk ane o' them has ane to name. Will I the laws have o' the shaws to mak bare waws, they think nae shame. They spoil pure men of their packs, they leave them knocked on bed or balks. Baith hen and cock, with reel and rock, the laird's jock, all with him tax. They leave not spindle, spoon, nor speet, bed, blanket, bolster, sark, nor sheet. John o' the Park, ripes kist and ark, for all sick work, he is richt meat. He is weel keened, Jock o' the Side, a greater thief did never ride. He never tires for to break byres, or muir and mires, or gild ane gild. Of Stouth though now they come good speed, that nother of God or man has dread. Yet or I dee, some shall them see, hang on a tree, while they be deed. End quote. It is evident from this graphic account that these Liddesdale limmers were not particular as to their booty. They carried off everything that came to hand, on the principle, perhaps, that if they had no particular use for some of the things they appropriated, they were at least leaving their enemies poorer than when they found them. We read of one John Foster of Heathpool, servant to Sir John Foster, complaining of John Eliot of the Hugh House, Clement Crosser, Martin's Clemmy, John Crosser, Eddy's John, Gib Foster of Foulshiels, etc., to the number of 30, quote, who stole 6 oxen, 6 kye, 4 young note, ane horse, a nag, a sword, a steel cap, a dagger and knives, 2 spears, 2 doublets, 2 pair of breeches, a cloak, a jerkin, a woman's kirtle and a pair of sleeves, 9 kerchers, 7 rails, 7 partlets, 5 pair of linen sheets, 2 coverlets, 2 lin sheets, a purse and 6 shillings in money, a woman's purse and 2 silk ribbons, a windage cloth, a feather bed, a cowdron, a pane, 4 bond of hemp, a pair of wool cards, 4 children's coats, etc., etc. End quote. The list of goods here appropriated by John Eliot and his friends is an interesting one, as it shows, quote, that all was fish that came to their net, end quote. Not even the winding cloth being discarded when ransacking the house. We also find an account of one Robert Rutherford of Todlaw producing a, quote, remission for art and part of the theft of certain cushies of silk, sheets, fustian, linen cloths, scarfs, fustian, scarfs, and other cloths, firth of the Kirk of Jedworth, Robert Turnbull of Blindhalch becoming surety to satisfy parties. End quote. Sacrilege was of frequent occurrence. We also find the following entry in Pitcairn. Quote, remission to Edward Tate for the thiftwise brecking of the Kirk of Henderland and taking away of certain goods, gold and silver, frae Sir William Jourdain. End quote. This happened in the year 1493, which points to the fact that at that date the Church of Henderland, which stood on the rounded eminence near Henderland Farmhouse, where, quote, Perrys and Marjorie Cockburn, end quote, have found their last resting place, was then in existence. This place of worship must have disappeared about the time of the Reformation. These items of information, curious though they may appear, must not be regarded as abnormal instances of the rapacity of the Liddesdale thieves or limmers, to use the designation of an old act of the Scottish Parliament. They simply denote ordinary incidences of border reiving. Kist and ark were made to yield up their treasures. Insight gear included everything to be found within the four walls of the house. The very children were sometimes carried off. When the thieves had completed their task, those whom they had plundered were occasionally left in a state of absolute destitution. They might congratulate themselves when they were able to keep their clothes on their backs. Some, indeed, were not so fortunate, and, after an encounter with the thieves, were compelled to face the rigor of a severe climate with an exceedingly primitive outfit. It is interesting to find that the clan system prevailed on the borders, especially in the southwest portion of the district. In Liddesdale, in the district known as the Debatable Land, and along the shores of the Solway, the inhabitants were grouped into clans, many of them numerous and powerful. According to Skene, quote, the word clan signifies children or descendants, and the clan name thus implies that the members of it are, or were supposed to be, descended from a common ancestor or eponymous, and they were distinguished from each other by their patronymics, the use of surnames, in the proper sense of the term, being unknown among them. These patronymics, in the case of the Ciansine or chief, and the Ciantais, or heads of the smaller septs, indicated their descent from the founder of the race or sept. Those of the members of it who were of the kin of the chief or chieftain showed the personal relation, while the commonality of the clan simply used a derivative form of the name of the clan, implying merely that they belonged to it. This form of government, so essentially patriarchal in its nature, is at once the most simple and universal. It is derived from the most primitive idea of authority exercised by a father over his family. Among nations of a Celtic origin, this system was universal. Indeed, it is generally held that it is a system peculiar to Celtic tribes. How it came to be established on the borders is a question which is not easily solved. Sir Walter Scott is of opinion that the system was originally derived from the inhabitants of the western portion of Valentia, who remained unsubdued by the Saxons and by those of Reged and the modern Cumberland. He says that the system was not so universal on the eastern part of the Marches or on the opposite borders of England. There were many families of distinction who exercised the same feudal and territorial authority that was possessed by other landlords throughout England. But in the dales of Reed and Tyne, as well as in the neighboring country of Cumberland, the ancient custom of clanship prevailed, and consequently the inhabitants of those districts acted less under the direction of their landlords than under that of the principal men of their name. It is important that this fact should be kept steadily in mind as the mode of government, of living, and of making war adopted by the borderers on both sides seems to have been in great measure the consequence of the prevailing system of clanship. It is the simplest of all possible systems of government. The chief was not only the legislator and captain and father of the tribe, but it was to him that each individual of the name looked up for advice, subsistence, protection, and revenge. In Skene's Acts of Parliament, A roll of the border clans is given, from which it would appear that there were 17 distinct septs or families, mostly in the southwestern portion of the Scottish borders. The Middle March was inhabited by Elliots, Armstrongs, Nixons, and Crossiers. The West March by Scots, Bedesons, Littles, Thompsons, Glendinnings, Irvings, Bells, Carrutherses, Grahams, Johnstons, Jardines, Moffats, and Latimers. These clans were described as having, quote, captains, chieftains, whom on they depend oft time against the wills of their landlords, end quote. Quote, ilk ane o' them, end quote, according to Maitland, had a two-name or nickname, as it is commonly called nowadays. This was a matter of necessity, as otherwise it would have been exceedingly difficult to distinguish the different members of the sept. These two names are often suggestive and amusing, as most of them are based on some physical or moral peculiarity. In the year 1583, Thomas Musgrave sent an interesting letter to Burleigh, Chancellor to Queen Elizabeth, in which he gives a list of the Armstrongs and Elliots. Quote, I understand, he says, that your lordship is not well acquainted with the names of the waters and the dwelling places of the writers and ill-doers both of England and Scotland. May it please, therefore, your lordship to understand that the river Liddel is a fair river, and hath her course down by Liddesdale, so as the dale hath the name of the river. I shall therefore set down the Elliots of the head of Liddel as my skill will afford, that your lordship may know the better when their deeds shall come in question. The Elliots of Liddesdale, Robin Elliot of Redhew, chief of the Elliots, Will Elliot of Harshcraft, his brother, Gebby Elliot, his brother, Adam Elliot of the Shaws, Archie Elliot called Fire the Brayus, Gibby Elliot of the Shaws, Gorth Simpson, Martin Elliot called Richis Martin. All these are Robin Elliott's brethren, or his men that are daily at his commandment. The grain of the Elliots called Barnheeds, Joke Elliot called Half Lodges, the grain of the Elliots of the Bark, Sims John Elliot of the Park, Will Elliot, Grey Willie, Hobby Elliot called Scots Hobby, John Elliot of the Park, Jeem Elliot called Grey Will's Jeem, Hobby Elliot called Hobbs Hob, the grain of Martin Elliot of Bradley, Gowan Elliot called the Clark, Hobby Elliot his brother, Archie Elliot his brother, Joke Elliot called Copshaw, John Elliot of Thornsoap, Will Elliot of the Steel, Dan Elliot of the Brandley, John Elliot of the same, Seam Elliot of Harden. All these Elliots, and many more of them, are at Robin Elliott's commandment, and dwell betwixt the Armstrongs in Liddesdale and Wetthrew town, few of them married with English women. End quote. Then follows a long list of the Armstrongs of Mangerton and of the House of Wetaw Tower. Some of the names in the list are amusingly suggestive. Quote, Seam Armstrong, Lord of Mangerton, married John Foster's daughter of Kirrishopefoot. Joke Armstrong, called the Lord's Joke, dwelleth under Dennishill, beside Kysope in Dennisbourne, and married Anton Armstrong's daughter of Windleyer in Gisland. John Armstrong, called the Lord's John, married Richie Graham's sister. Thomas Armstrong, called the Lord's Tom. Runyon Armstrong, called the Lord's Runyon. Tom Armstrong Sims Thome married Wat Story's daughter of Esk, called Wat of the Hare Ends. End quote. We also read of Thomas Abbey, Gawain's Will, Red Andrew, Bangtail, Old Hector of Harlaw, Stolugs, Cokespool, Skinnabake, Carhand, Hob the Tailor, Redneb, etc. Among the Elliots we find such two names as Long John, John the Child, John Cull the Spade, Bessie's wife's Richie, Robin the Bastard of Glenvoran, etc. One of the family of Nixons was known as Ill-Droomed Geordie, a name which seems to indicate that the person who bore it had at one time or another a narrow escape from what perhaps was his righteous doom. Winking Will, Rye Crag, David the Letty, and Hob the King are sufficiently explicit. These are a fair sample of the two names by which the thieves of Liddesdale were distinguished. It must be admitted, however, that many of them are not quite so respectable as those given, and would hardly admit of reproduction in a modern book. The men to whom they were assigned must have been regarded, one would naturally suppose, as utterly disreputable characters, even by those who associated with them in the invidious calling to which they were devoted. It is probable that the men of Liddesdale were to a certain extent corrupted by their propinquity to the lawless hordes which inhabited the debatable land. This was a tract of country lying between the Esk and the Sark, of some 50 or 60 square miles in extent, which was regarded as belonging neither to the one kingdom nor the other. Here the genius of misrule, for many generations, held all but undisputed sway. The Grahams, Littles, and Bells, and other broken men of equally unenviable reputation found in this district a convenient center for conducting their marauding exploits. It was a matter of no moment to them whether their victims belonged to the one country or the other. They were as destitute of patriotism as of the other virtues. When they were hard driven by the English, they claimed the protection of the Scottish warden, and when he, in his turn, had accounts to settle with them, they appealed to his English rival in office to shield them from vengeance. In this way, they often succeeded in escaping the punishment due to their misdeeds, where others, less happily circumstanced, would have been speedily compelled to underlie the law. In course of time, this state of matters became intolerable, and it was resolved by the Scottish Council in the year 1552 that this district should be divided, the one part to be placed under the jurisdiction of England, the other under that of Scotland. Accordingly, a commission, on which were representatives of both nations, was appointed to settle, if possible, this long-standing difficulty. These commissioners were allowed the utmost freedom of judgment in fixing upon a proper boundary line, as both governments were agreed that minor difficulties as to the extent of territory to be allocated to one country or the other should not be allowed to stand in the way. The final decision was not so easily arrived at as might, in the circumstances, have been expected. The Scots drew the line considerably to the south, the English to the north of the boundary finally agreed upon. After considerable discussion, a line was ultimately fixed which satisfied both parties, and a turf dike was built, stretching from the Sark to the Esk, which is still known as the Scots' Dyke. This was an important step. The boundary was finally settled. The wardens knew the precise limits to which their power and authority extended, and were thus in a position to discharge the duties of their office with more assured certainty of success. But, as might have been anticipated, the fixing of a boundary line did not eradicate, or even to any great extent restrain, the thieving propensities of the lawless inhabitants of this district. The debatable land continued to nourish, "ane great company of thieves and traitors, to the great hurt and scathe of the honest lieges," as in times by-past. But a good beginning had been made in fixing the boundaries, and in course of time more favorable results ensued. It would be unwarrantable to assert that the Liddesdale thieves attained their unenviable notoriety entirely owing to their intimate association with the fierce banditti to whom reference has been made. The Armstrongs and Elliots needed no encouragement in the carrying on of their nefarious business of plunder. They were evidently heartily in love with their calling, and were never happier than when engaged in a marauding expedition. But apart from the fact that, "evil communications corrupt good manners," the near neighborhood of the debatable land constituted an indirect incentive to crime. In the great deer forests of the Highlands there are what are called sanctuaries, or places where the deer may resort to escape the huntsman. We are told that when they are disturbed on the mountains, they at once make for the protected area where they know they are safe from pursuit. The debatable land constituted for generations just such a sanctuary or place of refuge for border thieves. Here they were comparatively safe. The district formed a little kingdom by itself. Within this region, the law was comparatively powerless. But we find that the Liddesdale Limmers were occasionally driven to bay in the most effectual manner. Sir Robert Carey on one occasion gave them a salutary lesson which they did not soon forget. The Armstrongs especially, a powerful and turbulent clan, had long carried things with a high hand on the English border, burning, despoiling, and slaying to their heart's content. This state of matters had at last become intolerable, and Carey determined to have it out with them. He called the gentlemen of the neighborhood together, and acquainted them with the miseries which had been brought upon the people by the rapacity and cruelty of the Liddesdale thieves. They advised him to apply to the Queen and Council for assistance, but this he was unwilling to do, as he thought he was quite able, with the resources at his command, to effectually suppress the lawless horde which had wrought such havoc within his wardenry. He says, quote, "I told them my intention what I meant to do, which was that myself, with my 2 deputies and the 40 horse that I was allowed, would, with what speed we could, make ourselves ready to go up to the wastes, and there we would entrench ourselves and lie as near as we could to the outlaws, and if there were any brave spirits among them that would go with us, they should be very welcome and fair and lie as well as myself. And I did not doubt before the summer ended to do something that should abate the pride of these outlaws." End quote. With this comparatively small force, he set out for Liddesdale. He built a fort on a hill in the immediate vicinity of Terrace Moss, into which the thieves, when they learned of his approach, had fled for refuge. Here Carey and his men stayed from the middle of June till near the end of August. The country people supplied him with provisions, being well paid for anything they brought to him. Quote, "The chief outlaws," he says, "at our coming, fled their houses where they dwelt, and betook themselves to a large and great forest, with all their goods, which was called the Terrace. It was of that strength, and so surrounded with bog and marsh grounds, and thick bushes and shrubs, as they feared not the force nor power of England or Scotland, so long as they were there. They sent me word that I was like the first puff of a haggis, hottest at the first, and bade me stay there as long as the weather would give me leave. They would stay in the terrace wood till I was weary of lying in the waste, and when I had had my time, and they no whit the worse, they would play their parts, which should keep me waking next winter. Those gentlemen of the country that came not with me were of the same mind, for they knew, or thought at least, that my force was not sufficient to withstand the fury of the outlaws. The time I stayed at the fort, I was not idle, but cast, by all means I could, how to take them in the great strength they were in. I found a means to send 150 horsemen into Scotland, conveyed by a muffled man, not known to any of the company, 30 miles within Scotland, and the business was so carried that none in the country took any alarm at this passage. They were quietly brought to the backside of the terrace, to Scotland ward. There they divided themselves into 3 parts, and took up 3 passages, which the outlaws made themselves secure of, if from the England side they should at any time be put at. They had their scouts on the tops of hills, on the English side, to give them warning if at any time any power of men should come to surprise them. The 3 ambushes were safely laid, without being discovered, and about 4 o'clock in the morning there were 300 horse and 1,000 foot that came directly to the place where the scouts lay. They gave the alarm. Our men broke down as fast as they could into the wood. The outlaws thought themselves safe, assuring themselves at any time to escape, but they were so strongly set upon on the English side as they were forced to leave their goods and to betake themselves to their passages towards Scotland. There was presently 5 taken of the principal of them. The rest, seeing themselves, as they thought, betrayed, retired into the thick woods and bogs, that our men durst not follow them for fear of losing themselves. The principal of the 5 that were taken were 2 of the eldest sons of Sim of Wittram. These 5 they brought me to the fort, and a number of goods, both of sheep and kine, which satisfied most part of the country that they had stolen from. Thus God blessed me in bringing this great trouble to so quiet an end. We broke up our fort, and every man retired to his own house." End quote. Judging from this account, one is led to suppose that the force which Carey had at his command was comparatively small. He tells us that he took a list of those that offered to go with him and found that with his officers, gentlemen, and servants there would be about 200 good men and horse, a competent number he thought for such a service. But we find in a letter which he sent to Cecil that he speaks of having, quote, 1,000 horse and foot, end quote. But whatever may have been the strength of the forces at his command, it is quite certain that, on this occasion at least, he proved himself more than a match for the lewd Liddesdales. The tradition of this famous raid, which was long preserved in the district, differs considerably from the account here given. Quote, "The people of Liddesdale have retained," end quote, says the editor of Border Minstrelsy, quote, "the remembrance of Carey's raid," end quote, as they call it. Quote, "They tell that while he was besieging the outlaws in the terrace, they contrived, by ways known only to themselves, to send a party into England who plundered the warden's lands. On their return, they sent Carey one of his own cows, telling him that, fearing he might fall short of provisions during his visit to Scotland, they had taken the precaution of sending him some English beef." End quote. The anecdote is worth preserving, as it indicates how anxious the Liddesdale Reivers were to forget one of the most unpleasant episodes in their history, or at least to make their discomfiture appear in as favorable a light as possible. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Border Raids and Reivers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After the hunting. After the hunting the king hanged Johnny Armstrong. Pitscotty. Here is ane cord, baith grit and lang, quillet hangit John Armstrang, of good hempt, soft and sound, good hally pepple, I stand ford, whate'er be as hangit wi' this cord, needest never be drowned. Sir David Lindsay. We have already seen that the Armstrongs were a numerous and powerful clan, and that for a considerable period they had been known on the borders as, quote, notor thieves and limmers, end quote. They levied blackmail over a wide district and appropriated whatever came readiest to hand with a sublime indifference either to neighborhood or nationality. They stole the beeves that made them broth, from Scotland and from England both. King James V, having succeeded in shaking himself free from the tyranny of the Douglases, resolved that he would daunten the border thieves by making them feel the weight of his sword. He made an excellent beginning. He imprisoned the Earls of Bothwell and Home, Lord Maxwell Scott, Kerr of Fernahurst, Scott of Bicklew, Polwarth, Johnston, and Mark Kerr. It must have been quite evident to the young king and his counselors that so long as these chiefs were at liberty, it would be a bootless errand to proceed against those who owned them allegiance. The ringleaders must first of all be disposed of, and so they were put in ward, there to await his majesty's pleasure. This measure was not devised, as some suppose, for the purpose of crushing the nobility. It is absurd to infer that James, a youth of 17, had projected a deep political plan of this nature. The outrages which these men had committed during his minority had excited his lively resentment, and he was determined that they should no longer maintain bands of lawless followers at the public expense. This necessary measure for pacification of the borders was wisely devised and promptly executed, and must have produced a deep impression, if not a wholesome fear, in the minds of those whom it was intended to influence. It was in the month of June, 1529, that James set out for Meggetdale, accompanied by 8,000 men, lords, barons, freeholders, and gentlemen, all well armed and carrying with them a month's provisions. The king commanded all gentlemen that had, quote, dogges that were good, to bring them to the hunt, in the said bounds, The Earls of Huntly, Argyle, and Athol brought their deerhounds with them, and hunted with his majesty. They came to Megget, near St. Mary's Loch, and during their short stay in this district 18 score of deer were slain. The tradition is that on this occasion the king captured William Cockburn of Henderland, a famous freebooter, and hanged him over his own gate. It is quite certain, however, that in regard to this matter the tradition is unreliable. In Pitcairn's Criminal Trials, we find it stated under date May 26th, nearly a month before the king left Edinburgh, that, quote, William Cockburn of Henderland was convicted, in presence of the king, of high treason committed by him in bringing Alexander Forester and his son, Englishmen, to the plundering of Archibald Somerville, and for treasonably bringing certain Englishmen to the lands of Glenquhome, and for the common theft, common reset of theft, outputting and inputting thereof. Sentence, for which causes and crimes he has forfeited his life, lands, and goods, movable and immovable, which shall be escheated to the king, beheaded. Such is the brief but authentic record. It establishes beyond controversy the fact that Cockburn was apprehended and tried before the king had left Edinburgh on his famous expedition. The tradition that he was hanged over his own gate must therefore be set aside. The Cockburns were an old and well-known family. One of the Scots of Bickley married a daughter of the house, which, on the principle of heredity, may help to explain the well-known reaving propensities of some branches of this famous clan. In Pitcairn's Criminal Trials, where so much of the ancient history of the great border families may be read, if not with pleasure, at least not without profit, mention is made of various Cockburns who distinguished themselves as daring and successful freebooters. In the old churchyard of Henderland there is still to be seen a large slab bearing the inscription, quote, Here lies Perrys of Cockburn and his wife Marjorie, end quote. There is no date on the tombstone, but the likelihood is that this Perrys of Cockburn was a descendant of the William Cockburn whose fate we have just mentioned. But the most interesting tradition in connection with this family relates to the well-known ballad, quote, The Border Widow's Lament, end quote, one of the most beautiful and certainly the most pathetic of all the border ballads. It has been supposed to describe the feelings of Cockburn's widow when her husband was put to death by the king. Quote, My love, he built me a bonny bower, and clad it wi' lily flower. A brower bower ye ne'er did see than my true love he built for me. There came a man by middle day, he spied his sport and went away, and brought the king that very night, who brake my bower and slew my knight. He slew my knight to me sae dear, he slew my knight and poined his gear. My servants all for life did flee, and left me in extremity. I sewed his sheet, making my mane, I watched his corpse, myself alane. I watched his body, night and day, no living creature came this way. I took his body on my back, and whiles I gaed and whiles I sat, I digged a grave and laid him in, and happed him with the sod sae green. But think nae ye my heart was sair when I lay the mole on his yellow hair. Oh, think nae ye my heart was wae when I turned about away to gae. Nae living man I'll love again, since that my lovely knight is slain. With yea lock o' his yellow hair, I'll chain my heart for evermare. This exquisite ballad has probably no connection with Cockburn of Henderland. We feel strongly convinced it has not. But it is nonetheless interesting, as it is a composition which can well afford to be regarded apart altogether from its traditional associations. There is another tradition which it may be as well to notice in passing. It is said that, after hanging Cockburn, the king proceeded to Tushy to deal in a like manner with Adam Scott, well known on the borders as, quote, the King of Thieves, end quote. His castle stood on the spur of a hill opposite the Rankleburn, on the west side of the river Ettrick, commanding a wide outlook in almost every direction. Near it was the famous hanging tree, which was accidentally destroyed by fire only a few years ago, where the unlucky captives of this noted outlaw were unceremoniously suspended in order to prevent their giving further annoyance. It is said that, on one of the branches, a deep groove was worn by the swaying to and fro of the fatal rope. It would have been most fitting had this cruel marauder been put to death where so many of his victims ended their career. But in this instance, the tradition that this actually happened has been proved to be without any foundation in fact. We find in Pitcairn an account of Adam Scott's trial and execution in Edinburgh. On the 18th May, 1529, just 2 days after Cockburn had justified the law, quote, Adam Scott of Tushy was convicted of art and part of theftuously taking blackmail from the time of his entry within the castle of Edinburgh in ward from John Brown, Hoprow, and of art and part of theftuously taking blackmail from Andrew Thorbrand and William his brother, and of art and part of theftuously taking of blackmail from the poor tenants of Hopkailzow, and of art and part of theftuously taking blackmail from the poor tenants of Esheshiel. End quote. Then follows the significant word, quote, beheaded. End quote. The king, therefore, when he passed the castle of Tushishlaw with his retinue on his way to Teviotdale to meet Johnny Armstrong, must have had the satisfaction of knowing that Adam Scott had gone, quote, where the wicked cease from troubling, end quote. He had sent a loving letter written with, quote, his ain hand sae tenderly, end quote, to the Laird of Gilnockie, requesting him to meet his liege lord at a place called Carlinrig on the Teviot, some 9 miles above Hoyk. Various accounts have been given by historians, both ancient and modern, as to the means adopted by the king to bring about Armstrong's capture and execution. Leslie, for example, informs us that, quote, all this summer the king took great care to pacify the borders with a great army and caused 48 of the most noble thieves, with Johnny Armstrong their captain, to be taken and hanged on growing trees, end quote. He says that, quote, George Armstrong, brother of the said Johnny, was pardoned and reserved alive to tell on the rest, which he did, and in course of time they were apprehended by the king and punished according to their deserts, end quote. Pinkerton, who evidently bases his account largely on the information supplied by Leslie, enters more fully into particulars. He alleges that, quote, by the assistance of George his brother, who was pardoned on condition of betraying the others, John Armstrong, the chief of the name, whose robberies had elevated him to opulence and power, was captured and suffered the fate of a felon, end quote. These statements, definite though they are, ought not to be lightly accepted, as the strongest reasons may be advanced against this supposition. In the first place, we ought to remember that, however many sins and shortcomings the border reivers may be accused of, breach of faith can hardly be reckoned one of them. Quote, Hector's cloak, end quote, was a phrase of peculiar opprobrium. It was regarded as the symbol of meanness and perfidy. That this one instance of betrayal should have been so long remembered and so thoroughly detested is an unmistakable indication that the border thieves, bad as they were in many respects, were not without a high sense of honor in matters of this kind. It is hardly conceivable, therefore, that Armstrong's brother could have been guilty of his betrayal. Strong proof would require to be forthcoming in support of such a statement, and this is precisely what the historians do not give us. But there are other and more cogent arguments against this view. George Armstrong was under no necessity of betraying his brother in order to save himself. He could easily have escaped had he been minded to do so. The king's authority did not extend beyond the Scottish border. It is morally certain, had Armstrong and his friends ever suspected that James would have treated them as he did, they would either have taken refuge in their own strongholds and defied him, or crossed the border into England, where they would have been comparatively safe from pursuit. That they did neither, but voluntarily came before the king, is strong evidence in favor of the supposition that they were enticed by fair promises to place themselves within his power. The very fact that Armstrong neither sought nor obtained a safe conduct goes to prove that he had the most implicit confidence in the clemency, if not the goodwill, of his sovereign. There was no betrayal on the part of anyone save the king himself. This is clearly brought to view in the peculiarly graphic and fascinating account which Pitscotty has given of this memorable incident. He says, quote, "After this hunting the king hanged Johnny Armstrong, laird of Gilnockie, whilk mony Scottish man heavily lamented, for he was ane doughtet man, and all's good our chieftain as ever was upon the borderus, either of Scotland or of England. And albeit he was ane louse leavend man, and sustained the number of 24 well-horsed able gentlemen with him, yet he never molested no Scottish man. But it is said, from the Scottish border to Newcastle of England, there was not ane of whatsoever estate but paid to this John Armstrong ane tribute to be free of his cumber. He was sae doubted in England, so when he entered in before the king, he came very reverently, with his foresaid number very richly apparelled, trusting that, in respect, he had come to the king's grace willingly and voluntarily, not being ta'en nor apprehended be the king, he should obtain the mere favour. But when the king saw him and his men so gorgeous in their apparel, and so many braw men under ane Tarantus commandment, frowardly he turned about his face, and bade tak that tyrant out of his sight, saying, Quhat wantest yon knave that a king should have? But when Johnny Armstrong perceived that the king kindled in ane fury against him, and had no hope of his life, notwithstanding of many great and fair offers, whilk he offered to the king, that is, that he should sustain himself with 40 gentlemen ever ready to await upon his majesty's service, and never tak a penny of Scotland nor Scottish man. Secondly, that there was not ane subject in England, duke, earl, lord, or baron, but within ane certain day he should bring ony of them to his majesty, either quick or dead. He, seeing no hope of the king's favour toward him, said very proudly, I am but ein fool to seek grace at ein graceless face. But had I known, sir, that ye would have taken my life this day, I should have leaved upon the borderus in despite of King Harry and Yow Baith. For I know King Harry would doon weight my best horse with gold to know that I were condemned to die this day. So he was led to the scaffold, and he and his men hanged. This being done, the king returned to Edinburgh the 24th day of July, and remained mickle of that winter in Edinburgh. End quote. This interesting and picturesque account is corroborated by another historian who says, quote, On the 8th of June, the principals of all the surnames of the clans on the borders came to the king upon hope of a proclamation proclaimed in the king's name that they should all get their lives, if they would come in and submit themselves to the king's will. And so upon this hope, Johnny Armstrong, who kept the castle of Langham, a brother of the Laird of Mangerton, a great thief and oppressor, and one that kept still with him 24 well-horsed men, came to the king, and another called Ill Will Armstrong, another stark thief, with sundry of the Scots and Elliots, came all forward to the camp where the king was, in hopes to get their pardons. But no sooner did the king perceive them, and that they were come afar off, when direction was given presently to enclose them round about, the which was done accordingly, and were all apprehended, to the number of 35 persons, and at a place called Carverlock Cheapel, were all committed to the gallows. One, Sandy Scott, a proud thief, was burnt, because it was proven that he had burnt a pure widow's house, together with some of her children. The English people were exceedingly glad when they understood that John Armstrong was executed, for he did great robberies and stealing in England, maintaining 24 men in household every day upon reef and oppression. The rest delivered pledges for their good demeanory in times to come. End quote. There can be little doubt that Armstrong was cruelly betrayed, not by his brother, but by the king, a circumstance which seriously reflects on his honor and good name. The suggestion has been made that this expedition against the Laird of Gilnockie was undertaken by James at the instigation of Lord Maxwell, who was then a ward in Edinburgh. It is certainly a somewhat suspicious circumstance that 3 days after Armstrong's execution, Maxwell received from the king the gift of all the property, movable and immovable, which pertained to, quote, Cuhil John Armstrong, brother to Thomas Armstrong of Mangerton, and now pertaining to our sovereign lord be reason of escheat through justifying of the said Cuhil Johnny to the deed for theft committed be him. End quote. As might be expected, when all the circumstances were taken into consideration, the execution of Armstrong and his followers produced a profound sensation and a deep and bitter feeling of resentment. It was long believed by the peasantry of the district that, to mark the injustice of the deed, the trees on which they were hanged withered away. On purely abstract grounds, it may be argued that Armstrong and his men richly deserved the punishment meted out to them, but this fact does not exonerate the king from the charge of treachery and deceit which has justly been brought against him. The measures he adopted to capture the quarry were unworthy of a puissant monarch with 8,000 well-armed men under his command. He might well have paid more respect to the principles of honor and fair play. It is interesting to find that the version of Armstrong's capture and execution given in the famous ballad agrees substantially with the accounts of Pittscottie and Anderson. There, we are told that the king sent a loving letter to Armstrong, inviting him to a conference. The king, he writes, a loving letter with his ain hand, say tenderly, and he hath sent it to Johnny Armstrong to come and speak with him speedily. This communication evidently excited no suspicion, and extensive preparations were at once made to extend to his majesty a kind and hearty welcome. It was even hoped that he might be induced to dine at Gilnockie. The Elliots and Armstrongs did convene, they were a gallant company. We'll ride and meet our lawful king, and bring him safe to Gilnockie. Make kinnin and capon ready then, and venison in great plenty. We'll welcome here our royal king, I hope he'll dine at Gilnockie. They ran their horse on the Langholm Helm, and brak their spears with mickle main. The ladies look at frae their lofty windows, God bring our men weel hame again. When Johnny cam before the king, with his men sae brave to see, the king he moved his bonnet to him, he weened he was a king as well as he. According to the balladist, it would appear that Armstrong's ruin was brought about by the princely style in which he appeared before his sovereign. The king, highly displeased, turned away his head and exclaimed, Away, away, thou traitor Strang, out o' my sight soon mayest thou be. I grant it never a traitor's life, and now I'll not begin with thee. This unexpected outburst of indignation led Armstrong at once to realize the perilous position in which he found himself placed. He now felt that, If his life was to be spared, he must use every means in his power to move the king to clemency. Consequently, he promised to give him 24 milk-white steeds, with as much good English gold as 4 of their braid backs dow bear, 24 ganging mills, and 24 sisters' sons to fight for him. But all these tempting offers were refused with disdain. As a last resource, he said, "Grant me my life, my liege, my king, and a brave gift I'll gie to thee. All between here and Newcastle town shall pay their yearly rent to thee." This was no idle boast. So powerful had Armstrong become that, it is said, he levied blackmail, which is only another form of the word black meal, so called from the conditions under which it was extracted, over the greater part of Northumberland. But even the prospect of increasing his revenue by accepting this tribute was not sufficient to turn the king aside from his purpose. He was bent on Armstrong's destruction, a fact which now became painfully evident to the eloquent and generous suppliant. Enraged at the baseness of the king, he turned upon him and gave vent to the pent-up feelings of his heart. Ye lied now, king," he says, "although a king and prince ye be, for I've loved naething in my life, I weel dare say it, but honestly. Save a fat horse and fair women, 'twa bonny dogs to kill a deer, but England suld have found me meal and malt, gif I had lived this 100 year. She suld have found me meal and malt, and beef and mutton in a plenty. But never a Scots wife could have said that ere I skaith her a pure flea. To seek het water beneath cauld ice, surely it is a great folly. I have asked grace at a graceless face, but there is nane for my men and me. But had I keened ere I came frae hame, and how thou unkind what's been to me, I would have kept the border side, in spite of all thy force and thee. Wist England's king that I was ta'en, O gin a blithe man he wad be, for Anus I slew his sister's son, and on his breast bane brak a tree." The balladist then proceeds to give a minute description of the dress worn by the redoubtable freebooter on this occasion, of his girdle embroidered and bespangled with gold, and his hat with its 9 targets or tassels, each worth 300 pounds. All that he needed to make him a king was, quote, "the sword and honor of the crown," end quote. But nothing can now avail. "Farewell, my bonny Gilnock Hall, where on Esk side thou standest stout. Gif I had lived but 7 years mair, I would hae gilt thee round about. John murdered was at Collinrigg, and all his gallant company, but Scotland's heart was ne'er sae way to see sae mony brave men die." It was a foul deed, foully done. The king had no doubt determined, as it is said, to, quote, "make the rush bush keep the cow," end quote. And perhaps to a certain extent he succeeded, as sometime after this Andrew Bell kept 10,000 sheep in Eddick Forest, and they were as safe as if they had been pasturing in Fife or the Lothians. But the murder of Armstrong in no way daunted the other members of that notable clan. Many of them took refuge on the English side of the border, and for years waged a successful predatory warfare against their quondam Scottish neighbors. In 1535, for example, we find that, quote, Christopher Armstrong, Archibald his son, Ingram Armstrong, Railton, Robert and Archibald Armstrong there, John Elwald, called Lewis John, William, son of Alexander Elwald, and Robert Carruthers, servants to the Laird of Mangerton, John Forrester, called Shake Bucklar, Ninian Gray, his servant, Thomas Armstrong in Grenishellis, Lang Penman, servant of one called Dickus Will, Thomas Armstrong of Mangerton, and Seaman Armstrong, called Sim the Laird, end quote. And several others were denounced rebels and their whole goods escheated for not underlying the laws for having stolen from John Cockburn of Ormiston 70, draw and oxen, and 30 cows, and for art and part of traitorously taking and carrying off 3 men-servants of the said John, being the keepers of the said cattle, and, detaining them against their will for a certain space, and further, for art and part of the stouthery from them of their clothes, wingers, purses, and certain money therein. Indeed, the depredations of the clan after the execution of Gilnockie were on the most extensive scale. On the 21st February, 1536, Simon Armstrong was, convicted of art and part of the theft and concealment of 2 oxen from the Laird of Ormistone, Firth of the lands of Crake, and a black mare from Robert Scott of Howpaslot, Firth of the lands of Walclouch, committed during the time he was in the King's Ward, about Lammas 1535. Item, of art and part of the theft and concealment of 5 score of cows and oxen from the said Laird of Ormiston, stolen Firth of the said lands of Crake, committed by Evil Willet Sandy and his accomplices, in company with Thomas Armstrong, alias Grenschellus, and Robert Carruthers, servants of the said Simon, and certain Englishmen at his command, common thieves and traitors, on July 27, 1535. Item, of art and part of the traitorous fire-raising and burning of the town of Howpaslot, and of art and part of the theft and concealment the same time of 60 cows and oxen belonging to Robert Scott of Howpaslot and his servants, committed by Alexander Armstrong, in company with Robert Henderson, alias Cheswami, Thomas Armstrong, alias Grenishels, his servants and their accomplices, common thieves and traitors, of his causing and assistance during the time he was within the King's Ward upon October 28, 1535. Item, of art and part of the theft and concealment of certain sheep from John Hope and John Hall, the King's shepherds, Firth of the lands of Bradley in the forest, committed during the time he was within the said ward. Item, for art and part of the treasonable assistance given to Alexander Armstrong, called Evil Willet Sandy, a sworn Englishman, and sundry other Englishmen his accomplices, of the names of Armstrangus, Nixonus, and Corsaris, in their treasonable acts. Sentence, to be drawn to the gallows and hanged thereupon, and that he shall forfeit his life, lands, possessions, and all his goods, movable and immovable, to the king to be disposed of at his pleasure. In the following month, John Armstrong, alias Johnny of Gutterholes, and Christopher Henderson were hanged for, common hairship and stouthreef, murder and fire-raising. These items give but a faint idea of the extent to which the Armstrongs carried on their depredations. But perhaps a still more serious result of the unwise policy adopted by James in his treatment of the Armstrongs was the destruction of that feeling of loyalty to the Scottish crown which had hitherto been, in some measure at least, a characteristic of the Borderers. Henceforth, not only the Armstrongs, but many others besides, were ready to place their arms and their lives at the service of the English government, and to take part with their ancient foes in oppressing and despoiling their own countrymen. In the Battle of Ancrum Moor in 1546, there was a considerable contingent of Scottish borderers fighting under the standard of Lord Ure, and it was only after the tide of war had turned in favor of the Scots that they threw away the badge of foreign servitude and helped to complete the victory. It may be said that in acting thus, they were moved simply by considerations of personal advantage. Be this as it may, the incident clearly shows that their attachment to king and country had been all but completely destroyed. Had James acted with ordinary discretion and foresight, he might at once have secured the end he had in view, and at the same time have won over to his side, and to the side of law and order, a body of men whose crimes were due rather to the peculiarity of their circumstances than to their own inherently evil dispositions. He had a great opportunity, but he failed conspicuously to take advantage of it. He learned, when it was too late, that force, when not wisely applied, may produce greater evils than those it seeks to remedy. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Corby's Nest. Where are ye going, ye mason lads? Wi' your ladders long and hie. We gang to bury a Corby's nest. That one's not far frae Woodhouselee. Kinmont Willie. The incidents in the predatory warfare so long carried on by the dwellers on both sides of the border were not all of a painful or tragic character. The spirit of fun sometimes predominated over the more selfish and aggressive instincts. There was a grim kind of humor characteristic of the border reiver. He certainly was not disposed to laugh on the slightest provocation. His calling was much too serious for that. But when he once relaxed, his mirth was not easily controlled, and however degrading his occupation may have been in its general tendency, there was often displayed among the border thieves, even among the very worst of them, a spirit of the most splendid heroism which helps to redeem the system from the general contempt in which it is regarded by the moralist of modern times. Many of the leaders were not only men of undaunted courage, but of considerable military genius. In a later age, under other and happier conditions, they would have won renown on many a well-fought battlefield. They possessed the qualities, physical and moral, of which great soldiers are made. The bold Bicklew, little Jock Elliot, Johnny Armstrong of Gilnockie, and his kinsman, Willie of Kinmont, not to mention other names which readily occur to the mind in this connection, were men dowered by nature with great courage and resource. They were strong of arm and dauntless of heart. We do not seek to justify their deeds. These were reprehensible enough, judged by almost any standard you may apply to them. But just as some people find it impossible to smother a certain sneaking kind of admiration of the devil, so magnificently delineated in Milton's Paradise Lost, a being who seems possessed of almost every quality save that of consecrating his varied endowment to worthy ends, so in like manner it is difficult to withhold a certain meed of admiration for some of the noble thieves whose names stand out prominently in, if they cannot always be said to adorn, this long chapter of border history. They were undoubtedly men of ability, energy, and force of character who would have won their spurs in almost any contest into which they had chosen to enter. One of the most notable of this band was the famous Kinmont Willie, renowned in border song and story. He was an Armstrong, a descendant of the Laird of Gilnockie, who James VI put to death at Carlinrigg in such graceless fashion. He, like all his race, was a notorious freebooter. The English border, more especially the West and Middle Marches, suffered much at his hands. He had a large and well-armed following, and conducted his marauding expeditions with an intrepidity and skill which created a feeling of dismay among the subjects of his oppression. Nor did it matter much to him where or on whom he raided. The king's treachery at Carlinrigg had destroyed, at least so far as the Armstrongs and their friends were concerned, the last lingering spark of patriotism. Their hand was now turned against every man, English and Scottish alike. They had become pariahs, outcasts, whose only ambition was revenge. But bad as Kinmont was, and his record is of the worst, it might be said of him, as it was said of one of the greatest and best men Scotland has ever produced, that, quote, he never feared the face of man, end quote. He was always to the front, dealing out hard blows, courting danger, but never dreaming of defeat. He cared as little for the warden as for the meanest and most defenseless subject of the realm. Scrope tells us, for example, that on one occasion, quote, Certain goods were stolen by Scottish men from one of the Johnstons, a kinsman of the Laird Johnston being warden, whereupon the fray arose, and the warden himself, with his company and friends, pursued the same. But Kinmont and his complices being in the way to resist them, the warden and his company returned again to Anand, the which he taketh in very ill parts." It was no doubt a sore point with the warden that he should be thus interfered with in this masterful fashion, and one can readily sympathize with him in his chagrin. Such an incident shows that Kinmont and his friends were in a position to set the constituted authorities at defiance and conduct their reaving, "without let or hindrance." The warden, however, was not altogether free from blame for this state of matters. He seems to have given the thieves every encouragement as long as they confined their depredations to the English border. Scrope, in a letter to Walsingham, informs him that, "as well in the time of my being with you, as also since my return home, many and almost nightly attempts have been committed in Bewcastle and elsewhere within this wardenry, as well by the Liddesdales as also by the West Wardenry of Scotland, especially Kinmont, his sons and complices, who are nevertheless at their pleasure conversant and in company with the warden, and no part reprehended for their doings." Hunsdon, another English warden, even goes to the length of suggesting that the king himself, James VI., privately encouraged Kinmont in his evil doing. He says that 400 horse came to Hawdon Briggs and took up the town and burned divers houses, whereat the king was very angry, "because it was done there, for he would have it to be done in some part of my wardenry, since the taking up of Hawdon Brig will of Kinmont, who was the principal man who was at it, hath been with the king in his cabinet above an hour, and at his departure the king gave him 100 crowns, as little as he hath. What justice we are to look for at the king's hands, let her majesty judge." Thus, encouraged by the warden and the king, it is not to be wondered at that Kinmont should have thrown himself with great enthusiasm into the work of harassing and plundering all who came within his power. But his name might have remained in comparative obscurity, notwithstanding his depredations, had it not been for an extraordinary incident which occurred, and for which he was in no way directly responsible. The dramatist has said that some men are born great, and that others have greatness thrust upon them. We are not prepared to say that only the latter part of the statement applies to the subject of our sketch, for, despite his evil doing, Kinmont was a man of much natural ability amounting almost to genius. But that he had, "greatness thrust upon him," will be readily conceded. His name will always remain associated with one of the most thrilling incidents in border history. The circumstance which made him famous was this. He had been present at Dayholm, near Curhopesfoot, on the occasion of a day of truce, in the month of March, in the year 1596. The business which called them together having been finished, he was returning home accompanied by a few of his friends along the banks of the Liddel, when he was suddenly attacked by a body of 200 English borderers, led by Salkeld, the deputy of Lord Scrope, the warden of the East March, chased for some miles, captured, tied to the body of his horse, and thus carried in triumph to Carlisle Castle. They band his legs beneath the steed, they tied his hands behind his back, they guarded him fivesome on each side, and they brought him o'er the little rack. They led him through the little rack, and also through the Carlisle sands. They brought him to Carlisle Castle, to be at my Lord Scrope's commands. This proceeding was clearly in direct violation of border law, which guaranteed freedom from molestation to all who might be present at a warden court or day of truce betwixt sunrise on the one day and sunrise on the next. We can easily understand the overmastering desire of the warden's deputy to lay Kinmont, by the heels, as he had long been notorious for his depredations on the English border, but it is incumbent on the representatives of the law that they should honor it in their own persons, and, however many crimes might be laid to the charge of the famous freebooter, he was justly entitled to enjoy the freedom which a wise legal provision had secured even to the greatest offenders. The excuse given by Scrope for this manifest breach of border law is an exceedingly lame one. He says, "How Kinmont was taken will appear by the attestations of his takers, which, if true, it is held that Kinmont did thereby break the assurance that day taken, and for his offences ought to be delivered to the officer against whom he offended, to be punished according to discretion. Another reason for detaining him is his notorious enmity to this office and the many outrages lately done by his followers. He appertains not to Bicleu, but dwells out of his office, and was also taken beyond the limits of his charge, so Bicleu makes the matter a mere pretext to defer justice, and do further indignities." That Kinmont had broken the assurance taken at the Warden Court is an assertion in support of which neither has Takers nor Scrope given a scintilla of proof. Had such a thing really happened, there surely would have been no difficulty in establishing the fact, but this is not done or even attempted to be done by those whose interest it was to prove the accusation up to the hilt. The other reasons adduced for this unwarrantable proceeding will not bear serious consideration. That Kinmont bore no good will to Scrope or those associated with him in his office may be taken for granted, and that he and his friends and associates had been guilty of many outrages on the English border goes without saying. But a slight examination of the excuses will be sufficient to show that they were mere subterfuges. The point in dispute is carefully left out of view by the English warden. No doubt Kinmont richly deserved to suffer the utmost penalty of the law on the ground of his misdemeanors, but he had been present at the Warden Court, where he would never have gone had he not felt sure that he was amply protected from arrest by the law to which we have referred. It may be said that nearly every man present on that occasion, irrespective of nationality, might have been apprehended on the same general grounds. To use an expressive Scottish phrase, "they were all tarred with the same stick." It was therefore a direct violation not only of the spirit but of the letter of border law for Salkeld to take Kinmont prisoner. Scrope was clearly in the wrong, a fact of which he himself seems dimly conscious, as he displayed an amount of temper and irritability in dealing with the case which seemed to indicate that he felt the weakness of his position. On the other hand, the rank Reiver, who had been thus suddenly and unceremoniously clapped in jail, accepted the situation with a singular amount of philosophical indifference. He felt sure that the deed would not go unavenged, that his friends, and he had many of them, would leave no stone unturned in order to effect his release. The balladist finally represents him as saying, "My hands are tied, but my tongue is free, and we will dare this deed avow, or answer by the border law, or answer to the bold Bicleu. Now haud thy tongue, thou rank Reiver, there's never a Scot shall set thee free. Before ye cross my castle yate, I vow ye shall take farewell o' me." "Fear nae ye that, my lord," quo Willie, "by the faith o' my body, Lord Scrope," he said, "I never yet lodged in hostelry, but I paid my lawing before I gaed." An account of what had happened was speedily conveyed to Branksome, where the bold Bicleu was residing. When he heard what had occurred, he was highly indignant. The picture drawn by the balladist is graphic in the extreme. For intense realism, it has rarely ever been surpassed. "He has ta'en the table with his hand, he garred the red wine spring on he. Now Christ's curse on my head," he said, "but avenged on Lord Scrope I'll be. Oh, is my basnet a widow's kirch, or my lance a wand o' the willow tree? or my arm a lady's lily hand, that an English lord should lightly me. And have they ta'en him, Kinmont Willie, against the truce of border tide, and forgotten that the bald Bicklew is keeper here on the Scottish side? And have they e'en ta'en him, Kinmont Willie, withouten either dread or fear, and forgotten that the bold Bicklew can back a steed or shake a spear? Or were there war between the lands, as well I wot that there is none, I would slight Carlisle castle high, though it were builded of marble stone. I would set that castle in a low, and sloken it with English blood. There's never a man in Cumberland should ken where Carlisle castle stood. But since nae wars between the lands, and there is peace, and peace should be, I'll neither harm English lad or lass, and yet the Kinmont freed shall be. Before resorting to extreme measures, Bicklew did everything in his power to bring about an amicable settlement of the case. He first of all applied to Salkeld for redress, but Salkeld could only refer him to Lord Scrope, who declared that Kinmont was such a notorious malefactor that he could not release him without the express command of Queen Elizabeth. Bicklew then brought the matter under the consideration of James, who made an application through an ambassador for Kinmont's release, but this also proved unavailing. It looked as if the imprisoned freebooter was likely to pay his lodging mail in a very unpleasant fashion. The English government seemed determined to detain him until such times as they could conveniently put a period to his career by hanging him on Harrowby Hill. But Bicklew, while anxious to effect his purpose, if possible by constitutional means, was determined that Kinmont should be rescued, whatever might be the method he was under the necessity of adopting. To accomplish his purpose, he was prepared to, quote, set the castle in a low, and sloken it with English blood, end quote. This threat was regarded as a mere piece of bravado. The castle was strongly garrisoned and well fortified. It was in the center of a populous and hostile city, and under the command of Scrope, who was regarded as one of the bravest soldiers in England. The bold Bicklew, however, was not easily daunted. He had a strong arm and a brave heart, and he knew that he could summon to his aid a small band of followers as brave and resolute as himself. On a dark, tempestuous night, 200 of his bravest followers met him at the Tower of Morton, a fortalice in the debatable land on the water of Sark, some 10 miles or so from Carlisle. Their plans had been carefully considered and determined upon a day or two before, when they had met at a horse race near Langholm. The Armstrongs, of course, were ready to adventure their lives in such a laudable undertaking, and the Grahams, to whom Will of Kinmont was related by marriage, were also forward with promises of assistance. They were all well mounted, with spur on heel, and splent on spod, and gleaves of green and feathers blue, and carried with them scaling ladders and crowbars, hand picks and axes, prepared to take the castle by storm. The rain had been falling heavily, and the Esk and the Eden were in roaring flood, but boldly plunging through their turbid waters, they soon came within sight of the Corby's Nest, which they had come to harry, and the first o' the men that we met with, where should it be but Foss Salkeld? Where be ye going, ye hunters keen? Quo Foss Salkeld, come tell to me. We go to hunt an English stag, has trespassed on the Scots country. Where be ye going, ye martial men? Quo false Salkeld, come tell me true. We go to catch a rank Reivers, has broken faith with the bold Bicklew. But the troublesome questions of the, quote, Foss Salkeld, end quote, were speedily cut short by the lance of Dicky of Dryhope, who led the band. Then never a word had Dicky to say he thrust the lance through his false body. The way was now clear for the advance upon the castle. Everything seemed favorable to the success of their hazardous undertaking. The heavens were black as pitch, the thunder rolled loud and long, and the rain descended in torrents. But 'twas wind and wheat, and fire and sleet, when we came beneath the castle wa. When Biclu and his men reached the castle, they were dismayed to find that the ladders they had brought with them were too short. But finding a postern, they undermined it, and soon made a breach big enough for a soldier to pass through. Quote, in this way, a dozen stout fellows passed into the outer court, Biclu himself being the fifth man who entered, disarmed and bound the watch, wrenched open the postern from the inside, and thus admitting their companions were masters of the place. 24 troopers now rushed to the castle jail. Biclu, meantime, keeping the postern, forced the door of the chamber where Kinmont was confined, carried him off in his irons, and sounding their trumpet, the signal agreed on, were answered by loud shouts and the trumpet of Biclu, whose troopers filled the base court. All was now terror and confusion, both in town and castle. The alarm bell rang, and was answered by his brazen brethren of the cathedral and the town-house. The beacon blazed upon the top of the great tower, and its red, uncertain glare on the black sky and the shadowy forms and glancing armor of the borderers rather increased the terror and their numbers. None could see their enemy to tell their real strength. End quote. The suddenness of the attack and the terrific noise made by Biclu and his troopers as they laid siege to the castle created confusion and dismay amongst the defenders of the stronghold. Lord Scrope, with commendable prudence, kept close within his chamber. He was convinced, as he afterwards declared, that there were at least 500 Scots in possession of the castle. Kinmont, as he was borne triumphantly forth on the broad shoulders of Red Rowan, shouted a lusty "Good night" to his bewildered lordship. Then Red Rowan has hent him up, the starkest man in Teviot Dale. Abide, abide now, Red Rowan, till of my Lord Scrope I take farewell. Farewell, farewell, my good Lord Scrope, my good Lord Scrope, farewell, he cried. I'll pay you for my lodging mail when first we meet on the border side. Then shoulder high, with shout and cry, we bore him down the ladder lang. At every stride Red Rowan made, I wot the Kinmont aims played clang. Oh, mony a time, quo Kinmont Willie, I've pricked a horse out o'er the furs, but since the day I backed a steed, I never wore sic cumbrous spurs. Having now successfully accomplished their purpose, Biclu and his men moved off towards the place where they had left their horses, and in a short time they were safely back on Scottish soil. Biclu has turned to Eden water, even where it flowed frae bank to brim, and he has plunged in wi' his band, and safely swam them through the stream. He turned them on the other side, and at Lord Scrope his glove flung he. If ye like nae my visit in merry England, in fair Scotland come visit me. A cottage on the roadside between Longtown and Langholm, which stands close to the Scotch dyke, is still pointed out as the residence of the smith who was employed on this occasion to knock off Kinmont Willie's irons. It is said that when Biclu arrived, he found the door locked, the family in bed, and the knight of the hammer so sound a sleeper that he was only wakened by the Lord Warden thrusting his long spear through the window and nearly splitting both Vulcan and his lady. The rescue of Kinmont Willie, a most notable feat from whatever point of view it may be regarded, made Biclu one of the most popular heroes of the age. It was declared on all hands that nothing like it had been accomplished since the days of Sir William Wallace. According to a statement made in the Border Papers, Biclu was assisted in effecting Kinmont's rescue by Walter Scott of Goldielands, Walter Scott of Harden, Will Elliot of Gorenby, John Elliot of Copeshaw, the Laird of Mangerton, the young Laird of Whithaw and his son, 3 of the Calf Hills, Jock, Biggums, and 1 Alley, a bastard, Sandy Armstrong, son to Herbie, Kinmont's Jock, Francie, Geordie, and Sandy, all brethren, the sons of Kinmont, Willie Bell, Redcloak, and 2 of his brethren, Walter Bell of Goddesby, 3 brethren of Twedda, Armstrongs, young John of the Hollows, and 1 of his brethren, Christy of Barngleash, and Roby of Langholm, the Chingles, Willie Kang and his brethren with their accomplices. The breaking of the castle and the rescue of Kinmont completely upset the equanimity of my Lord Scrope. His indignation almost unmanned him. He wrote a long letter to the Privy Council describing the circumstances and denouncing Biclw and his accomplices in no measured terms. He entreated the council to induce Her Majesty to call upon the King of Scotland to deliver up Biclw, quote, that he might receive such punishment as Her Majesty might find that the quality of his offence merited, end quote. He assured their lordships that, quote, if Her Majesty shall give me leave, it shall cost me both life and living, rather than such an indignity to Her Highness and contempt to myself shall be tolerated, end quote. From the subsequent correspondence on this subject, which was of a voluminous nature, one can easily see that Scrope was more concerned about the indignity to himself than the contempt which had been offered to Her Majesty. He seems to have found it more difficult than he at first anticipated to move the government to take prompt and effective action. Biclw, as may be readily supposed, had a good deal to say in his own defense. He argued, and with considerable cogency, that Kinmont's capture and imprisonment constituted a gross violation of border law, and that he had not made any attempt at his rescue until he had exhausted every other means of accomplishing his purpose. He also pointed out that the representations which he had made had been received with scant courtesy, and that even the remonstrance of the king had been treated with contempt. Further, he showed that his borderers had committed no outrage either on life or property, although they might have made Scrope and his garrison prisoners and sacked the city. These considerations ought to have weighed heavily in Biclw's favor, but Elizabeth would listen to no excuses. She demanded his immediate surrender. For a time, James refused to comply, and was warmly supported by the whole body of his council and barons. Even the ministers of the kirk were strongly opposed to surrender. Had the king been able to act with as much freedom as some of his predecessors, it is morally certain that this demand would have been indignantly repelled. But in the circumstances he had to proceed with caution, as he was afraid that resistance might lead to unpleasant results, and so, bowing to the inevitable, Biclw was surrendered. At least he was for a time put in ward in blackness. The letter which Elizabeth addressed to James on this occasion is written throughout in the most passionate language. It is evident that Her Majesty had great difficulty in controlling her feelings. After soundly rating her dear brother on the attitude he had assumed, she says, quote, wherefore, for fine, let this suffice you, that I am as evil treated by my named friend as I could be by my known foe. Shall any castle or habitacle of mine be assailed by a night larson, and shall not my confederate send the offender to his due punishment? Shall a friend stick at that demand that he ought rather to prevent? The law of kingly love would have said, nay, and not for persuasion of such as never can or will stead you, but dishonor you to keep their own rule, lay behind you such due regard of me, and in it of yourself, who, as long as you use this trade, will be thought not of yourself aught, but of conventions what they will. For commissioners I will never grant for an act that he cannot deny that made, for whatso the cause may be, no cause should have done that, and when you with a better weighed judgment shall consider, I am assured my answer shall be more honorable and just, which I expect with more speed, as well for you as for myself. For other doubtful and litigious causes in our border, I will be ready to appoint commissioners, if I shall find you needful, but for this matter of so villainous a usage, assure you I will never be so answered as hearers shall need. In this and many other matters I require your trust to our ambassador, which faithfully will return them to me, praying God for your safekeeping, your faithful and loving sister, E.R. End quote. Such plain speaking might not be relished by the Scottish king, but the interests at stake were too great to enable him to disregard it. He was in thorough sympathy with Biclu, but he dare not resist further, and so pacified the angry queen by yielding her demands. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Flagellum Day. Now out and spak the noble king, and round him cast a wily ee. Now had they tongue Sir Walter Scott, nor speak of reef nor felony, for had every honest man his Owen Kai, a right pure clan thy name would be. Ballad of the Outlaw Murray. While reflecting great credit on the prowess of the bold Biclu, the rescue of Kinmont Willie gave rise to many serious local as well as international complications. As we have seen, the English queen was deeply offended. She resented the high-handed and arbitrary manner in which the release of this famous prisoner had been effected. It constituted a gross insult to the crown, and she was determined that those responsible for the deed should suffer for their temerity. The anger of Elizabeth was no trifling matter under any circumstances, but to James, whose courage was never a conspicuous quality, it was dreaded in the last degree. He simply quailed before the storm and hastened to tender his humble submission. The queen received his assurances of contrition with commendable graciousness, yet it would seem she was not quite satisfied. Biclu had been put in ward, but he had not been, as was demanded, surrendered to the English government, and satisfaction was apparently out of the question until this condition had been complied with. She expostulated with James on the impropriety of the course he had seen fit to adopt, and gave him an interesting lecture on the manner in which he ought to discharge the duties of his high office. Quote, "For the punishment given to the offender," she says, "I render you many thanks, though I must confess that without he be rendered to ourself or to our warden, we have not that we ought, and therefore I beseech you, consider the greatness of my dishonor, and measure his just delivery accordingly. Deal in this case like a king that will have all this realm and others adjoining. See how justly and kindly you both will and can use a prince of my quality, and let not any dare persuade more for him than you shall think fit, whom it becomes to be echoes to your actions, no judgers of what beseems you. For border matters, they are so shameful and inhuman as it would loath a king's heart to think of them. I have borne for your quiet too long, even murders committed by the hands of your own wardens, which, if they be true, as I fear they be, I hope they shall well pay for such demerits, and you will never endure such barbarous acts to be unrevenged. I will not molest you with other particularities, but will assure myself that you will not easily be persuaded to overslip such enormities, and will give both favorable ear to our ambassador and speedy redress with due correction for such demeanor. Never think them meet to rule that guides without rule. Of me make this account, that in your world shall never be found a more sincere affection, nor purer from guile, nor fuller fraught with truer sincerity than mine, which will not harbor in my breast a wicked conceit of you, without such great cause were given, as you yourself could hardly deny, of which we may speed, I hope, ad calendus Graecus. I render millions of thanks for such advertisements as this bearer brought from you, and see by that you both weigh me and yourself in a right balance, for who seeks to supplant one looks next for the other." End quote. These wise and weighty admonitions were no doubt received in a becoming spirit, but James was not prepared at once to comply with the demand that Biclu should be handed over to the tender mercies of his enemies. Biclu was a special favorite. He was disposed, therefore, to shield him as long as he could conveniently do so, with any degree of safety to himself and his own interests. Negotiations were carried on between the two governments for a period of 18 months, and everything might have been amicably settled had the wardens and others in authority only conducted themselves with a reasonable amount of discretion. Scrope, especially, was dying to be revenged on those who had subjected him to such great indignity, and consequently, a few months after the castle of Carlisle had been broken into by Bicklew, he gathered together 2,000 men and marched into Liddesdale, where he and his followers created great devastation. They burned, so the Scottish commissioners allege, quote, 24 onsets of houses and carried off all the goods within 4 miles of bounds. They coupled the men their prisoners 2 and 2 together in leash like dogges. Of barons and women 3 or 4 score they stripped off their clothes and sarkis, leaving them naked in that sort, exposed to the injury of wind and weather, whereby 9 or 10 infants perished within 8 days thereafter. End quote. The answer of the English commissioners to this indictment indicates, at least, the grounds on which Scrope regarded himself as justified in undertaking this invasion of Liddesdale. The reasons adduced are plausible, if not always convincing. Quote, "It is no novelty," they say, "but an ancient custom for the English warden to assist his opposite and the keeper of Liddesdale to ride on and harry such thieves, and on occasion to do so at his own hand. Bicklew, besides, 1. Surprising the second fortress of the Queen's border, 2. Slaying 24 of her subjects, including 16 of her soldiers, 3. Has bound himself with all the notorious riders in Liddesdale, Eskdale, and Usedale, and after asserting that he paid out of his own purse half of the sworn bill of Tynedale of £800, which the king commanded him to answer, joined himself with the Elliots and Armstrongs to plunder Tynedale for demanding the balance, slaying in their own houses 7 of the Charltons and Dodds, the chief claimants, and being imprisoned by the king, he made a sporting time of it, hunting and hawking, and on his release did worse than ever, maintaining his cousins Will of Harksdale, Wat of Harden, etc., to murder, burn, and spoil as before. The people under his charge, Elliots, Armstrongs, Nixons, etc., have of late years murdered above 50 of the Queen's good subjects, many in their own houses, on their lawful business at daytime, as 6 honest Allendale men going to Hexham market cut in pieces. For each of the last 10 years they have spoiled the west and middle marches of £5,000. In short, they are intolerable, and redress being unattainable, though repeatedly demanded by the Queen and Warden, the justifiable reprisal ordered by Her Majesty in necessary defense of her own border cannot in equity be called an invasion, but rather honorable and neighbor-like assistance to maintain the inviolable amity between the princes and realms against the proud violators thereof in either nation. To conclude, this action of the Lord Scrope's is to be reputed and judged a pune, an ancient border term intending no other than a reprisal, which, albeit of late years Her Majesty's peaceable justice hath restrained. End quote. There is much in a name. This invasion of Liddesdale, resulting in the burning of numerous homesteads, the slaughter of many women and children, accompanied by barbarities of the most revolting description, is euphoniously described by the commissioners as, quote, honorable and neighbor-like assistance, end quote. The women and barons who were led in leashes like so many dogs were no doubt duly grateful to my Lord Scrope and his minions for their kindly attentions. The absurdity of such a verdict is surely unique. It would appear that Bicklew's enforced absence from the borders after the taking of Carlisle Castle was of brief duration. He was soon back in his old haunts and at his old trade. What had happened in the interim was not likely to enhance his feeling of regard for Scrope and those who were aiding and abetting him in this matter. He was determined to avenge the cruel raid which had been made upon Liddesdale. Along with Sir Robert Kerr of Cessford, another renowned freebooter, he marched into Tynedale with 50 horse and 100 foot, burned at noonday 300 onsteads and dwelling houses, also barns, stables, ox houses, etc., to the number of 20, and murdered with the sword 14 who had been to Scotland and brought away their booty. The English warden was utterly helpless. He dare not lift a finger to stay the progress of the invaders. He gave vent to his feelings in a letter to Burleigh, in which he says, quote, "To defend such like incursions, or rather invasions, with sorrow as formerly I declare to your lordship the weak state of Tynedale, for there was not 6 able horse to follow the fray upon the shout, though in the daytime, and whereas reported to me there were 300 able foot, or better, there was not 100 of this following, and those naked. This piteous state increases since my coming, and I cannot see how to amend it, leaving this to your wisdom, wishing to God I had never lived to serve where neither her majesty nor her officer is obeyed, fearing unless assisted by her majesty's forces, Tynedale will be laid waste as other parts of the march are." End quote. One cannot restrain a certain feeling of commiseration for the English warden, who was so shamefully neglected by his government and so miserably supported in the discharge of his duties by those dwelling within his wardenry. The complaint which Ewer here makes is one which was often made by the wardens on the English border. They were frequently left in a comparatively helpless condition, having neither men, horses, nor money sufficient for their purposes. The knowledge of this fact no doubt encouraged the Scots to pursue their nefarious calling with a boldness and persistency which, at first sight, appeared somewhat extraordinary. Bicklew, when charged with the atrocities here so minutely described, had a good deal to say in his own defense. He avowed that his inroad on Tynedale was fully justified. He says, quote, 60 English entered Liddesdale by night, slew 2 men, and drove many sheep and cattle. When the fray arising, he, with neighboring gentlemen, followed the chase with the dog, and put the first men he met making resistance to the sword. The rest of the spoil, taken to sundry houses in Tynedale, was therein held against him by the stealers, and though he offered them life and goods, if the cattle were delivered, he had to force entry by the firing of doors when the houses were burned, besides his purpose, with the obstinate people who refused to yield on trust. End quote. This plausible story, the main facts of which, however, are admitted by the English warden, did not go far to pacify the Queen of England. She threatened the utmost penalties unless Bicklew and Kerr were delivered up to her. The time had gone past for further excuses, deferrings, and lingerings. It is said her resentment had reached such a pitch that, with her concurrence, a plan was formed to assassinate Bicklew. Though the Queen had at first been opposed to the appointment of a commission for the consideration of some of the more important questions which had arisen between the two kingdoms, owing mainly to Bicklew's exploits, she ultimately yielded the point. And it is an interesting and significant fact that during the time of the sitting of the commission, Bicklew was busily engaged in ravaging with fire and sword some of the fairest districts within the English border. The magnitude of his offenses had evidently impressed them. They hardly knew what to say about him. In the first paragraph of the report which they issued, we read, quote, "We have accomplished the treaty of the border causes with all the diligence possible, though not to so great advantage to the realm as we desired. Yet we have revived articles of the former treaties discontinued, supplied many old defects, and made new ordinances. Slaughters we were forced to leave as they were, the Scots protesting that they could not, under their instructions, deal with them. But we trust as the punishment is left to the princes, her majesty will so consider the same, that it shall be found far better that we have left that article at large than if we had condescended to any mean degree of coercion for so barbarous acts, especially by Bicklew, who is flagellum Dei to his miserably distressed and oppressed neighbors." End quote. But, however distressing Bicklew's conduct may have been to the English members of the Commission, it is evident that neither king nor council in Scotland was disposed to regard him as a "scourge of God." End quote. He went up to Edinburgh at this time when things seemed to be going so much against him in the Commission, and had an interview with James, and so obtained his favourable countenance that "they laughed a long time on the purpose." End quote. The council took an equally favorable view of the situation, affirming that "it was found that his last invasion of England was just for repetition of goods stolen a short time before, and the slaughter was but of special malefactors, enemies to the public weal and quiet of both countries." End quote. Elizabeth, however, took a different view of the matter, and put her foot down with such purpose and determination that James speedily became convinced that he must either surrender his favourite or involve the country in a war with England. The latter alternative was out of the question, as it might have imperilled his claim to the succession, and so Bicklew was compelled to place himself as a prisoner in the hands of Sir William Bowes, who conducted him to Berwick and put him in ward, there to await the Queen's pleasure. Sir John Carey was then governor of the town, and it was with much perturbation and many misgivings that he undertook the safe custody of such a notorious and masterful captive. In a pathetic letter which he addressed to Lord Hunsdon, he says, "I entreat your lordship that I may not become the jailer of so dangerous a prisoner, or at least that I may know whether I shall keep him like a prisoner or no. For there is not a worse or more dangerous place in England to keep him in than this. It is so near his friends, and besides, so many in this town willing to pleasure him, and his escape may be so easily made, and once out of the town he is past recovery. Wherefore, I humbly beseech your honour let him be removed from hence to a more secure place, for I protest to the Almighty God, before I will take the charge to keep him here, I will desire to be put in prison myself, and to have a keeper of me. For what care soever shall be had of him here, he shall want no furtherance whatsoever wit of man can devise, if he himself list to make an escape. So I pray your lordship, even for God's sake and for the love of a brother, to relieve me from this danger." End quote. This passionate appeal to be relieved from the responsibility of taking charge of Bicklew does not seem to have received much attention. Bicklew remained under Carey's guardianship, and needless to say, proved himself one of the most tractable of prisoners. He could not well have acted otherwise, for he must by this time have become fully convinced that Elizabeth was determined to have her way, and that, in the peculiar circumstances in which the Scottish king was placed, he could ill afford to thwart her wishes. Sir Robert Kerr was also induced to place himself in the hands of the English authorities. Strange to relate, he was placed in charge of Sir Robert Carey, with whom he lived for a considerable time on the most intimate and friendly terms. "Contrary to all men's expectations," says Carey, "Sir Robert Carr chose me for his guardian, and home I brought him to my own house after he was delivered to me. I lodged him as well as I could, and took order for his diet, and men to attend on him, and sent him word that, although by his harsh carriage towards me ever since I had that charge, he could not expect any favours yet. Hearing so much goodness of him that he never broke his word, if he would give me his hand and credit to be a true prisoner, he would have no guard set upon him, but would have free liberty for his friends in Scotland to have ingress and regress to him as often as he pleased. He took this very kindly at my hands, accepted my offer, and sent me thanks. Some 4 days passed, all which time his friends came unto him, and he kept his chamber. Then he sent to me, and desired me I should come and speak with him, which I did, and after long discourse, charging and recharging one another with wrongs and injuries, at last, Before our parting, we became good friends, with great protestations on his side never to give me occasion of unkindness again. After our reconciliation, he kept his chamber no longer, but dined and supped with me. I took him abroad with me, at least thrice a week a hunting, and every day we grew better friends. Bicklew, in a few days after, had his pledges delivered, and was set at liberty. But Sir Robert Carr could not get his, so that I was commanded to carry him to York, and there to deliver him prisoner to the Archbishop, which accordingly I did. At our parting, he professed great love unto me for the kind usage I had shown him, and that I would find the effects of it upon his delivery, which he hoped would be shortly. End quote. Sir Robert Kerr was as good as his word. After he had regained his freedom by the delivery of the pledges demanded, he returned to his duties as warden of the East March, and seems to have conducted himself to the entire satisfaction of his generous opponent. Carey says that they often met afterwards at days of truce, and that he had as good justice as he could have desired, their friendship remaining unbroken to the end. The fortunes of the bold Bicklew after his imprisonment in Berwick were of a varied but by no means of an unpleasant character. He returned to his duties as keeper of Liddesdale, and applied himself with energy and ability to the arduous task of keeping his unruly charge, as far as possible, within due bounds of law. This was an almost impossible undertaking, as the Armstrongs and Elliots and other broken men of the district had been so long accustomed to a lawless life that they quickly resented any interference with their liberty. The change which had come over the spirit of Bicklew's dream was not at all to their liking, and consequently they turned against him and assailed him with much bitterness. He was, quote, in contempt with them, end quote, because of his just dealing with Carey. They would gladly have shaken off his yoke, and were privately working for his overthrow, that they might have the reins loose again. But difficult as the task was, Bicklew was not easily turned aside from his purpose. He had evidently become convinced that a change of policy was desirable in the interests of the country, and he was determined to carry it out, however formidable might be the opposition with which he had to contend. The fact is significant and ought to be carefully borne in mind. Bicklew's indiscretions during the earlier part of his official life were manifold and severely reprehensible. The only defense which can be offered in his behalf is that he was placed in a position of great responsibility before he was old enough to appreciate to the full extent the consequences of his actions. His extreme youth, fiery temperament, and fervid patriotism account for many things in his life which otherwise would be difficult either to explain or justify. But if he sinned greatly, he also repented sincerely. It is really to him we owe the first impulse in the social regeneration of the borders. From 1597 onwards, he contributed more towards the establishment of good order in the district over which he presided, and it was infinitely the worst district in the country, than any other man of his time. It may be said, indeed, that in him many of the finest qualities of the Scottish borderer came to full fruition. He was brave, resolute, independent, quick to resent injuries, but withal warm-hearted and generous. We do not greatly wonder at the large place he has filled in the traditional story of the country. He was a powerful and fascinating personality, and though, from a national point of view, the sphere of his activities was comparatively limited, his name is not unworthy of being associated with some of the greatest names in Scottish history. Towards the close of the year 1599, he went to London to make his peace with the Queen. In a letter to Cecil, written by Sir Robert Carey, we have striking testimony given of the change which had taken place in Bicklew's attitude towards the English government. Quote, he will be desirous, Carey says, to kiss the Queen's hand, which favor of late he hath very well deserved, for since my coming into these parts, I do assure your honor he is the only man that hath run a direct course with me for the maintenance of justice, and his performance hath been such as we have great quietness with those under his charge. Nor have I wanted present satisfaction for anything by his people, and he has had the like from me. There is not an unsatisfied bill on either side between us. End quote. Considering the terms of this letter, we are not surprised to learn that the bold Biclu was received at court with considerable favor. If it be true that Elizabeth at one time was privy to a plot to assassinate him, she must surely have had some qualms of conscience when at last this stark Reivers stood before her. The scene is a memorable one. The queen demanded of him, with one of those lion-like glances which used to throw the proudest nobles on their knees, how he dared to storm her castle, to which the border baron replied, quote, "What, madam, is there that a brave man may not dare?" End quote. The rejoinder pleased her, and, turning to her courtiers, she exclaimed, quote, "Give me 1,000 such leaders, and I'll shake any throne in Europe." End quote. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Minions of the Moon. Diana's foresters, gentlemen of the shade, minions of the moon. Falstaff. Reparabit cornua Phoebe. Motto, Harden family. The siller moon now glimmers pale, but ere we've crossed fair Liddesdale, she'll shine as brightly as the bale that warns the water hastily. O lees me on her bonny light, there's naught sae dear to Harden's sight. Troth gin she shone but ilka night, our clan might live right royally. Feast of Spurs. The more famous Reivers, whose names have been handed down in the traditions, poetry, and history of the Scottish border, are seldom regarded with any very pronounced feelings of aversion. The Armstrongs, Elliots, Grahams, Storys, Burnesses, and Bells, the Scotts, Kerrs, Maxwells, and Johnstons, whose depredations have been recorded with much fullness of detail in the annals of the country, were no doubt quite as bad as they have been described. They cannot be acquitted of grave moral delinquencies, judged even by the standard of the age in which they lived. But at this distance of time, many are disposed to regard their depredations and lawless life, if not with a kindly, at least with an indulgent eye. It must be frankly admitted that there was an element of genuine heroism in their lives, which goes far to redeem them from the contempt with which, under other conditions, we would have been compelled to regard them. What they did was, as a general rule, done openly, and evidently with a certain subconscious feeling that their actions, if rightly understood, were not altogether blameworthy. Their reiving was carried on under conditions which developed some of the best as well as worst elements of their nature and manhood. The border reiver, whatever he was, can certainly not be described as cowardly. He carried his life in his hands. He never knew when he went on a foraging expedition whether he might return. The enemy with which he had to contend was vigilant and powerful. Before he could drive away the cattle, he had, first of all, to settle accounts with the owner. He might be worsted in the encounter, and instead of securing his booty, he might find himself a captive, with the certainty of being strung up on the nearest tree or drowned in some convenient pool. Such incidents were of almost everyday occurrence. Reiving was therefore one of the most exciting and hazardous of occupations, demanding on the part of those engaged in it a strong arm and a dauntless spirit. The burglar who sneaks up to a house while the inmates are asleep and plies his nefarious calling in silence and under shade of night, and is ready to start off, leaving everything behind him the moment the alarm is raised, is a contemptible miscreant for whom the gallows is almost too mild a form of punishment. But the border reiver was made of different metal, was indeed a man of an essentially higher type. He was prepared to fight for every hoof or horn he wished to secure. It was a trial of skill, of strength, of resource with the enemy. No doubt he had occasionally to ride during the night, aided only by the mild rays of the moon. The way was often long, the paths intricate, and the dangers manifold, but he was also prepared, under the full blaze of the noonday sun, to challenge those he had come to despoil, to protect and retain their property if they could. It was open and undisguised warfare on a miniature scale. This, of course, was not true of all the reivers on the borders. Some of them were hardly worthy of their profession. There are black sheep in every trade, men who represent the baser qualities of their kind and who bring discredit on their associates. In looking back over the long list of famous reivers, there are many names which, somehow or other, we are disposed to regard with a more or less kindly feeling. This may be difficult to explain, but the fact is undeniable. Perhaps the feeling is due, to a certain extent at least, to the fact that, despite the mode of life adopted by these men, they represented many really admirable qualities, both of intellect and heart. Johnny Armstrong of Gilnockie, for example, was one of the most notorious of the clan to which he belonged, and yet he was evidently regarded as a great hero who had been most shamefully treated by the king. It is also interesting to find that he had a high opinion of himself. He prided himself on his honesty. However much injury he had inflicted on the unfortunate Englishman who had to bear the brunt of his onslaughts, it gives him infinite pleasure and satisfaction to affirm that, quote, he had never scathed a Scots wife a pure flea, end quote. It is possible, too, that his tragic end may have something to do with the kindly feeling with which his memory is cherished, though this in itself is not sufficient to account for the place he occupies in the Valhalla of border heroes. In the same way, a halo of romance has gathered round the name of the bold Biclu, whose spirit of chivalry has gone far to redeem his memory from opprobrium. The penetrating eye of the English queen was quick to discern in him qualities of a high order which only required the proper sphere for their development. He may well be regarded as a truly great man who was compelled by the circumstances in which he found himself placed to devote his time and talents to tasks which were quite unworthy of his genius. Hence, when the opportunity occurred, he speedily proved himself not only a great leader of men, but a most potent factor in the social and moral regeneration of the district with which he was so intimately associated. But of all the border reivers whose names have been handed down in song and story, none is regarded with more kindly, we might almost say affectionate interest than that of Auld Wat of Harden. For many years he played an important part in border affairs, and was always to the front in harassing and despoiling the English. We have already noticed the assistance he gave his near kinsman, the bold Biclu, in the assault on Carlisle Castle, when Kinmont Willie was so gallantly rescued from imprisonment. But 4 years prior to this event, in the year 1592, he took part, under the leadership of Bothwell, in the famous Raid of Falkland, when the king was surprised in his palace, and would have had short shrift from the borderers had not timely warning been given him of his danger. This escapade entailed on the Laird of Harden somewhat serious consequences. An order was issued by the king, with the consent of the lords of his council, to demolish the places, houses, and fortalices of Harden and Dryhope pertaining to the said Walter Scott. The order runs thus, quote, Apud Peebles, 8th day mensis July, anno 1592. The King's Majesty, with advice of the lords of his secret council, give us and grant us full power and commission, express bidding and charge, be their presence, to his wheel below it, William Stewart of Taquair, to demolish and cause to be demolished, and casten doon to the ground, the place and houses of Tyneys, quilcus pertinent to James Stewart, sometime of Tyneys, As alswa the like poor and commission express bidding and charge to Walter Scott of Goldylandus and Mr. Idion Murray, conjunctly and severally to demolish and cause to be demolished and casten down to the ground the places, houses, and fortalices of Harden and Dryhope, pertaining to Walter Scott of Harden, Cuha, with the said James Stewart, was art and part of the late treasonable fact pertainant against his highness a win person at Falkland, and that the foresaid persons cause the premises to be put in execution with all convenient expedition in sign and taking of the foresaid usurous persons treasonable and unnatural defection and attempted committed be them in manner foresaid, as they will answer to his highness upon their obedience." End quote. This was a severe blow to the Laird of Harden, but he doubtless bore it with that fine philosophical indifference for which he was distinguished. The motto of the Harden family, quote, "We'll hae moonlight again," end quote, breathes the spirit of optimism and indicates that the reverses of fortune were never regarded as irreparable. Hope sprang eternal in the Harden breast. But old Wat was never disposed to linger unduly, even when courting the smile of the capricious goddess. He believed in himself and relied mainly for his good fortune on his own energy and skill. He was a man of the world, keen, subtle, far-seeing, energetic, never allowing the grass to grow under his feet. He believed in taking time by the forelock, in making hay while the sun shone. Rarely did he ever miss a favorable opportunity of increasing his goods and gear, and his reaving was carried on in no paltry or insignificant fashion. He was a man of large ideas, and he carried them out on a splendid scale. For example, we find that in 1596 he ran a day foray into Gilsland and carried off, quote, 300 oxen and kye, a horse and a nag, end quote. This was a large addition to make to his stock, and one cannot help thinking that the dell in front of Harden Castle, where he kept his captured knout, must have often been unduly crowded. But then it ought to be remembered that the demands on his hospitality were numerous and not always easily met. He had a numerous body of retainers, as was befitting a man of his position, who had to be kept in, quote, horse meat and man's meat, end quote, and having so many to provide for, his large herds often disappeared with great rapidity. The result was that he was constantly under the necessity of crossing the border in order to replenish his stock. It is related that on one occasion he overheard the town herd calling out to someone as he was passing to, quote, send out Wat O'Harden's coo, end quote. Quote, Wat O'Harden's coo, end quote, the old Reiver indignantly exclaimed. Quote, my sang, I'll soon mak ye speak of Wat O'Harden's kye, end quote. And so he at once gathered his forces, marched into Northumberland, and before long he was seen on his way back, driving before him a big herd of cows and a bassooned bull. On his way he passed a large sow-backed haystack. Turning round in his saddle and looking at it wistfully, he said in a regretful tone of voice, quote, if ye had 4 feet, ye would na stand long there, end quote. It is perhaps to this successful foray that Lord Eure refers in a letter addressed to Cecil under date July 15, 1596, in which he says, quote, Wat Ellet, alias Wat of Harden, with other East Tividale lairds, had 300 or 400 able horsemen, laying an ambush of 300 or 400 foot, break a day foray a mile beneath Bellingham, spoiled the townsmen in Bellingham, break the cross, took all the cattle up the water to the number 300 or 400 beasts at the least, hath slain 3 men of name and wounded 1 almost to death, fired no houses, The fray rose, and being brought to me at Hexham about 9th or 10th hours in the morning, I rose myself with my household servants, caused the beacons to be fired, and sent the fray each way round about me, and yet could not make the force of the country 80 horsemen and some 60 footmen. I followed with the horsemen within 2 or 3 miles of Scotland, and, except Mr. Fenwick of Wellington, together with the keeper of Tyndale, Mr. Henry Bowes, there was not one gentleman of the march to accompany me, or met me at all, and when all our forces were together, we could not make 200 horse, nor above 200 footmen. With shame and grief I speak it, the Scots went away unfought withal." End quote. It will thus be seen that within a few months this famous freebooter had transferred from English soil some 600 or 700 head of cattle. No doubt, like his neighbors who were engaged in the same precarious line of business, he had many unsuccessful raids to recount, but he was certainly one of the most wary and successful of the Reivers on the Scottish side of the border. Sir Walter Scott, who was a descendant of Wat of Harden, has an interesting note in his Border Minstrelsy regarding the family. Quote, "Of this border laird," he says, "commonly called Auld Wat of Harden, tradition has preserved many anecdotes. He was married to Mary Scott, celebrated in the song by the title of the Flower of Yarrow. By their marriage contract, the father-in-law, Philip Scott of Dryhope, was to find Harden in horse-meat and man's meat at his tower of Dryhope for a year and a day. But 5 barons pledged themselves that, at the expiry of that period, the son-in-law should remove without attempting to continue in possession by force. A notary public signed for all the parties to the deed, none of whom could write their names. The original is still in the charter room of the present Mr. Scott of Harden. By the Flower of Yarrow, the Laird of Harden had 6 sons, 5 of whom survived him, and founded the families of Harden, now extinct, Highchesters, now representing Harden, Rayburn, Wool, and Sinton. The 6th son was slain at a fray in a hunting match by the Scots of Gilmansluch. His brothers flew to arms, but the old laird secured them in the dungeon of his tower, hurried to Edinburgh, stated the crime, and obtained a gift of the land of the offenders from the crown. He returned to Harden with equal speed, released his sons, and showed them the charter. "To horse, lads!" cried the savage warrior, "and let us take possession. The lands of Gilmansluch are well worth a dead son." End quote. Hogg's description of Auld Wat as he set out for Edinburgh on this occasion is humorously realistic. "And he is away to Holyrood, amang our nobles a', with bonnet like a girdle braid, and hair like Craighope snaw. His coat was of the forest green, with buttons like the moon. His breeks were o' the good buckskine, with the hera aboon. His twa-hand sword hung round his back, and rattled at his heel. The rowels of his silver spurs were of the rippin steel. His hose were braced with chains of airn, and round wi' tassels hung. At ilka tramp o' Harden's heel the royal arches rung. Ane grant of all our lands, sae fair, the king to him has gi'en, and of the Scots of Gilmansluch were outlawed ilka ane." But Harden's best fortune came to him from his wife, the far-famed Flower of Yarrow. "This beauteous flower, this rose of Yarrow, in nature's garden has no marrow." So sang Allan Ramsay, and since his day the charms of Yarrow's Rose have inspired many a more or less tuneful ode. But Mary Scott's beauty was, after all, not her greatest gift. She was wise beyond most of her sex, and skillful to a degree in the management of her husband. We find, for example, that instead of remonstrating with him on his culpable negligence in allowing the larder to become depleted, she quietly set before him, when he came to dinner, a pair of clean spurs. The hint thus indirectly conveyed was quite sufficient. Immediately her worthy spouse was in the saddle and riding as fast as his nag could carry him towards the English fells. It is interesting to know that the spurs that were thus suggestively served up for dinner are still in the possession of the family, being carefully preserved among Lord Polwarth's treasures at Merton House. But while Wat of Harden could look after his own interests, he was never unmindful of the interests of others. When the captain of Bewcastle came over to Ettrick to drive a prey and carried off Jamie Telfer's kye, he rendered splendid service in rescuing the herd from the hand of the spoiler. Though Telfer, with the tear rowing in his ee, pled with the captain to restore his property, he was only laughed at for his pains. The captain turned him round and loof, said, "Man, there's naething in thy house, but I old sword without a sheath, that hardly now would fell a mouse." Telfer first of all applied for assistance at Stobbs Ha, evidently thinking that he had some special claim on Gibbie Elliot, but he was unceremoniously turned from the door and told to go to Branksome and seek his succor where he paid blackmail. When Bicklew heard what had taken place, he cried, "Gar warn the water braid and wide, gar warn it soon and hastily. They that win a ride for Telfer's kye, let them never look in the face o' me." Old Wat and his sons, having also been informed of the captain's raid, lost no time in getting out their steeds and hurrying after the English reiver. Over the hills, down near the Ridderford on the Little, the melee began. The captain was determined to drive Jamie Telfer's kye into England despite the opposition of the Scots, but he was made to pay dearly for his temerity. Then tilt they gaed with heart and hand, the blows fell thick as bickering hail, and many a horse ran masterless, and many a comely cheek was pale. Willie Scott, the son of Bicklew, was left dead on the field. When Harden saw him stretched on the ground, quote, "he grat for very rage," end quote. But he's ta'en aff his good steel cap, and thrice he's waved it in the air. The dinly snaw was ne'er mair white, nor the lyart locks of Harden's hair. "Revenge, revenge," old Wat gan cry. "Fie, lads, lay them on cruelly. We'll ne'er see Teviot's side again, or Willie's death revenged shall be." The conflict was speedily ended. The captain of Bewcastle was badly wounded and taken prisoner. His house was ransacked, his cattle driven off, and Jamie Telfer returned to the fair Dodhead with 33 cows instead of 10. When they cam to the fair Dodhead, they were a welcome sight to see, for instead of his ain 10 milk kye, Jamie Telfer had gotten 33. And he has paid the rescue shot, baith with good and white money, and at the burial o' Willie Scott, I wot was money a weeping ee. The eldest son of Wat of Harden was destined to become as famous as his father, though in a different way. He had evidently, from what we learn of him, inherited all the reiving tendencies of his race. But the difficulty of crossing the border had been considerably increased. Bicklew, the keeper of Liddesdale, had changed his tactics. He had now begun to use his utmost endeavor to bring about a better understanding and a better state of feeling between the two countries. Willie Scott no doubt realized that a raid on the English border, though successful, might now get the whole family into serious trouble. But the kye, quote, were routing on the Lone and the Lee, end quote, and something had to be done to augment the quickly vanishing herd. He took into his confidence a farmer who lived on the banks of the Ettrick, William Hogg, well known as the Wild Boar of Fauldhope. This redoubtable reiver was a progenitor of the Ettrick shepherd, whose family, it is said, possessed the lands of Fauldhope under the Scots of Harden for a period of 400 years. He was a man of prodigious strength, courage, and ferocity, and ever ready for the fray. For some reason or other, he had a strong antipathy to Sir Gideon Murray of Elibank, the picturesque ruins of whose castle may still be seen on the banks of the Tweed, a mile or two above Ashestiel. That young Harden could have no particular liking for him is easily understood, as he was one of the men who had been commissioned by the government to destroy Harden Castle as a punishment for the part taken by his father in the raid of Falkland. Sir Gideon had a splendid herd of cattle pasturing on the green slopes above the Tweed, and so Willie Scott resolved, with the assistance of his powerful coadjutor, to transfer as many of them as possible to his own pastures. The night was set, the expedition was carefully planned, and fortune seemed to smile upon the project. But the best laid schemes, O mice and men, gang aft a glee. Someone was good enough to convey to Sir Gideon a hint of what was on foot, and he at once took measures to give the thieves, when they came, a warm reception. After a sharp encounter, Willie Scott was taken prisoner and thrown into the dungeon of the castle, with his hands and feet securely bound. He knew quite well the fate which awaited him on the morrow. He would be led forth to the gallows, and there made to pay the forfeit of his life. A better lot, however, was in store for him. A good angel, in the person of Lady Murray, interfered on his behalf. She had been anxiously considering how she could save his life. Her plans were speedily formed, and in the morning she ventured to lay them before her irate husband. As Hogg has humorously described the scene, "The Lady o' Elibank raised wi' the dawn, and she wakened old Judden, and to him did say, 'Pray, what will ye do with this gallant young man?' 'We'll hang him,' quod Judden, 'this very same day.' 'Would ye hang sic a brisk and gallant young heir, and has 3 hamely daughters, aye suffering neglect? Though laird o' the best o' the forest sae fair, he'll marry the warst for the sake o' his neck. Despise not the lad for a perilous feat. He's a friend will bestead you and stand by you still. The laird maun hae men, and the men maun hae meat, and the meat maun be had be the danger what will." The plan thus suggested seemed feasible. It might reasonably be the wisest course to pursue, at least so Sir Gideon was disposed to think, and no time was lost in bringing the matter to an issue. Young Scott was at once brought into the hall. The terms on which his life was to be spared were briefly stated, and he was afforded an opportunity of seeing the young lady whom fortune had thus strangely thrown in his way. One glance sufficed. The features of Sir Gideon's daughter, known to fame as Muckle-mouthed Meg, were not attractive. The condemned culprit felt that even the gallows was preferable to such an objectionable matrimonial alliance. "Lead on to the gallows, then," Willie replied. "I'm now in your power, and ye carry it high. Nae daughter o' yours shall e'er lie by my side. A Scot, ye maun mind, counts it naething to die." These were brave words, bravely spoken. Sir Gideon, however, had made up his mind as to the course he meant to pursue, and Willie Scott was at once led forth to make his acquaintance with the hanging tree. But when he drew near and saw the fatal rope dangling in the wind, his courage began to fail him. The prospect was far from inviting, and he pled for a few days' respite to think on his sins, "and balance the offer of freedom so kind." But the old laird was inexorable. He simply said to him, "There is the hangman, and there is the priest. Make your choice." Thus, driven to bay, Willie saw that further parleying would not avail, and so he thought he had better make the best of a bad business. As he thought over the matter, he began to discover certain traits in the young lady's person and character of a more or less pleasing description. He concluded that, after all, he might do worse than wed the daughter of Elibank. "What matter," quo he, "though her nose it be lang, for noses bring luck, and it's welcome that brings. There's something weel farred in her sonsy grey een, but they're better than nane, and ane's life is sae sweet. And what though her mouth be the maist I hae seen? Fair muckle-mouthed folk hae a luck for their meat." Thus everything ended happily, and young Harden had cause to bless the day he found himself at the mercy of Sir Gideon Murray of Elibank. Seldom, indeed, has Border Reaver been so beneficently punished. and muckle good blood frae that union has flowed, and mony a brave fellow, and mony a brave feat. I dare nae just say they are a muckled mouth, but they'd rather have still a good luck for their meat. Such is the tradition as Hogg has given it in his humorous poem. It goes without saying that the poet has embellished and enlarged the story to suit his own purposes, but the tradition has generally been regarded as having some considerable basis of fact. Satchels, in his History of the Scots, thus referred to Old Wat of Harden and his famous son. The stout and valiant Walter Scott of Harden, who can never die, but live by fame to the 10th degree, he became both able, strong, and stout. Married Philip's daughter, squire of Dry Hope, which was an ancient family. And many broad lands enjoyed he, betwixt these Scots was procreate. That much renowned Sir William Scott, I need not to explain his name, because he ever lives by fame. He was a man of port and rank. He married Sir Gideon Murray's daughter of Elibank. The fortunes of other famous reivers have formed the theme of many a stirring ballad. The so-called historical data on which many of these ballads are professedly based may often, no doubt, be truthfully described as more imaginary than real. Nevertheless, the picture which the balladist has drawn is often deeply interesting and subserves an important end by indicating the feeling with which these men and their deeds were usually regarded. In a history of border reiving, such sidelights as the ballads afford may be profitably utilized. Maitland, in his celebrated poem on the Thieves of Liddesdale, makes allusion to a well-known character who is known to fame as Jock o' the Side. He was nephew to the Laird of Mangerton and cousin to the Laird's ain Jock, and had all the enthusiasm of his race for the calling to which the members of his clan seem to have devoted their somewhat remarkable talents. He never tyrus, for to breck Byrus, our Muir and Myrus, our good ain guide. It is said that he assisted the Earl of Westmoreland in his escape after his unfortunate insurrection with the Earl of Northumberland in the 12th year of the reign of Queen Elizabeth. But according to the balladist, his career on one occasion had well nigh terminated disastrously. In the company of some of his friends, he had made a raid into Northumberland. Here he was taken prisoner by the warden and thrown into jail at Newcastle, there to bide his doom. He knew that he would not have long to wait. Not much time was wasted in considering the various items of the indictment, more especially when the accused was a well-known thief. Jeddart Justice was not confined to the small burgh on the Scottish border. It was as popular at that time in England as anywhere else, as many a Scottish reiver has known to his cost. The friends of the prisoner were fully aware that if he was to be saved from the gallows, not one moment must be lost. A rescue party was speedily organized. The Laird of Mangerton, accompanied by a few friends, the Laird's Jock, the Laird's Wat, and the famous Hobby Noble, an Englishman who had been banished from Bewcastle, started off for Newcastle with all speed, determined to bring the prisoner back with them, quick or dead. To allay suspicion and avoid detection, they shod their horses the wrang way, putting the tip of the shoe behind the frog, and arrayed themselves like country lads, or, quote, corn coggers, gaeing up the road, end quote. When they reached Colliford, near Hexham, they alighted and cut a tree, quote, with the help o' the light o' the moon, end quote, on which were 15 nogs or notches, by which they hoped, quote, to scale the wa o' Newcastle town, end quote. But, as so often happened in like circumstances, this improvised ladder was, quote, 3 ells to lay, end quote. Such trifles, however, rarely ever proved disconcerting. The bold reivers at once determined to force the gate. A stout porter endeavored to drive them back, but his neck was in tway, the Armstrongs rang. With foot or hand he ne'er played paw. His life and his keys at once they hae ta'en, and cast his body ahint the wa. The path being now clear, they speedily made their way to the prison, where they found their friend groaning under 15 stones of Spanish iron. Nothing short of this would have availed to keep a stark Scottish reiver fed on oatmeal within the confines of a prison cell. Carried him off, irons and all, set him on a horse with both feet on one side, and rode off with the fleetness of the wind in the direction of Liddesdale. The night though wat they dinna mind, but hied them on few merrily, until they cam to Collerford Brae, where the water ran like mountains he. Dashing into the stream, they soon reached the opposite bank, the English who were in hot pursuit. When they reached the Tyne, which was rolling along in glorious flood, durst not venture further. They were filled with chagrin when they saw the prisoner, loaded as he was with 15 stones of good Spanish iron, safe on the other side. They had sustained a double loss. The prisoner was gone, and he had taken his valuable iron chains with him. The land sergeant, or warden's officer, taking in the situation at a glance, cried aloud, "The prisoner take, but leave the fetters, I pray, to me." To which polite request the laird's ain Jock replied, "I wat we'll know, I'll keep them soon my mare they'll be, my good bay mare, for I am sure she bought them a right dear frae thee." No Liddesdale reiver was ever likely to part with anything in a hurry, least of all to give it up to an Englishman. The Armstrongs, almost without exception, were noted thieves. They seemed to have possessed a rare genius for reiving. Their plans were generally so well formed and carried out with such a fine combination of daring and cunning that the enemy almost invariably came off second best. One of the last and most noted of this reiving clan was William Armstrong, a lineal descendant of the famous Johnny of Gilnockie, who was known on the borders by the name of Christie's Will, to distinguish him from the other members of his family and clan. He flourished during the reign of Charles I, a circumstance which shows that moss-trooping did not altogether cease at the union of the crowns. It is related that, on one occasion, Christie's Will had got into trouble and was imprisoned in the Tolbooth of Jedburgh. The Lord High Treasurer, the Earl of Traquair, who was visiting in the district, was led to inquire as to the cause of his confinement. The prisoner told him, with a pitiful expression of countenance, that he had got into grief for stealing 2 tethers, halters. The eminent statesman was astonished to hear that such a trivial offense had been so severely punished, and pressed him to say if this was the only crime he had committed. He ultimately reluctantly acknowledged that there were 2 delicate colts at the end of them. This bit of pleasantry pleased his lordship, and through his intercession the culprit was released from his imprisonment. It was a fortunate thing for Lord Traquair that he acted as he did. A short time afterwards he was glad to avail himself of the services of the man whom he had thus been the means of setting at liberty. The story is one of the most romantic on record, and amply justifies the adage that truth is stranger than fiction. A case in which the Earl was deeply interested was pending in the Court of Session. It was believed that the judgment would turn on the decision of the presiding judge, who has a casting vote in the case of an equal division among his brethren. It was known that the opinion of the president was unfavorable to Traquair, and the point was, therefore, to keep him out of the way when the question should be tried. In this dilemma the Earl had recourse to Christie's Will, who at once offered his services to kidnap the president. He discovered that it was the judge's usual practice to take the air on horseback on the sands of Leith without an attendant. One day he accosted the president and engaged him in conversation. His talk was so interesting and amusing that he succeeded in decoying him into an unfrequented and furzy common called the Frigate Winds, where, riding suddenly up to him, he pulled him from his horse, muffled him in a large cloak which he had provided, and rode off with the luckless judge trussed up behind him. Hurrying across the country as fast as his horse could carry him, by paths known only to persons of his description, he at last deposited his heavy and terrified burden in an old castle in Annandale called the Tower of Graham. The judge's horse being found, it was concluded he had thrown his rider into the sea. His friends went into mourning, and a successor was appointed to his office. Meanwhile, the disconsolate president had a sad time of it in the vault of the castle. His food was handed to him through an aperture in the wall, and never hearing the sound of human voice, save when a shepherd called his dog by the name of Batty, and when a female domestic called upon Maudge the cat. These, he concluded, were invocations of spirits, for he held himself to be in the dungeon of a sorcerer. The lawsuit having been decided in favor of Lord Traquair, Christie's will was directed to set the president at liberty, 3 months having elapsed since he was so mysteriously spirited away from the sands at Leith. Without speaking a single word, Will entered the vault in the dead of night, again muffled up in the president's cloak, set him on a horse, and rode off with him to the place where he had found him. The joy of his friends and the less agreeable surprise of his successor may be more easily imagined than described when the judge appeared in court to reclaim his office and honors. All embraced his own persuasion that he had been spirited away by witchcraft, nor could he himself be convinced to the contrary, until, many years afterwards, happening to travel in Annandale, his ears were saluted once more with the sounds of Maudge and Batty, the only notes which had reached him during his long confinement. This led to the discovery of the whole story, but in those disorderly times it was only laughed at as a fair ruse de guerre. The victim of this extraordinary stratagem was Sir Alexander Gibson, better known as Lord Dury. He became a Lord of Session in 1621 and died in 1646, so that the incident here related must have taken place betwixt these periods. The version of this incident, given in the well-known ballad Christie's Will, if not so romantic as the foregoing, is certainly more amusing. The balladist represents Lord Traquair as sitting mournfully, afraid lest the vote of the Court of Session would make him bare at once of land and living. But if all Dury to heaven were flown, or if all Dury to hell were gane, or if he could be but 10 days stone, my bonny braid lands would still be my ain. At this juncture, Christie's Will offers his services. "Oh, mony a time, my lord," he said, "I've stolen the horse frae the sleeping lown, but for you I'll steal a beast as braid, for I'll steal Lord Dury frae Edinburgh town. Oh, mony a time, my lord," he said, "I've stolen a kiss frae a sleeping wench, but for you I'll do as kittle a deed, for I'll steal an old Lurdane off the bench." He lighted at Lord Dury's door, and there he knocked maist manfully, and up and spake Lord Dury, sae stour, "What tidings, thou stalwart groom, to me?" "The fairest lady in Teviotdale has sent, maist reverend sir, for thee. She pleads at the session for her land a hale, and fain she would plead her cause to thee. But how can I to that lady ride, with saving of my dignity? Oh, a kerch and mantle ye may wear, and in my cloak ye shall muffled be." Wi' kerch on head and cloak o'er face, he mounted the judge on a palfrey fine. He rode away a right round pace, and Christie's Will held the bridle rein. The Lothian edge they were not o'er, when they heard bugles baldly ring, and hunting over Middleton moor, they met, I ween, our noble king. When Willie looked upon our king, I wot a frightened man was he. But ever all Dury was startled more, for tyning of his dignity. The king he crossed himself, I wis, when as the pair came riding by, an uglier croon and a sturdier loon, I think were never seen with eye. Willie has hied to the Tower of Graham, he took old Dury on his back, he shot him down to the dungeon deep, which guard his auld banes gae mony a crack. The king has caused a bill be wrote, and he has set it on the tron. He that will bring Lord Dury back shall have 500 merks and one. Traquair has written a braid letter, and he has sealed it wi' his seal. Ye may let the auld bach out o' the poke, the land's my ain, and I's gone weel. O Will has mounted his bony black, and to the Tower of Graham did trudge, and once again on his sturdy back has he hent up the weary judge. He brought him to the council stairs, and there full loudly shouted he, "Gie me my guerdon, my sovereign liege, and take ye back your old duree." Important as this service was, it was not the only one that Christie's Willie rendered to the Earl of Traquair. He was sent on one occasion with important papers to Charles I, and received an answer to deliver, which he was strictly charged to place in the hands of his patron. Quote, "But in the meantime," says Sir Walter Scott, "his embassy had taken air, and Cromwell had dispatched orders to entrap him at Carlisle." Christie's Will, unconscious of his danger, halted in the town to refresh his horse, and then pursued his journey. But as soon as he began to pass the long, high, and narrow bridge that crosses the Eden at Carlisle, either end of the pass was occupied by parliamentary soldiers, who were lying in wait for him. The borderer disdained to resign his enterprise, even in these desperate circumstances, and at once forming his resolution, spurred his horse over the parapet. The river was in high flood. Will sunk. The soldiers shouted. He emerged again, and, guiding his horse to a steep bank, called the stanners or stanhouse, endeavored to land, but ineffectually, owing to his heavy horseman's cloak, now drenched in water. Will cut the loop, and the horse, feeling himself disembarrassed, made a desperate exertion, and succeeded in gaining the bank. Our hero set off at full speed, pursued by the troopers, who had for a time stood motionless in astonishment at his temerity. Will, however, was well mounted, and, having got the start, he kept it, menacing with his pistols any pursuer who seemed likely to gain on him, an artifice which succeeded, although the arms were wet and useless. He was chased to the river Esk, which he swam without hesitation, and, finding himself on Scottish ground and in the neighborhood of friends, he turned on the northern bank, and, with the true spirit of the borderer, invited his fellows to come through and drink with him. After this taunt, he proceeded on his journey and faithfully accomplished his mission. End quote. If Christie's Will may be regarded as the last border freebooter of any note, it is evident that the peculiar genius of the family to which he belonged survived in full vigor to the end. But the last of the Armstrongs who paid the penalty of death for his misdeeds was Willie of Westburnflat. It is said that a gentleman of property, having lost 12 cows in one night, raised the country of Teviotdale and traced the robbers into Liddesdale as far as the house of Westburnflat. Fortunately, perhaps, for his pursuers, Willie was asleep when they came, and consequently, without much difficulty, they secured him and 9 of his friends. They were tried in Selkirk, and though the jury did not discover any direct evidence against them to convict them of the special fact, they did not hesitate to bring in a verdict of guilty on the ground of their general character as, quote, notor thieves and limmers, end quote. When sentence was pronounced, Willie sprang to his feet, and laying hold of the oaken chair on which he had been sitting, broke it in pieces, and called on his companions who were involved in the same doom to stand behind him, and he would fight his way out of Selkirk with these weapons. But, strange to relate, they held his hands and besought him to let them die like Christians. They were accordingly executed in due form of law. This incident is said to have happened at the last circuit court held in Selkirk. Willie Armstrong, as he stood under the gallows tree, might appropriately have sung the lines composed by Ringan's Sandy, a relative of his own, who was executed for the murder of Sir John Carmichael, the warden of the Middle Marches. This night is my departing night, for here nae langer must I stay. There's neither friend nor foe o' mine, but wishes me away. What I have done through lack of wit, I never can recall. I hope you're my friends as yet. Good night and joy be with you all. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Border Raids and Reivers by Robert Borland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Under the ban. The cardinal rose with a dignified look. He called for his candle, his bell, and his book. In holy anger and pious grief, he solemnly cursed that rascally thief. He cursed him at board, he cursed him in bed, from the sole of his foot to the crown of his head. He cursed him in sleeping, that every night he should dream of the devil and wake in a fright. He cursed him in eating, he cursed him in drinking, he cursed him in coughing, in sneezing, in winking. He cursed him in sitting, in standing, in lying. He cursed him in walking, in riding, in flying. He cursed him in living, he cursed him in dying. Never was heard such a terrible curse. But what gave rise to no little surprise, nobody seemed one penny the worse. The Jackdaw of Reims. As might be expected, the existence of such an extraordinary phenomenon as border reiving did not escape the attention of the Church. Such a peculiar state of affairs could not be regarded with favor or treated with indifference. It may be said, no doubt, that the continued existence of such an abnormally lawless and chaotic condition of society on the borders indicated that the ecclesiastical authorities were either singularly inept or reprehensibly careless. Why was some attempt not made long before to curb the lawless spirit of the border reivers? With the exception of the monition of cursing by Gavin Dunbar, Archbishop of Glasgow, little or nothing seems to have been done by the Church to stem the tide of border lawlessness. In dealing, however, with this phase of the question, there are several considerations which ought to be borne in mind. First of all, it ought to be remembered that while border reiving was carried on with more or less persistence for some hundreds of years, it did not attain really portentous dimensions till well on towards the close of the 15th century. Prior to the time of the Jameses, the two countries may be said to have been almost constantly at war. Invasion followed invasion, on one side and on the other, with a kind of periodic regularity. From the time of James I onwards to the Union of the Crowns in 1603, such invasions, at least on the same large and destructive scale, became less frequent, though in the intervals of peace the borderers kept themselves busy harassing and despoiling each other. This period of comparative calm, it may be remarked, is also synchronous with the decadence of Romanism. From the time of Queen Margaret, of pious memory, to the death of Robert III, the Romish Church enjoyed a period of signal prosperity. Abbeys and monasteries, many of them buildings of great architectural beauty, were erected in different parts of the country and became important centers of moral and religious authority and influence. Whatever opinion may be entertained regarding Romanism, whether regarded from an ecclesiastical or theological standpoint, the majority of fairly unprejudiced students will be ready to admit that the system was, in many respects, admirably adapted to the circumstances of the country at that particular stage of its development. A strong hand was needed to curb and guide the lawless and turbulent factions of which the nation was composed. It is more than doubtful if, under any other ecclesiastical system, bad as things were, the same beneficent results would have been attained. But powerful as the Romish Church was in the country, in the heyday of its prosperity, it never attained the same undisputed sway in Scotland which marked its history in other countries, especially on the continent. The reason of this is not difficult to discover, though it must be sought for far back in the religious history of the people. The Celtic Church, founded by St. Columba, was neither in doctrine nor polity exactly on Roman Catholic lines. It sought in the East rather than in the West, in Ephesus rather than Rome, its ideals of worship and doctrine. Romanism succeeded in establishing itself only after a long and arduous struggle. And when at last victory had been achieved and the Church in Scotland had been Romanized, it was discovered that while the form had changed, the spirit of the older church still survived and, when occasion arose, made itself felt in no uncertain manner. There can be no question that the influence of the Celtic Church continued long after the Church itself had passed away. It is a noteworthy fact that neither the rulers of the people nor those over whom they exercised authority were prepared to submit implicitly to the dictation of the Romish See. Their obedience to the great temporal head of the Catholic religion was never either servile or unlimited. They were prepared to take their own way in many things, treating often with much indifference the fulminations of their spiritual superiors. Many illustrations of this tendency may be found in the history of the country. On one occasion, for example, William the Lion appointed his chaplain to the bishopric of St. Andrews. An English monk was chosen by the chapter to the same office, and thus a complete deadlock was brought about. What was to be done? The ecclesiastical authorities appealed to the Pope, who was indignant when he learned that the authority of the Church was being thus rudely trampled upon. He conferred legatine powers on the Archbishop of York and the Bishop of Durham to, quote, direct the thunder of excommunication, end quote, against the king in the event of contumacy. But notwithstanding the extreme gravity of the situation, the king stubbornly refused to yield. He not only set the papal authority at defiance, but he banished from the country those who dared to yield to the papal favorite. This is not by any means an isolated instance of stubborn and successful resistance to the authority of the Church. The same thing, in other circumstances, occurred again and again, with the result that the terrors of excommunication ceased to be dreaded. This, of course, was especially the case during the decadent period of the Catholic regime. There are numerous indications in the literature of the 15th and 16th centuries of this weakening of the ecclesiastical authority. The picture which Sir David Lindsay has drawn of the condition of the Church at this period is no mere spiteful exaggeration, but may be accepted as substantially accurate. Nothing could well more clearly indicate how thoroughly the Church had failed to keep in touch with the intellectual life of the nation or guide and control its moral and spiritual activities. It was during this period of weakness, almost of total moral collapse, that the Archbishop of Glasgow took upon him to excommunicate the border thieves. Had the same vigorous measure been adopted at an earlier period, the result might have been more favorable. As it was, the launching of this ecclesiastical thunderbolt really created more amusement than consternation. It was regarded simply as the growl of a toothless lion. In no circumstances were the border Reivers easily intimidated. Their calling had made them more or less indifferent to the claims alike of church and state. They had never had much affection for the king, and they had perhaps still less for the priest. Having shaken themselves free to a large extent at least from the control of the state, they were not prepared to put their neck under the yoke of an ecclesiastical authority which even the best men of the age had ceased to venerate. But the archbishop felt that he had a duty to discharge, and he applied himself to the task with commendable vigor. It may be well to explain that there are two forms of excommunication: excommunicado major and excommunicado minor. The former mode of excommunication is one of which we in these days happily know nothing, as it can only be effectively carried out with the approval and assistance of the state, which in modern times would never be granted. But the latter form is still common. It has been retained in the Church as a point of discipline, or, to use a well-known and significant theological phrase, as a poena medicinalis. The major excommunication was a frightful weapon and might be dreaded. Those who suffered from the greater excommunication were excluded from the Mass, from burial in consecrated ground, from ecclesiastical jurisdiction, and practically from all intercourse with their fellow Christians. They were, in short, handed over body and soul to the devil. The monition of cursing issued by the Archbishop of Glasgow against the border thieves was ordered to be read from every pulpit in the diocese and circulated throughout the length and breadth of the borders. It is a curious document and will, doubtless, be read with interest if not with profit. it was expressed in the following terms. Quote, "Good folk, here at my Lord Archbishop of Glasgow's letters under his round seal, direct to me or any other chaplain Macandmensian with great regret how heavy he beareth the piteous, lamentable, and dolorous complaint that pass our all realm and cometh to his ears. Be open voice and fame how our sovereign lordess through lieges, men, wifes, and barnies backed and redeemed be the precious blood of our Saviour Jesus Christ, and leavened in his lawless are sakelessly part murderist, part slain, burnt, hearit, spalsied, and reft, openly on day licked, and under silence of nict, and their tackus and landus laid waste, and their self banished therefra. All's well Kirklandus as otheris be common traitorous, Reivers, thieves, Borland in the south part of this realm, sick as Tevidale, Estdale, Liddisdale, Ewisdale, Nettesdale, and Anderdale. Quilcus has been diverse ways pursuit and punished be the temporal sword, and our sovereign lordess Octorite and dreadest knocked the same. And therefore my said Lord Archbishop of Glasgow, he thought expedient to strike them with the terrible sword of Hallikirk. Cuhilk thy my knocked lang endure and resist, and he's charged me or any other chaplain to denounce, declare, and proclaim them openly and generally curse it at this market cross and all otherest public places. Herefore throw the Octorite of Almighty God, the Fader of heaven, his Son, our Saviour, Jesu Christ, and the Holy Ghost, throw the Octorite of the Blessed Virgin, Saint Mary, Saint Michael, Saint Gabriel, and all the Angelus, Saint John the Baptist, and all the Holy Patriarchs and Prophets, Saint Peter, Saint Paul, Saint Andro, and all Holy Apostolos, Saint Stephen, Saint Lawrence, and all Holy Murtherus, Saint Giles, Saint Martin, and all Holy Confessorus, Saint Anne, Saint Catherine, and all Holy Virginus and Matronus, and all the Sanctus and Holy Company of Heaven, be the Octorite of our Holy Fader the Pape, and his cardinals, and of my said Lord Archbishop of Glasgow, be the advice and assistance of my Lordess Archbishop, bishops, abbatus, prioress, and eutherus prelatus, and ministers of Hallikirk. I denounce, proclaimus, and declarus all and sindry the committerus of the said sakeless mirthus, slaughterous, brinying, herships, reeferus, theftus, and spulazes, openly upon day licked and under the silence of nict, all's while within temporal landus as Kirklandus, together with their part takus, assisterus, supplerus, with andly restorus of their personus. The goods reft and stolen be them, art and part thereof, and their counsellorus and defenderus of their evil deedus generally curse it, weary it, aggregate and reaggregate with great cursing. I curse their head and all the hairs of their head. I curse their face, their een, their mouth, their nise, their tongue, their teeth, their crag, their shoulderus, their breast, their heart, their stomach, their back, their wame, their arms, their legus, their handus, their feet, and everlick part of their body, frae the top of their head to the soil of their feet, before and behind, within and without. I curse them gang-end, and I curse them right-end. I curse them stand-end, and I curse them sit-end. I curse them et-end, and I curse them drink-end. I curse them walk-end, I curse them sleep-end. I curse them rise-end, I curse them lay-end. I curse them at hame. I curse them frae hame. I curse them within the house. I curse them without the house. I curse their wifes, their barnress, and their servandess participand with them in their deeds. I weary their cornies, their cattails, their wall, their sheep, their horse, their swine, their geese, their hennies, and all their quick good. I weary their hollis, their chalmeris, their kitchingis, their stabelis, their barnies, their birris, their burnyardis, their calyardis, their pluis, their harrowis, and the goodis and houses that is necessar for their sustantion and wealthar. All the malesons and weresons that ever gat wordly creature sen the beginning of the world to this hour mot licked upon them. The malediction of God that licked it upon Lucifer and all his followers that strack them frae the high heaven to the deep hell mot licked upon them. The fire and the sword that stopped Adam frae the yetis of paradise mot stop them frae the glory of heaven. Coohill they forbear and mac amendus. The malson that licked it on cursed Cain, Coohen he slew his brother just Abel sakelessly, mot licked on them for all the sakeless slaughter that thy commit daily. The malediction that licked it upon all the world, man and beast, and all that ever took life, Coohen all was drowned be the flood of Noah, except Noah and his ark, mot licked upon them and droon them, man and beast, and make this realm cummerless of them, for they are wicked sinnies. The thunder and fire flactus that zet doon as rain upon the cities of Sodoma and Gomorrah, with all the landis about, and burnt them for their vile sinnies, mot rain upon them, and burn them for open sinnies. The male sound and confusion that licked it on the giantess for their oppression and pride biggened the tour of Babylon, mot confound them and all their workes for their open reefs and oppression. All the plagues that fell upon Pharaoh and his people of Egypt, their landis, corn, and cattle, mot fall upon them, their tachus, romis, and stedingus, cornies, and beastus. The water of Tweed and Utherus waterus Kuhar thy ride might droon them, as the Red Sea drooned King Pharaoh and his people of Egypt, pursuing goddess people of Israel. The erd mot open, rife and cleef, and swelly them quick to hell, as it swelly it cursed Dathan and Abrion, that gainstewed Moses and the command of God. The wildfire that burnt Thor and his followers to the number of 1,250, and Euthyrus 14,700 at Ennis, usurpant against Moses and Aaron, servantess of God, mot suddenly burn and consume them daily, gainstanded the commandus of God and Holykirk. The malediction that licked it suddenly upon fair Absalom, Ryan contraire his fader King David, servant of God, throw the wood Coohend the branches of a tree fred upon his horse, and hanged him be the hair, mot licked upon them. Ryan, again, true Scottish men, and hang them sick-like, that all the world may see. The malediction that licked it upon Olafernus, lieutenant to Nabogadanozer, making weir and herships upon true Christian men. The malediction that licked it upon Judas, Pilate, Herod, and the Jewess that crucified our Lord, and all the plagues and troubles that licked it on the city of Jerusalem therefore, and upon Simon Magus for his simony, bloody Nero, cursed Dictus Maxentius, Aliburus Julianus, Apposita, and the life of the cruel tyrannus that slew and murdereth Christus Haili servandus, mot licked upon them for their cruel tyranny and murtherdom of Christian people, and all the vengeance that ever was taken sen the world began for open sinnies, and all the plagues and pestilence that ever fell on man or beast, mot fall on them for thar open reef, saclies, slaughter, and shedding of innocent blood. I dissever and purchase them frae the kirk of God, and delivereth them quick to the devil of hell, as the apostle Sanct Paul delivered Corinthian. I interdite the places they come in fra divine service, ministration of the sacraments of Holy Kirk, except the sacrament of baptizing, allinerly, and forbid us all kirkmen to shrive or absolve them of their sinnes, couhil they be first absolved of this cursing. I forbid all Christian man or woman to have ony company with them, attend, drykand, speakand, prayand, liand, gangand, standand, or in any other deed doand, under the pain of deedly sin. I discharge all bandus, actus, contractus, othus, and obligationis made to them be only personas, author of lot, kindness, or manrent, so lang as they sustain this cursing, saw that na man be buden to them, and that they be buden till all men. I tak frae them, and crius doon all the good deedis that ever they did or shall do, couhil they rise frae this cursing. I declare them partless of all maddiness, messes, even sangus, diriges, or eutherus prayeris, on book or bead of all pilgrimages, and almost deedis done or to be done in Hallikirk, or be Christian people enduring this cursing. And finally, I condemn them perpetually to the deep pit of hell to remain with Lucifer and all his followers, and their bodies to the gallows of the borough muir, first to be hanged, sign revan and drag it with doggus, swine, and eutherus wild beasts, abominable to all the world, and their condolus gangus frae your sict as mot their solace gang frae the visage of God, and their good fame fra the world, couhil therefore bear their open sinnies forsetus, and rise frae this terrible cursing, and mak satisfaction and penance. End quote. End of chapter 14.